Chapter 1, The Superhero Inheritance System. In Eastern Europe, there is a small inland called Sokovia. It is covered with snow all year round and the temperature remains at -10 degrees, making it inaccessible. And right here on a hilltop, a young man in his 20s was lying on the ground, looking for something with a telescope in his hand. The young man has black hair, a typical Asian face, and a close-fitting agent costume that outlines a strong and perfect figure. His face is tough and handsome, and his eyebrows reveal a hint of murderousness. Suddenly, the young man locked on a mountain range in the distance, and the corners of his mouth raised. Hydra's base is much harder to find than in movies. His name is Nanjo, a traverser. He accidentally traversed this Marvel world 20 years ago and became an orphan. Fortunately, he was adopted by Peggy Carter and became an agent cultivated by S.H.I.E.L.D. since childhood. Now Nanjo is just 20 years old and is already a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. and is equal to Natasha Romanoff and Barton. And his task this time is to end Hydra's stronghold. Putting down the telescope, Nanjo thought, and an interface similar to a holographic projection appeared in front of him. Superhero Inheritance System. Name, Nanzo. Age, 20 years old. Unlock Template, DC Universe Death Knell Template, 98%. Conditions for increasing inheritance: wear Death Knell mask for 10,000 punches every day, and increase the inheritance of Death Knell template by 0.1%. Items held: Superman wearing underwear, Batman mask, Green Arrow broken arrows, Death Knell mask, Captain America uniform. The character template inheritance reaches 100%, and the template draw will be started. When the Death Knell template reaches 100%, I will be able to have a template lucky draw opportunity. Looking at his system page, Nanjo was very excited, but after 4 years of suffering, he was finally going to get ahead. Traveling to the Marvel world and being adopted by Peggy's agent, Nanjo received agent training in his childhood, and at the age of 16, this superhero inheritance system was officially awakening. The system has 2 lottery systems. One is the lottery for items obtained every 7 days after signing in, and the other is the template lottery that starts after the template inheritance reaches 100%. Nanzo directly drew the Death Knell template at the beginning. With a little awakening of the Death Knell template, Nanzo's strength is getting stronger and stronger. To this day, he is already a 10th level S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, almost standing on top of a mortal. As for the item lottery, they are all useless items for fart, such as Superman's outer underwear. And now his Death Knell template is close to 100%, if it reaches 100%, one more template can be drawn. I hope I can draw a good one this time. The Flash Green Lantern can do anything. He put away his system page, held the communication device near his ear, and said, "Marinated eggs, I have arrived at the designated location." On the other end of the communication device, a slightly dissatisfied middle-aged male voice came. "Fallen Nell, I have said it many times, and I have to say my code name when contacting." The Death Knell is the code name of Nanzo, which was created because it inherited the Death Knell template. Facing this dissatisfied reprimand, Nanjo slapped his tongue and ignored it. On the other side of the communication equipment, naturally, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Nick Fury. Nanjo took out a pair of glasses directly from his pocket and put it on, and then the whole picture was transmitted to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. How to deal with it? Nick Fury looked a little gloomy when he saw the image passed by. Death Knell, retreat, now is not the time to attack, your mission is complete. Nick has his own plan, and for him, it is not yet an opportunity to attack. But when Nanjo heard this, he frowned. He looked at his system interface and found that 2% is left. The Death Knell template inheritance is about to reach 100%. The achievement of killing 5,000 people is about to be achieved. As long as the achievement is achieved, the template inheritance will increase by 5%. When the death knell template will reach 100%, he doesn't want to miss this opportunity. In order to improve the inheritance of the death knell template, Nanjo wears the death knell mask for 10,000 punches in a 40-kilometer long distance race every day, which can increase by 1% every day. And because of the identity of the S.H.I.E.L.D agent, he couldn't do this every day, so 100% progress, he lasted for 4 years. But now, as long as the Hydra members in this base are killed and the achievement of killing 5,000 people is achieved, the death knell template will reach 100%, and there will be a template prize draw. I think now is the time. Facing the temptation to inherit the degree, Nanjo finally decided to attack this base. Falling Nell, my order is to retreat, now is not the time, we have to put a long line to catch the big fish. Seeing Nanjo insisted on attacking, Nick felt a little bit bad. But Nanjo still ignored Nick, and disconnected directly over there, and even the picture that was sent was instantly blacked out. This BD. Nick's face was gloomy, and it is no longer known how many times Nanjo has resisted. At the moment Nanjo stood up from the ground, put on the death knell mask, and quietly touched the edge of the base. On the tower at the top of the base, a member of Hydra was patrolling with a machine gun. And Nanjo was behind him, slowly approaching him. The Hydra member is observing the outside of the guard tower, and he hasn't noticed any clues yet. But suddenly both hands pressed on his head, and just so hard, the sound of bone dislocation came from his neck. Nanjo broke his neck directly. The death knell template brought Nanjo's superb fighting skills, physical fitness, gun usability, assassination ability, and even self-healing ability. Otherwise, he will not become a level 10 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D in a short time. Sneaking into here quietly is nothing to Nanjo. Nanjo gently put the hapless Hydra member aside, turned his head to look at the rest of the patrolling people, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The slaughter, it started. 1, 2, 3. More and more Hydra members fell in a pool of blood. Nanjo walked in the base like a ghost, and even the members of the base could not feel the disappearance of their companions. Time is short, the entire base has been silent. At this moment, in the tower of the base, Baron Strucker was sitting at his desk, and he finally noticed something strange. "Come on! Come on!" He tried to yell twice, but didn't get any response, which made Baron Strucker have a bad feeling. He just got up and opened the door of his office, but the door seemed to be blocked by something. He fixed his eyes, and an arm caught his eye. Baron Strucker slammed the door open, and this time he saw countless bodies lying in various places in the base. A sense of crisis crawled all over his body. He suddenly remembered that there was a pistol on his table, and he was going to get it when he turned around. But when he turned around, he found that Nanjo was sitting at his desk, still playing with the files on the desk. "Don't worry, there is no life left. You are the only Hydra member alive in the entire base now." Chapter 2, Dark Lord Darkseid Template. Nanjo was reading the information on the Baron's desk, and a familiar thing aroused his interest. "Who are you?" S.H.I.E.L.D. Baron Strucker looked at the man wearing a mask before his eyes, pretending to be calm. He is now unarmed, no different from the fish on the chopping board. Nanjo was refreshed and nodded directly. S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Death Knell. Hearing the word Death Knell, Baron Strucker couldn't help taking a step back. The famous Death Knell is when Hydra members talk about the existence of discoloration. Neither Black Widow nor Hawkeye is as powerful as the Death Knell. Just like his code name, as long as you see him, it is as if your own death bell is ringing. In the past 2 or 3 years, important members of Hydra have died under his gun. I said, "Are you still thinking about Tesseract? Isn't this thing in S.H.I.E.L.D? Obviously, it's the end of the battle, but the result is still unsuccessful. The drawings on the table looked like Tesseract, which made Nanjo amused. As long as you get Tesseract, your comeback is not a problem, you will end badly by then. You killed so many Hydra executives, but you never touched the roots of Hydra, and you killed me to no avail. When Nanjo heard this, he couldn't help but laugh twice, and then picked up the gun on the table. It's a pity, you shouldn't see the time for Hydra to make a comeback. The voice fell, and with a shot, the bullet hit Baron Strucker's heart. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, and Baron Strucker stood there with the last bit of strength. Hydra hail! After all, roar! Really loyal! Nanjo came to the Baron's corpse and closed his eyes that had not been closed. Aren't all of yours in SHIELD? That's SHIELD. It has nothing to do with me. Ding, the host is detected to kill the target 5,000 people, get 5% inheritance, death knell template inheritance reaches 100%, and win the must-win template lottery. Does the host hold a lottery? The mechanized voice of the system came. Nanjo nodded without hesitation, pump. The next moment, the huge light curtain in front of Nanjo began to frantically switch the screen. After more than 10 seconds, a man with a height of nearly 2.7 meters and a fierce face appeared in front of Nanjo. Ding, the lucky draw for the must-win template has begun. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Darkseid template. Since 5,000 people have cut the remaining 3% inheritance, they inherit the Darkseid 3% ability. Darkseid. Nanjo stood up abruptly, his face full of shock. I originally thought that the second template had the flash, which was very good, but I didn't expect it to draw out Darkseid directly. This is the Dark Monarch of the DC Universe, the strongest of the Apocalypse Star, the only existence of multi-universe, the new god of the universe. His existence directly promoted the establishment of the Justice League. Strengthening the excitement, Nanjo immediately chose to inherit. In the next moment, an invisible force began to raging crazily in Nanjo's body. The phantom of Darkseid instantly merged into Nanjo's body. The huge power filled Nanjo's body, and the surrounding air was all because of this huge. The amounts of energy produced vibrations. That energy swam wildly in Nanjo's body, and he felt tremendous heat all over his body. And he even heard the laughter of Darkseid in his body. With a slight fist, he can feel the terrifying energy, but with a stomped foot, cracks will appear on the ground. Nanjo's physical strength is already very terrifying now, and it may not even be able to cause damage from bullets or even explosions. Nanjo walked out of Baron Strucker's room excitedly, but suddenly, his eyes were locked on a wall. Based on the blessing of Nanjo as an agent over the years and the Death Knell template, he soon discovered that this was a secret door. When I sneaked in just now, I didn't find it. This was Nanjo's negligence. A fish that slipped through the net. Nanjo felt that there might be people inside, and he also wanted to test his physical strength. He clenched his fists and smashed the wall directly with less than 20% of his strength. Such strength made Nanjo himself dumbfounded. After the wall collapsed, 3 children came into view. A little girl with red hair attracted Nanjo's attention. After looking at the silver-haired teenager and the dark green-haired girl beside her, Nanjo seemed to have thought of something. The sudden arrival of Nanjo surprised them, and there was a trace of fear in their eyes. Nanjo came to them with a smile. "Don't be afraid, what are your names?" The red-haired girl looked at Nanjo's kind smile, she also let go of a little guard in her heart, and said, "My name is Wanda, his name is Pietro, and her name is Lorna." As soon as this remark came out, the corners of Nanjo's mouth rose. "Sure enough, the 3 people in front of you are Scarlet Witch, Quicksilver, and Polaris from childhood. Nanjo, this is not the first time you have resisted orders." In S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Nick Fury's office, Nick looked at Nanjo with a relaxed face with an ugly expression. "My order is obviously to retreat, why are you?" Having said that, Nick couldn't help but sighed. Nan Zhou's strength is naturally very strong, even surpassing Black Widow and Hawkeye, but his uncontrollability makes Nick very embarrassed. A 10th level agent who does its own thing often resists orders, which is a very fatal problem. I just think I can solve it. I have brought you a lot of information. Nan Zhou was playing with an apple in his hand, and he didn't seem to have any thoughts of eating. The gain you brought back this time is really important, but gain and disobedience are two different things. Looking at Nan Zhou in front of him, Nick was also a little out of breath. You must know that Nan Zhou's agent skills can be considered as Peggy's own training. That's Peggy's heart. If it weren't for Peggy's training, Nick can trust him, otherwise he would not delegate some important tasks to such a person. People who do their own way. But he wants to continue like this. But there is a risk of being eliminated. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't need a disobedient guy. But getting rid of a 10th level agent is such an easy task, and the final result may be a loss for both sides. Since you lost the Hydra base this time, killed Baron Strucker, and brought back a lot of useful information, S.H.I.E.L.D. will not hold you accountable. Pay attention next time. Nick finally said these words this time, pay attention to this next time. I don't know how many times they have said them. Understood. Nan Zhou just replied faintly, then got up and left. After leaving Nick's office, Nan Zhou got into the elevator. He leaned on the corner of the elevator and waited for the elevator to fall slowly. When arriving at a certain floor, the elevator stopped, and a Hill agent wearing agent clothing walked into the elevator. Chapter 3, Hill Agent. Nan Zhou looked at Hill, her gaze also looked at Nan Zhou, and the two smiled at each other. As Peggy's optimistic children, the two grew up together. This Hill can be regarded as Nan Zhou's childhood sweetheart. But Hill is different from Nan Zhou. She was placed by the World Council to monitor Nick. It's just that Hill supports Nick more. You can make Nick a headache. Hill came to Nan Zhou's side. When you hung up the communication device, Nick's face became darker. After hearing what Hill said, Nan Zhou also smiled. I simply feel that his decision is not right. I can take this base away. Nan Zhou and Nick have disagreed in decision-making not once or twice. The two people's ideas are really too different. Stop talking about this. What have you been up to lately? I have never seen you. Nan Zhou didn't want to talk about this topic very much, so he pulled it away casually. I've been in contact with Tony Stark recently. Hill couldn't help sighing when he heard Nan Zhou asking about his current situation. Tony Stark? What do you do with him? Calculating the time, it seems that it will not be long before Tony Stark was tied up in Afghanistan. Nick wants to get some weapons and equipment from Stark, as well as some more advanced technology, but unfortunately, I contacted many times, but his assistant was answering my call. Then Tony Stark is really speechless. He seems to be very busy, but he can be found in the casino. Hill said, leaning her forward with her hand. It could be seen that she would rather go on a mission than have too much contact with Stark. After solving this matter, consider asking Nick to give you a raise. Although Nan Zhou said so, he knew that Hill's mission would not be completed because it would not be long before Stark would change from an arms dealer to an Iron Man. The elevator has reached the first floor, and the two walked out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Do you have time tonight? Let's have a meal together. Hill hesitation, and finally said. Nan Zhou nodded without hesitation. Definitely yes. Seeing Nan Zhou agreed, Hill smiled sweetly, then turned and left. After leaving S.H.I.E.L.D., Nan Zhou returned to Peggy's home. Nan Zhou has been living in Peggy's home ever since he was adopted by Peggy after crossing over. At this moment, there are 3 more children in the home, the ones he brought back from Baron Strucker's base. But now none of these 3 children have any super ability. According to normal progress, Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver only acquired ability after they came into contact with Mind Gem. As for Polaris, she should exist in a universe with mutant, but this universe does not have a mutant setting. So Nanjo was puzzled by her existence. It's probably because of my own crossing that caused some confusion in this universe, so that the universe where Polaris exists appeared. If Polaris wants to obtain super ability, it should be similar to those two methods. Nanjo walked into Peggy's room and found that Peggy was telling a story to the three children. Obviously, Peggy has let the three children get rid of their guard against her. You get along well. Nanjo sat down on the bed. You always keep going. Did Nick complain again this time? Peggy raised her eyes to look at Nanjo, and there was a hint of complaint in her eyes. Apparently she knew about Nanjo's disobedience. Listen to Nick's grumbling, it's nothing serious. Peggy just sighed when Nanjo said so. A 20-year-old is still so uncomfortable. It's already known to all of S.H.I.E.L.D. that it will go its own way. This is a character that even Nick can't cure. What about these three kids? Are you not going to report it? The three of Scarlet Witch were taken directly to Peggy's house by Nanjo. Nanjo concealed both S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick. Nanjo shook his head. I have my own ideas, so let these three children stay with me. Peggy didn't say anything. After getting along just now, Peggy found that the three children seemed to like Nanjo very much. Maybe it was because Nanjo rescued them. Putting them around seems to be a good decision. For Nanzo, these three children are the superhero of the future, so staying with them is of great use. As for the Mind Gem, as long as it develops as normal to the time of the New York War, Nanzo will naturally have the opportunity to touch them and gain super ability. Thinking about it, Nanjo called up his own system page, which was not seen by anyone except Nanjo. Seeing that there was an extra line of Darkseid template in the column of the template, Nanjo reached out and clicked in. I rely on. Seeing the conditions for the growth of Darkseid's inheritance, Nanjo was dumbfounded. This difficulty seemed a bit abnormal. Daily exposure to high-intensity omega radiation for 4 hours, and complete 1000 push UPS and 1000 pull UPS, with an increase of 1% every 30 days. It stands to reason that I now have a 3% Darkseid template and a 100% Death Knell template. Things like push UPS and pull UPS are trivial. But exposure to high-intensity omega radiation for 4 hours is not an easy task. Omega radiation is on par with gamma radiation or even stronger than gamma radiation. Regardless of whether Nanjo's body can stand up or not, even wanting to get such a room with high-intensity omega radiation is a problem. The most important thing is that every 30 days, which is a month, will increase by 1%. In other words, if Nanjo wants to reach the 100% Darkseid template, it will take much more time than he inherited the Death Knell template. Thinking of this, Nanjo sighed helplessly. How eager he is now to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. and leave this place where there are so many rules. Nanzo's desire for freedom has never been so strong. When it was night, Nanjo contacted Hill as agreed, and the two came to a restaurant. The two just sat in the dining room. This was the first time they had a meal together alone since Nanzo entered SHIELD. Hill changed into a dress that he wouldn't wear, and after the agent's murderous spirit faded, Hill at this time was more like the Hill who had grown up with Nanzo. You are so beautiful today. Looking at Hill at this moment, Nanjo blurted out. These words made Hill, who was sitting opposite, flushed, and gave Nanjo a slight complaint. And this kind of action makes Nanjo feel that she is more beautiful. Chapter 4, The Courageous Man. But Hill's expression is not very happy. The night after tomorrow, Tony Stark is going to participate in the Aurora Awards. Nick asked me and Phil Coulson to be there, and at the same time to have contact with him. Touch. Nanjo recalled something. Do you want to contact him too? Hill shook his head. this matter is handed over to Phil Coulson. I am only responsible for being Phil Coulson's assistant. Or, you go with me too. Hill at the moment looked at Nanjo in front of him, with anticipation on his face. I'm going? What am I going to do? Nanjo still has to solve the school problems for the 3 children he brought back. He doesn't want to go so far to participate in the Aurora Awards. What's more, Stark won't be there at all, his figure is still in the casino. Hill saw that Nanjo wanted to refuse, the expression on her face was also a little disappointed, she looked around, and finally spoke slowly. It's not that you don't know who he is. Nanjo would understand when he said this, then Tony. Stark is a famous female hunter. All women who want to come into contact with him must be psychologically prepared. Obviously Hill is resisting this. Now that she said so, Nanjo naturally refused to continue, so she nodded and agreed to the matter. Hill was very excited when he saw this, and smiled again on his face. I will tell Phil Coulson about this, and he can definitely agree to it. Since Hill started to be an agent to perform tasks, she has rarely shown such a smile, and her nerves have always been tense. And only during this period of time with Nanjo can her body and mind be truly relaxed. After returning Hill to his residence, Nanjo did not rush back to Peggy's house, but entered the slums of Washington City. He came here, but the important thing. Even in the capital of the United States, its slums are dirty and sinful places. Nanjo at the moment is holding a mobile phone, and the page of the mobile phone is the website of the black market. There are all kinds of bigwigs offering rewards, and Nanjo's goal this time is the leader of an underground pill-selling gang in the slum. A big drug lord who controls the small pill business in the slums of the city. This person's head is worth a lot of money. It's really miserable for peers to assassinate each other. Nanjo had already locked this person's position. Although this big man had been hiding in the deepest part of the slum, it was extremely simple for Nanjo to find him. The moon is black and the wind is high in the night, killing people and setting fire to the sky. At the moment, Nanjo was dressed in night clothes, and he was shuttled among the slums, and no one found him. Soon Nanjo found some strange people. Although their clothes were simple and plain, they had guns on their waists. And what they were guarding was definitely Nanjo's goal this time, and it was in the tent with the lights on. I found this hapless guy. Seeing such a situation, Nanjo naturally locked the target's position, and then took the thermal imager. Sure enough, there was someone in the tent. Looking at the status, he should be tasting coffee. Try my body strength this time. Nanjo thought, leaping down. Who are you? Nanjo's appearance naturally attracted the attention of the gang, and a person raised his gun and asked. But instead of waiting for Nanjo's reply, he got Nanjo's fist instead. With just one punch, the gang member flew out, really flying out. Damn, there are enemies. When other gang members saw Nanjo drew their guns, they shot at Nanjo. But the bullet hit Nanjo as if it hit a steel plate, without causing any damage to Nanjo. On the contrary, Nanjo punched a child, and none of the people who suffered Nanjo's fist died directly without a collapse in their chest. Even his goal is no exception. In short time, the gangs here were all cleaned up by Nanjo. Except for the smell of blood, it was just horrible and quiet. Just watch Nanjo swaggered off the target's head and put it into a bag. After the task was completed, Nanjo walked to the trading place. Place transaction is also the city of Washington, and not too far from here, just in a bar. The man who joined was a strong man in a suit, and his attitude towards Nanjo was also very cold. Nanjo frowned, naturally smelling an ominous breath. The man in a suit took Nanjo to a special room in the bar. There was no feasting, but the light was still dim. This is a human head. Nanjo didn't want to waste time and put the head on the table. He wanted to take the money and leave. It's really his head, you helped me a lot. Opposite Nanjo, there was also a man in a suit. Looking at the ring on his hand, he could infer that this person is not low in status, and he must be a gangster or something. The famous assassin 47, can help me complete the task, it is really my honor. The black boss on the opposite side let out a thick laugh, which made Nanjo feel very dissatisfied. Nanjo learned that there is no killer game in this world, so he named it Killer 47, and became famous in the underground world. As for the money, I will also give it to you, but you are afraid that you will have to wait until the next life. Boss Hay said. The surrounding men drew their guns one after another, all aiming at Nanjo's head. You are not afraid to know it, you reward someone's head, but the whole $3 million, so. Nanjo sneered twice when he heard this. He naturally wanted this situation, but he didn't expect this guy to have the courage. The great underground world Killer 47 is finally about to become history, right? Boss Hay's face is full of enthusiasm. Killing this person will not only allow him to obtain a huge asset of 300 million yuan, but also make him famous in the underground world. Really stupid. Nanjo sighed, feeling that the black boss in front of him was a little cute. Immediately after Nanjo turned around and directly squeezed a gang member's hand into Meatloaf, the others immediately shot Nanjo. However, the bullet hit Nanjo's body without causing any damage. Instead, the rebound of the bullet caused several gangsters to fall to the ground. In less than 10 seconds, everyone in the room was knocked to the ground by Nanjo, and there was no sign of life, and their deaths were miserable. Nanjo's punch even directly smashed their liver. That eldest child dumbfounded, heaven to hell speed is so fast. You, who are you? The black boss couldn't accept this situation. He drew his gun and aimed at Nanjo and fired 3 shots in a row. But those bullets hit Nanjo's body, causing no harm. You are a monster. Boss Hay let out a desperate howl when he saw this. Who has seen such a bullet that can't cause harm? Nanjo looked at the black boss and sighed helplessly. I said you are really stupid. You think you can get those 300 million if you kill me? What's more, you can't kill me. Nanjo said, picking up the gun that Boss Hay had dropped to the ground because his hand was shaking. Your idea is bold, but unrealistic. You thought we could be a good partner, but you played yourself into my dead soul under the gun. With that, Nanjo raised his hand with a shot, ending the black boss' life. The surrounding area was full of corpses. Nanjo searched for a circle but didn't find the box where they put the money. It seemed that he didn't want to get the money at all. Thinking about it, Nanjo took all the valuable things here, and even though he lost a little bit, he still accepted it. It's bad luck. He couldn't help but cursed, and finally left the room. After out of the room, looked to the corner of the boat south side of the Matthew Murdoch, I hope you keep this secret, thank you very much. After speaking, Nanjo left straight away. After Nanjo left, a person walked out of the corner just now. No one else, it is the brave man Matthew Murdoch. Matthew walked into the room just now. Although he couldn't see it, he could feel the tragedy that happened in it only by smell. This Killer 47 is definitely not an ordinary human. Chapter 5, First Encounter with Stark. Time came to the night of the 3rd day, at the Aurora Awards ceremony. Why didn't anyone see Stark? Phil Coulson at the moment said. Phil Coulson and Hill came here to get in touch with Tony Stark, but now it seems that Stark is not here. He might be in the casino. Nanjo beside Phil Coulson looked at Colonel Rod who was speaking on the stage, and responded. This so-called Aurora Award is not even a pinky to his Stark. He will definitely not come to receive the award. Now maybe it is in which casino, it is easy to find it by checking it. Nanjo's words made Hill and Phil Coulson look at each other, and then both of them nodded. Basically everyone in the world knows what kind of person Stark is like. I will check. Phil Coulson didn't have the slightest hesitation, he took out his cell phone and dialed the phone. On the stage, the award ceremony had already begun, Stark still did not appear, and the one who came to the stage to receive the award was Obadiah Steiny. Nanjo looked at the bald head in front of him. This person was the first enemy Stark had to face, Iron Overlord. But now Obadi is not the Iron Overlord, but he has also begun to deploy a plan to kill Stark. In short time, Phil Coulson's phone vibrated slightly. He looked at the phone and said, "I found it, he is in the casino not far from here, a few minutes' drive away." With that, Phil Coulson was about to get up and leave. But at this time, Obadi's brief speech in place of Stark also ended, and all the people present also stood up and prepared to leave. When he squeezed the crowd out of the awards venue and got into the car to the casino where Stark was located, Colonel Rod had already chatted with Stark, who was surrounded by girls with an exploding figure. "You found him, go on." Jonan looked at Phil Coulson. Schematic Phil Coulson sees this opportunity. "It won't work, people from the military are here." Phil Coulson shook his head. "Nick's mission is very important, that is, not to let the military know about this, and Colonel Rod in front of him is a military member. Southboat also had a counseling shoulder, so that if military action S.H.I.E.L.D. knows some people, and for S.H.I.E.L.D., it is a bad way of things." Phil Coulson stepped forward while waiting for Colonel Rhodes and Stark to separate. Fortunately, he didn't wait too long. He didn't know if Rod's arrival disturbed Stark's nature or other reasons. After talking with Rod for a few words, Stark left the gaming table and took his bodyguard. Happy just walked out of the casino. Watching Colonel Rhodes shake hands with Stark and say goodbye, Phil Coulson knew his chance had arrived. "Mr. Stark." Phil Coulson came to Stark, and while talking, he took out his business card. "I am a member of the National Land Strategic Defense and Attack Logistics Support Bureau. I hope I can discuss some things with you alone," Phil Coulson said, handing over his business card. "This name is really smelly and long. I suggest you change it," Stark said as he motioned to Harpy behind him to take the business card. "What kind of bureau of yours? If there is something, I hope to contact my assistant first, and then my assistant will arrange a time for you. I still have business." Stark spoke those perfunctory words proficiently, and then left Phil Coulson's side. But suddenly, Stark's eyes were fixed on Hill, whose face and figure were both superior, immediately attracted Stark's attention. "This young and beautiful lady, I don't know how to call Roar." Stark stepped forward and took out his sister-in-law. Hill naturally didn't expect that Stark would actually notice him, with a wry smile on his face. "Would you like to think about having a meal or something for a while?" With that said, Stark naturally stretched out his hand and made an invitation gesture. In his current position, almost as long as he stretches out his hand, few girls can refuse him. And this time, behind Hill suddenly stretched out a hand grip on Stark's wrist. "Mr. Stark, I'm very sorry, this lady has an appointment tonight." Nanjo took Stark's hand, and went to Stark's face along the way, blocking Hill with his body. "Oh." Stark put on a look of surprise, then smiled slightly. "So I take the liberty, really sorry, I apologize for my Miss Yang Jue I just act." With that, Stark withdrew his hand, looked at Hill with a smile, then turned and left. After Stark left, Hill let out a sigh of relief. If Stark gets entangled in it, it would be really hard to get out. But it should be a lot easier to move out your identity. "Thanks." Hill looked at Nanjo and gave a thankful smile. Then, "This beautiful Ms. Hill, do you need me to take you home later?" Nanjo looked at Hill, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hill's face flushed slightly, and he slapped Nanjo on the shoulder with his fist, sighing. "Glib tongue." At this time, Phil Coulson also came to Nanjo's side. Seeing this, he could only cough twice to attract their attention. "This is considered a failure, he would go to Afghanistan tomorrow, this matter may have to go back." Phil Coulson sighed, but this was within his expectations. Is S.H.I.E.L.D so lacking in weapons? Nanjo looked at Phil Coulson and asked. But Phil Coulson shook his head. Weapon is not the point is his brain and skills. With that, Phil Coulson looked at Nanjo. You know. Nanzo naturally understood what Phil Coulson meant. S.H.I.E.L.D needed Stark's technology to help them perfect their Avengers plan. Nick told Nanjo of this plan, but Nanjo didn't have any interest, so this task did not fall to Nanjo in the end. The three of them left the casino while talking. Outside the casino, Stark was being interviewed by a female reporter with a hot body and an enchanting face. Nanjo approached Hill at the moment and whispered in her ear. What about a bet? This reporter will get in Stark's car in a moment. When Hill heard this, she turned her head to look at Stark, but she saw Stark's serious face, and then shook her head. This female reporter seems to make him very unhappy. I don't think it's possible. But then, Hill saw Stark smile, and the female reporter followed him in his car. The slap in the face too quickly made Hill a little embarrassed. I didn't accept your bet, she said hastily. Hill just walked forward without looking back. Nanjo also gave a wry smile. In Hill's state, he always felt like a big bad wolf, and could eat her at any time. Chapter 6, Stark is kidnapped. On the third day after the Aurora Awards ceremony, New York. Nanjo sent the three children to the school that Peggy arranged for them. As for why it is in New York, because Nanzo has a property in New York, under normal circumstances, Nanzo will live in this place, not in Washington City where S.H.I.E.L.D is located. This is the first day for the three of you to go to school. Don't make trouble for me. I have a very busy day. Nanjo told Wanda three people outside the school gate. They were already at the age of junior high school, so naturally they were also arranged to junior high school. However, their foundation is still relatively poor, and their academic performance may not be very satisfactory. The three children also nodded. Since the three were rescued by Nanjo, in their eyes, Nanjo is the only person they can rely on. Compared with Peggy, the three seemed to prefer this elder brother who was 6 or 7 years older than them. Brother Joe, don't worry, we will definitely not cause trouble. Wanda at the moment responded. Nanjo rubbed the heads of the three people with satisfaction, and then with a wave of hands, the three of them entered the school gate, and inside the school gate, their teacher was waiting for them. After sending these three little guys to the school, Nanjo also ushered in a long-lost relaxation. Nothing can hinder him recently, so he has to finish some of his own things. The first thing is to solve the problem of omega radiation. The prompt on the system is to be exposed to high-intensity omega radiation. But this omega radiation is not so easy to do. It is a thing many times rarer than gamma radiation. There are only two places that have this thing now. One is S.H.I.E.L.D and the other is Stark Industries. There is no need to think about SHIELD. It is impossible for him to ask Nick for it. It will be troublesome to cause Nick's suspicion. As for Stark Industries, if you have a chance, you can give it a try, but the hope is not great. As for other places where omega radiation could be possessed, Nanzo really hadn't thought of it. Thinking of this, Nanjo also had a headache, and he was also thinking about where these things could be obtained. But while Nanjo was still thinking, he didn't notice that he ran into a running child head-on. The child hit Nanjo's body and sat down on the ground, clutching his head, holding back tears. Nanjo squatted down immediately when he saw this, and the child in front of him was very familiar. Peter. At this time, a young woman came to the child and patted the dust on his body. Why are you so careless? The words are full of blame and worry. And she also stood up and looked at Nanjo. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble, Peter, apologize to my brother. After listening to her, the child finally stood up, looked at Nanjo, and then bowed. Sorry. Nanjo smiled and shook his head. It's okay, I'm not right, I didn't notice the children while walking. After apologizing, the two parties left each, but Nanjo's eyes stayed on the little boy for a long time. He can be sure that the child who hit him just now is the future Spider-Man Peter Parker. And the young woman with him is Aunt May. It's fate. Nanjo smiled and shook his head. Sometimes fate is always wonderful. At this moment, Nanzo's phone rang. I'm Nick, Stark was kidnapped. I hope you can rescue him. In Nanzo's home, he and Nick are engaged in a secret video. You know about Stark in Afghanistan. Nick at the moment's face is a bit ugly. It may be that Stark has such a problem, disrupting Nick's deployment. Nanjo nodded. Now almost the whole world is reporting about this, and the stock of Stark Industries is also falling frantically. Many people think that Stark should not be able to escape this catastrophe. Those guys in the Middle East are known for being cruel and inhuman. I need you to go to Afghanistan to rescue him now. Nick knows that the Avengers project cannot be without Stark's technology, no one can change it, so Stark definitely cannot die in the Middle East. I refuse this. Nanjo refused directly. As a traverser, he naturally knew the end of everything. Stark won't die, he can escape alive and eventually become the superhero Iron Man. At that time, S.H.I.E.L.D. needs not only his skills, but also his people. Stark is very important to us, you should understand. Seeing Nanjo refused directly, Nick was a little angry. The current situation is that as long as 1 second is late, Stark may die in the Middle East. Don't worry, Stark shouldn't die. He can come back from the Middle East alive, you know. Nanjo at the moment has picked up a banana leisurely for a long time, completely ignoring that at the moment has been unable to suppress the angry Nick. Immediately afterwards, Nick hung up the video call. Looking at the blackened screen, Nanjo snorted twice. When Stark returned safely, Nick's face would be beaten and swollen. But time was short. Nanjo's cell phone rang again, this time Peggy called. Looking at the caller ID, Nanjo's face sank. Damn, this trick again. Nanjo arranged his equipment, his face was full of reluctance, but there was no way. Nick moved out of Peggy. Nanjo, who was raised by Peggy, finally compromised under Peggy's persuasion with reason and affection. Finally, listening to Peggy talking about those Stark's useful words for S.H.I.E.L.D., he reluctantly agreed. At the moment, beside Nanjo, stood a blonde, blue-eyed, beautiful woman. She was Peggy's niece, Sharon Carter. Sharon rushed to New York directly from Washington, and she was also an agent of SHIELD. Her task was to help Nanjo take care of the 3 little guys. Afghanistan is very dangerous, pay attention to your own safety. Sharon looked at Nanjo who was ready to go and exhorted. Nanjo nodded, that place can't do anything to me. If I get stuck there, then I'm really embarrassed. Don't be a level 10 agent. With that said, Nanjo looked at Xuelun. The 3 little guys will be handed over to you. The 3 of them may be a little confessed. You need to get in touch with them. When Xuelun saw Nanjo like this, he couldn't help but laugh twice. This is the first time I saw you like this, why? Now when I meet these 3 children, paternal love is overflowing. The corner of Nanjo's mouth curled. I'm afraid that if you come into contact with them, direct maternal love will overflow. When Xuelun heard this, she groaned. Whose maternal love is overflowing? Go and save your Stark. Chapter 7, Rescue Stark. A few days later, Afghanistan. Nanjo was resting quietly near the valley where Stark was imprisoned. The valley is not particularly difficult to find, Nanjo also found it quite easily. He has turned off all communication equipment on his body, and S.H.I.E.L.D. can't contact him at all. Nanjo's idea is very simple. He is waiting for Stark to appear in the Mark I armor. If Nanjo rescues Stark now, then superhero Iron Man may not appear, and Stark can only be a clean energy boss. Or he was seized by Obadiah before he became a tycoon. Nanzo also considers not to violate the history of the entire Marvel world, so as not to cause more trouble. At this moment in the cave in the valley, Stark and Ethan are fighting for the last time. Under the surveillance of the kidnappers, the Mark I was built as a survival tool. The hammer's hammering sounded from the cave every minute and every second made Ethan and Stark fear. If one of them is not paying attention, their behavior is discovered, then death is waiting for them. Not long ago, they almost experienced it all. Now is not the time to slow down. If you continue to drag on, the two of them will definitely have nothing to eat. Here, Stark and the other two are speeding up their progress frantically, and Nanjo is also waiting a little irritated. And S.H.I.E.L.D is even more anxious. Nanjo lost contact, making Nick a little worried. He couldn't determine whether Nanjo lost contact, whether Nanjo did it deliberately, or what happened to Nanjo. But logically speaking, as a 10th level agent, Nanzo can't do anything normally. Those kidnappers should have no way to hurt Nanjo. Nanzo kills them, just like playing. But now, Nanjo has lost contact, and any means of communication by S.H.I.E.L.D has failed. How can this not make Nick worry? As a person with a small number of people who he trusts, if there is any accident in Nanzo, whether it is to himself or S.H.I.E.L.D, it will be huge amounts of loss. I hope this is his own. Nick sat at his desk, praying silently. And the time came the next day, and finally there was a slight change in the valley. This made Nanjo, who had been groggy these days, suddenly interested. You bastards! Go to hell! Ethan was shooting frantically with his gun. This was the last thing he did to prepare for Stark. After this incident, he can be reunited with his family. The kidnappers in the valley are also holding guns, walking slowly like a valley. It is obvious that Ethan will be killed in a short time. Nanjo was looking at the kidnappers gathering outside the valley, and a thought flashed through his mind. Thinking about it, Nanjo jumped over the valley, and the target was the soldiers who were gathering. Since obtaining the Darkseid template, Nanzo's physical strength is no longer a normal human being. Even if he jumped down from such a high place, it was not a problem for him. And the force generated by falling in the air also caused Nanjo to hit the head of a kidnapper directly as soon as he landed. The blood had splashed on the face of the kidnapper on the other side. Seeing their dazed expressions, it was obvious that they hadn't reacted to Nanjo's arrival. After all, Nanjo was also considered to have fallen from the sky, which had violated their cognition. However, Nanjo didn't care about these things and punched the kidnapper who was stunned. This punch was less than 10% of the strength, but the man's ribs had all been broken, and his hyuxia still had one directly inserted into his heart, killing roar. At this time, these kidnappers realized that the masked guy in front of them was their enemy. Shoot! Kill him! The fat leader among the kidnappers immediately yelled. Regardless of whether Nanjo descended from the sky or rose from the ground, in their perception, as long as the gun was shot, it would definitely die. But it is clear that their ideas are stupid. Just like the gangster who was killed by Nanjo before, the bullet from the kidnapper's gun hit Nanjo, causing no harm to him. Even a slight itching boat to experience less than the south. Really disappointed me. Nanjo couldn't help but sighed. See the kidnappers see the shuttle go, did not cause any harm to him, is suddenly panicked. At this time, Nanjo moved. A flash came to the kidnapper and sent him back to the west with just one punch. Next, Nanjo was like the Superman with the same punch. One punch was to kill a kidnapper. In less than a minute, there were not many kidnappers outside the cave. The kidnappers in the cave were also driven out, they already knew what was going on outside. Ethan had been shot in the thigh, lying on the ground in pain, and those people could kill themselves directly, but they turned their heads and left. At this time, Stark also wore his own Mark I and walked out of the place where he was being held. He unstoppably solved some miscellaneous fish, walked out of the cave, saw Ethan was injured, and hurried forward. "Ethan! Are you okay? Where are those people?" Ethan shook his head. "I don't know why, they plan to kill me, but they will go out soon." Ethan's words made Stark a little strange, but he still planned to go out and take a look. When the two walked out of the cave, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Countless dead bodies lying on the floor of the kidnappers, while the rest of the people, it is holding a machine gun, bursts with a crazy costume to wear agent, masked men. And the faces of those kidnappers were filled with fear. Is this man a monster? Ethan and Stark watched Nanjo ignoring any bullet damage, and the shock on their faces grew deeper and deeper. It is impossible for someone to block the bullet, and it is impossible for someone to jump so high and so far. Even Captain America Steve Rogers can't do it. Front of the people, even more horrible than the Captain America. And while they were still shocked, Nanjo solved the last enemy. In fact, Nanzo could end the battle long ago. Killing these people is as simple as crushing ants. But in order to make things more interesting, Nanjo was playing with them, as if playing with prey. In the end, these people all became cold corpses. At this time, Nanjo also noticed the two Stark. "You guys are out." Nanjo walked slowly towards the two and found that their faces were full of vigilance. Stark also immediately stopped in front of Ethan. This scene caused Nanjo to be taken aback for a moment, and then said, "Relax, I'm here to save you." Chapter 8, Bye Crazy. "Who are you?" Seeing Nanjo approaching slowly, Stark and Ethan didn't dare to be careless for a moment. They witnessed the monster-like strength of this man with their own eyes. "I'm here to save you, I have no malice against you." Watching his face filled with vigilance, duo, Southboat also some silent, evidently now want to explain, for fear that a poorly explained. "Are you from the military? Are you also a super soldier? Also inoculated with blood like Captain America?" Stark asked again. What he can think of now is that this person has been inoculated with blood cyan similar to that, otherwise it is impossible that the bullet will not be able to penetrate him. Nanjo was a little speechless. Why couldn't this Stark grasp the point? "It doesn't matter who I am now. What's important is that I am here to save you. Now is the best chance for you to leave here, you know." With that, Nanjo pointed to Stark. "Your rack should be able to fly, but now is a great opportunity to leave here, so leave now." Southboat then let Stark is surprised a moment. "Why in front of the people you will know that there is function flight of armor." The South also see the boat. Stark doubts eyes, then waved. "I know far more things than you think, so I don't have to report so many questions. Just leave honestly. Don't tell me what happened today, it's your armor that solved all the enemies. Understand?" With that said, Nanjo jumped, just 3 jumps, and left the valley, leaving Stark and Ethan with bewildered faces. The two looked at each other, and they still couldn't react a little bit, but the fact was that they were saved. "Come on, let's get out of here." Stark grabbed Ethan, then turned on the flight system of his armor, and then flew away from the place he would never forget for the rest of his life. On Nanzo's side, the mission was successfully completed, Stark was rescued, Mark I was successfully developed, and even Ethan was saved. The mission this time can be said to be overfulfilled. But he connected to the communication system, and Nick Fury greeted him with a curse. Fortunately, however, the successful completion of the task, Nick cannot say of what. And Nanzo also concealed the Mark I incident. Stark took Ethan to leave, and waited for the military plane smoothly. The two were completely saved and returned to their hometown. The first thing Stark did when he returned to his hometown was to hold a press conference and announced at the press conference that it would permanently close the Weapons Research and Development Department of Stark Industries. The experience in Afghanistan completely changed Stark, and he was determined to do something. and Ethan was also settled by Stark next to his mansion. The idea of Mark I upgrade version also came to Stark's mind. Stark lightly announced the closure of the Weapons Research and Development Department, and the consequence was that the stock of Stark Industries plummeted. Stark disappeared and was kidnapped, and Stark Industries stocks have fallen. This time, Stark's decision to allow the stock once again fell. More and more people are selling the shares of Stark Industries. They all want to stop the bleeding as soon as possible. If they don't stop the bleeding in time, they will lose more. But Stark Industrial stocks like a hot potato in general, who would take? This is no hope of a stock up, of course. No one is willing to take disc. But there is one exception. Stark. When people sell a variety of industrial stocks, a person crazy to buy, and this person called boating. Definitely, Star Boat's sailing just a pseudonym, his real identity, in fact, South Boat. As AS.H.I.E.L.D10 agent, South Boat has also a lot of wealth, including base salary, plus a variety of tasks reward. Coupled with the task when the boat's south, scouring some very valuable things back to sell, then there is the task of the black market. South Boat now who deposits up to $150 million. However, these funds before the amount that an individual Stark Industries, is clearly not enough to see. But now Stark Industrial stocks, but at the time of the crash, $150 million fund to directly buy a considerable proportion of the shares. South Boat, just give yourself thousands of dollars, the rest of the money used to buy all the shares of Stark Industries. Such behavior outsiders, it is purely a big fool. Now others hard not to make Stark Industries to sell all the shares, which would someone buy But they do not know, but it is aware of the boat south, in the future shortly after, Stark Industries stock will rise rapidly, the speed so that everyone can offer. At that time, the boat south of Resurgent Stark is the majority shareholder of the industry. Money kind of thing, but also will become enough of the flowers. Now those people have taken advantage of the South as a boat, but over time, they have to regret it dead. There are people actually buy just the opposite, buying our stock. The emergency board of Stark Industries, watching a screen full of green, the directors are worried. This is why they do not want to get rid of Stark stocks. But the proportion of their share is too great, no one will pick up the disc, not sell. Only once sold a little bit, which no one can buy it. Who could have imagined that the stock market's hot inside Stark Industrial stocks, even now there will be such a field. This man's background was very mysterious, I sent someone to check, did not find him. Generation Obama alkyline at the moment of said opening. The directors looked at each one, this man will not be Stark yourself? See, their own stock fell so fast, so his own pocket to buy stocks. Or that it was Stark's strategy, in order to be able to control the entire Stark Industries, to put all our stock our only. Directors began to speculate on various conspiracy theories. Obama on behalf of the Asia and the serious face, looking at his cell phone. He checked the identity of the boats sailing a long time have not identified, he does not feel this mysterious person will be Stark, certainly someone else. But this man has been finding out, let Obama on behalf of the Asian mind there are some concerns. Stark has been able to come back alive beyond his imagination, and the group of people in the Middle East, it is a living or not, all were exterminate. The military said Stark is his escape, which is the military does not need to lie, because the military cannot miss any opportunity to promote their enemies. That is to say, someone else Stark went out, that would not have boats sailing in this relationship. Obama behalf of the Asian thought, face more and more dignified. Chapter 9, Night Interview Stark. The Stark mansion is in the basement, and Stark and Ethan are in the process of manufacturing Mark II. However, the progress of the two of them is still in the manufacture of the legs. Stark Industrial shares plummeted. Stark still knows. A company's stock fell by 56.5 points, which would be a huge amount of blow to any company. Even Stark Industries is no exception. But Obadi seemed to have taken full responsibility, and Stark seemed to be emptied. But he doesn't really care about these things, he doesn't need to worry about the troubles, he can make the Mark II with peace of mind. J.A.R.V.I.S, call out the drawing. Stark spoke as he fine-cut the mechanical carving of the leg. Clear. A slightly mechanized voice sounded, and the source of the sound was Stark's artificial intelligence JARVIS. J.A.R.V.I.S heard Tony's order and immediately called up the holographic projection of the drawings of all the parts of Mark II. Ethan at the moment came to the drawing, carefully observed the drawing of the leg, and then looked back at Stark. We still need to improve the leg area. As Ethan, who built the Mark I with Stark, naturally accepted Stark's invitation to build the Mark II with Stark. This is an unprecedented experience for Ethan. He knew that if Mark II come out, then the whole world will be shocked. All the weapons of Stark Industries, when added up, won't have this Mark II, which is shocking. Mark I is a piece of equipment that can change the course of the world, not to mention the current Mark II. Ethan is very excited to join such a project that changes the progress of the human world. J.A.R.V.I.S, play a song to listen to it. Stark felt it was so boring all the time, so let J.A.R.V.I.S play some music to add to the fun. It was his custom to have. But unlike before, Stark's words did not get a response from JARVIS. J.A.R.V.I.S. Stark some doubts, said again, but still no response. It makes Stark some bad feeling. But at this time, J.A.R.V.I.S suddenly spoke. Mr. Stark, I just encountered the rewrite system. Someone may have entered your villa. When J.A.R.V.I.S said this, Stark and Ethan looked at each other. Those who can rewrite the J.A.R.V.I.S program are afraid that the whole world will not be able to find one, but J.A.R.V.I.S naturally cannot tell lies, that is to say, someone really wrote the J.A.R.V.I.S program and entered their villa. Stark picked up a wrench, and now he has not produced above steel armor attack device, so that only a self-defense weapon. Ethan also took up a weapon to defend himself, and the two of them stared at the only exit. Sure enough, a man wearing a mask and a black hoodie walked slowly down the stairs. Seeing this mask, Stark and Ethan were both stunned. This mask is the person who has been injured by countless bullets in Afghanistan and beat up the kidnappers. This person is Nanzo. Don't be nervous, I am not hostile. Seeing the two holding weapons and staring at themselves vigilantly, Nanjo quickly explained. Then, a boat south on the front of the instrument locks, only less than half a minute, lock Stark basement was solved. As a template inherit the death knell of the south has reached 100% of the boat, he inherited not only the death knell of fighting techniques and the use of firearms. He also inherited the death knell that 90% of brain development. You want to break Stark basement password is actually quite easy. Stark incredible watching the boat south. In his view, this should be the world's most difficult to break through. The program will send less than half a minute in the hands of the south boat time to break. This makes the aura of genius has braved Stark somewhat difficult to accept. The south boat into the studio, sitting on the side of the table, looking at what they were in the study. How? You going to make the armor upgrade version? Stark slowly forward, although in Afghanistan when the saved himself and Ethan, but that does not make Stark entirely trust him. What are you doing here? This time Ethan Courage asked. I came here to do? Nature is good to see you having a good. This outburst boat south, Stark and Ethan nature will not believe it, Sichuangman's eye just to see how they nice? Not believe in ghosts. Definitely, this is a joke. At the moment the boat south from the table, got up, went to number 2 next to Mark legs, straight up watching. I came here is one thing I hope you will help me to do. I can be considered to save your people, and you give me some money, or help me do some things that are not normal. Stark and Ethan looked at each other. Jonan said nothing wrong. If not South Boat, then Ethan's spirits of the dead may have been under the gun. Stark will not be so easy to leave the cave. So the boat south to have some really paid unduly. What do you say? Well, Stark feels South Boat should not detrimental to the two plans. That will be a wrench on the table. My request is simple, to your current strength can still be done. Southern Boat sitting on a swivel chair sitting Stark. I need you to bring me a room full of Omega radiation. Nanzo his words, Stark and Ethan were quite surprised. You know, Omega radiation, but the world's most terrifying radiation. By gamma radiation too, how to say it will not die immediately. But the radiation exposure to Omega, that is irradiated to the people on the spot will certainly be distributed to them bleeding, organ failure, all body rot and subsequently died. Do not do that thing. Stark asked. South Boat is shaking his head, that you do not have control, you just help me get on the line, this room is the best I can be taken away, and your identity Stark, but also it is not particularly difficult. In fact, these things South Boat I could get, but it is too much trouble, it would be better to Stark, I can still save points. Well, I promise you. Stark hesitation a moment, then nodded his head. But you have to ensure that the future will not just into my house, then I'll give you ready to write off between us. South Joe smiled, yes, deal. He said. South Boat pulled out a business card. After completing this phone number to call, some of the best fast oh. Then, the boat got up and left the basement south of Stark. Stark from the main entrance of the mansion swaggered out. Chapter 10, Gold and Men. South Stark boat arrival for a 2-episode it is, number 2 mark the process will continue, as the house with Omega Ray, Stark would find another time to solve. The boat left the South Stark's mansion, returned to New York, the 3 little guys seem to have performed well in school, at least not provoke any trouble, other people do not find their troubles. Since the boat back from the south of Afghanistan, Sharon left the boat south from home, now turned into a boat to the south with 3 children. But the night boat south, still will not be idle, he still has things to do. They have bought Stark Industries nearly $150 million in stock, and now the south boat, strictly speaking, has not a rich man, and the only bank savings of thousands of dollars a south boat to do now is to transfer some money. Definitely, this money, naturally earned from the black market. A dark and stormy night in New York is the gang's carnival. Upscale clubs in New York, those young girls on stage writhing figure, for those who watch the gang gangster. One of fancy relatively thin, cigar dangling from his mouth who, watching the young girl, eyes full of desire. If not for the many people here now, he needs to maintain their status, otherwise, he would have pounced like a hungry wolf usually go. But at this time, the door of their room opened, and a masked man appeared in the outside room. Everyone looked at each other, they do not know who this man. Who are you doing here? Want to die, right? The thin man got up and stood up, took out his gun, shook hands, his voice full of threats. But the New York underground of their king, who would not look so hot they. The man wearing the mask, it is uttered a sneer. Close to death still so rampant? Remember, I just take your life people. This masked man is none other than South Boat. South Boat drew a pistol from his waist, who shot a speedy resolution of the thin man around. Broke its turn of events so that these people are surprised a moment, and those girls on stage also occurred squat body screaming. Damn it! Thin man immediately understood, in front of the South Boat ill intent, is afraid to take their own lives. Quick grab! Emaciated man roar, then turned and ran back. This room also has a secret door to help him out of here. But how could the South Boat easily let him leave? To see him leap to a very exaggerated way directly stepped on the back of a man. Upon seeing the rest of the people did not dare to have too much of surprise, the boat turned south is crazy shooting. But people encounter and south boat before, these bullets hit the south of the boat did not have any damage. At the moment the boat while the south is a crouch, watching the being trampled underfoot own man. Some people spend money on your life, so I wronged you. Then, the gun against the man's forehead. Those men's bullets cannot hurt to see south of the boat and tried just want to fight. But everyone who approached Nanzo was beaten by Nanzo with one punch, and Kikiao died of bleeding. You dare not kill me! The thin man shouted at the moment, with a hint of fear in his tone. I'm from Jin Bin. You dare not kill me! If you kill me, Jin Bin will chase you to the end of the world. Whether it is your employer or you will be brutally killed by Jin Bin boss. Nanzhou was also taken aback by the thin man's words. He didn't expect that the man in front of him was actually Jin Ping's subordinate. I'm a powerful subordinate of Jin Ping boss, you can kill me, the consequences can be imagined. See, the man listened to the south boat in your own words, stunned for a moment, that the boat is south and golden name overawed, and quickly continued. I see you good skill, it is better to join us? For the gold work and the boss, then went to worry about food and clothing, and how? I thought Nanzhou would let him go if he said this, but when Nanzhou heard this, he shot it down, and all the teeth in the thin man's mouth were smashed out. Severe pain is to let the man sent several more screams. I don't care if what you say is true or false, even if you are a capable subordinate of Jin Bin. Jin does not have a face-to-face with me. Nanzhou patted the face of the thin man. If my employer asks me to kill Golden Union, then I will kill it as well. For me, everyone in the world is equal. As long as I target it, there is only one dead end. Then, the boat south of the muzzle up against the man's head. You'd better look forward to it, your boss will go down to find you after a while. The voice fell, a gunshot sounded, and then only the screams of women were left in the whole room. New York, somewhere. The seemingly huge man sat at the table, the phone in his hand was directly crushed by him. Damn, what this killer code 47 in the end is what people. This extremely angry man is the king of the underground in New York, Golden Union Wilson Fisk. Gold and just received news of his capable hands and a subordinate were killed in all. After inquiry, this thing was done by a killer named Code 47. The killer, which is south of the boat, the whole underground world is prominent. It started appearing 4 years ago, and so far, there has not been a single failure, and all assassinations have been successful. As long as someone's order is taken by him, the employer can have a good night's sleep, because if he opens his eyes the next day, that person is a dead man. Find out who this person is. As the biggest gang leader in New York, Jin he didn't pay much attention to the existence of Code 47, after all, he didn't need this person for his own affairs. But now, the code name 47 has hit his head, killing his cronies. How can this not make Jin Rong angry? This has always been the case throughout New York. If you want to survive, you must either get close to or stay away from the Golden Union. Since you are breaking ground on Tai Sui, don't blame Tai Sui for sending you to see God. But at this time, the secretary who had been standing next to Jin Bin slowly spoke up. This code named 47 has been investigated by many people, but they have all failed. His identity is very secret. I think it is unlikely that we will find out. Before the secretary's words fell, Jin Qiu slapped the table in front of him with a slap. If you can't find out, check it out for me. I'm the king of New York. Can't find out the identity of a killer? Check it out for me. Even if you dig 3 feet in the ground, you have to find this person out for me. I want him to know how miserable it is to offend me. Chapter 11, Jin and Declare War. On this day, the underground world of New York is crazy. The king of the underground world of New York, Jin Bin, issued a reward order on the black market. As long as the identity of the codename 47 can be investigated, there will be a reward of $30 million. If it can bring his head to the top, it will be sufficient. A remuneration of $50 million. This news has been released on the black market, and has set off a big wave of rendering in the entire underground world. Code 47 is the hottest killer on the black market recently, and Jin is the king of the underground world in New York. Both of these occur seems irreconcilable contradiction Kim and want hands of the killer. Moreover, the remuneration of $30 million and $50 million is too generous, and countless people who want to turn over are all gearing up and planning to try. And this time, a motel in New York, the Daredevil's Matt Murdock also know the news. The last time he met a man, that is, Code 47, and this person cannot help but find himself an opening also tell their own identity. This makes Murdock feel that this person is very dangerous. Coupled with his means of solving goals, Murdock even felt that this code-named 47 is a Superman category. He also tried to investigate the identity of this code-named 47, but unfortunately, the investigation failed. The identity of this person was chained to the upper layers, and his ability could not be investigated. However, this person is only a killer at present, and the target is also the members of the gang. He is to help various gangs eat the gang, and it does not pose a threat to himself and the society, so he did not investigate too much. I don't know this time, how can you solve this trouble? Murdock came to the window. Although he could not see the scenery outside the window, the sound of the wind and the voice of pedestrians could make him feel everything outside. The duel between Jin Rong and the top killer is really a good show. However, even though the underground world is deep-fried, Nanzo still lives on his own. At the end of this order, he also got a lot of money, at least for this period of time, he can relax with peace of mind. And Jinhui also knew about things on his side, but he didn't care about it. Anyway, no matter how to check, his status will never be found. Since he couldn't find himself, then Jin didn't have to be incompetent and furious. Isn't it good to watch this good show by yourself at home? And at the moment, a basement in New York. A man was tied to a chair by Wahueda, his fingernails had all been pulled out, and his entire hand was bloody. There are also many bruises on his face, and there are few intact teeth. This person is the one who hired Nanjo to kill Jin and able to subordinates. Is a leader of the New York gangster. At this moment, Jin he walked out of the shadow with his fingers and looked at the man with fearful eyes in front of him. Answer me, what does that code name 47 look like? What are its characteristics? The man just shook his head, because his teeth were broken, so his voice was also vague. I really don't know. We are all online trading. The words of a man already very clear, and he just southboat online transactions, contact the employer after resolving finished, the money will finally hit on one account. The account is a protected account. No matter where it is checked, it is an empty account and the account is invalid. Therefore, it is really difficult to find information about Nanzo from the employer. And even if he finds an employer who had previously dealt face-to-face, Nanjo still wears a mask, and his voice has changed. Naturally, he said the reason. Jinping looked at the man who had urinated at the moment, and sighed. You say who you mess with bad? But why mess with me? I'm also looking for someone to kill people. With that, Jin grabbed the man's hair. You know the consequences of provoking me? Do you think you can have a whole body? Voice down, with gold and brass knuckles fist punch that hit the man's face. This punch made the man's entire cheek collapse. One punch after one punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. After 3 punches, man's face has been horrendous, although the pain, but he has no voice, the people dying, soon died. Naturally, these 3 punches were not enough to let Jinhee vent his anger, but Jinhee also knew that if he fought here, the man was going to die. He died, his fun is gone. Thinking of this, Jinwei released his hand and looked back at his subordinates. Let him give me hanging breath, do not let him die. I would also like to take his fun too. What Jin had to do was to make this life worse than death, the code named 47, choking to death. 3 days later, Nanjo sent the 3 children to school, and his phone rang at this time. Nanjo answered the phone, and what came from inside was Stark's voice. "Your house with Omega radiation has been fixed for you. When will you come to pick it up?" When Nanjo heard this, he was overjoyed. "I didn't want to use this Stark to work really fast. It only took 4 or 5 days to get it right. I'll go over, wait for me a while." Nanzo hung up the phone and immediately bought a ticket to California. The time elapsed from east to west is not particularly long, but I don't know if it is because of the expectation of this house full of Omega rays or other reasons. Nanjo felt that the time on the plane was extremely tormented. As soon as the plane landed, Nanjo went to Stark's villa without stopping. Still the old way, put on a mask to avoid surveillance, and after cracking the code, I came to Stark's mansion. But unlike before, this time, Pepper Potts, Stark's assistant, is also here. Nanjo escaped Potts' realization in Stark's mansion and went to the basement. I don't know if it was because of the last experience, this time Nanjo's appearance made Stark and Ethan calm a lot. "The house is ready for you. It's in my garage. I'll take you to get it." Stark didn't talk nonsense when he saw Nanjo. He put aside his work and wanted to take Nanjo to the garage. At the moment, the Mark II machine was also presented in front of Nanjo. The silver armor revealed a cold domineering, which made Nanjo quite interested. "After all, this is the first time I have seen a physical steel armor. This is a completely different feeling from seeing it in the movie." Stark and Ethan did not have a battle armor that could conceal theirs. After all, the last time Nanjo came to see their blueprints, there was no need to conceal them this time. "This thing is really handsome." Nanjo looked at this armor and couldn't help sighing. Sure enough, the racks are the romance of men. Chapter 12, The Horrible Omega Radiation. In New York, Nanjo brought back the house full of Omega radiation prepared by Stark to his garage. The Nanjofa garage is not small, but there is only one car in it, so it is easy to put down such a house. The material and structure of the entire house are radiation-proof, and the ceiling is very good. After all, if Omega radiation leaks, it will be a devastating blow to the entire neighborhood, and even the entire New York City. Nanjo walked into this room and quickly noticed the red button. According to Stark, pressing that button would fill the room with Omega radiation. Nanjo closed the door of the room and fastened 3 reinforced locks. In fact, his heart is still quite nervous. After all, he doesn't know what he will become after being exposed to radiation. Taking a deep breath, Nanjo put his hand on the red button and pressed it directly. In an instant, the light in the entire room turned red, and then a sharp pain came from Nanjo's body. This pain caused Nanjo to kneel directly on one knee, with beads of sweat on his forehead. And Nanjo's clothes vanished in an instant. Ding! It is detected that the host is exposed to high-intensity Omega radiation, and the life protection function is activated. As soon as the system said this, Nanjo thought that his pain would be relieved a lot. But what I didn't expect was that the pain did not abate at all. Dare to love, this so-called life protection function just protects oneself from death, does not reduce pain at all. Nanjo couldn't help but curse the system a few words in his heart. Now, he is experiencing the pain of Omega radiation all the time. This pain is not something normal people can bear. Even if Captain America is put in, the result will be the same. But Nanjo had to stay here for 4 hours. For him, these 4 hours were like being in purgatory on Earth. What's more uncomfortable is that he has to endure such pain to do 1000 push UPS and 1000 pull UPS, and it will increase by 1% every 30 days. Although this increase is much higher than the death knell template, the pain to be endured to achieve this condition is many times that of the death knell template. Come on! Let's start! Enduring the severe pain, Nanjo started his push-up exercise. Each time is a test of the limits of the body. If you change to normal, these 1000 times will be sprinkling water, but now it's different. As time passed, Nanzhou's roaring students often came from this small room full of high-intensity omega radiation. 5.5 hours have passed, and Nanzhou at the moment is pulling up the upper edge of the room and sitting with pull UPS. Now the south boat been able to see the dawn of victory. 996. 997. 998. Nanzhou's whole body was trembling, and the only thing that supported him now was his willpower. 999. 1000. Just as Nanzhou finished the last pull-up, he fell to the ground instantly. The bones all over his body seemed to be scattered, and Nanzhou was lying on the ground rather than lying on the ground. Ding! The host's daily mission is achieved. Reaching 30 times can increase the Darkseid template by 1%. Now it has been achieved once. The host will not carry radiation. Please rest assured that the host will be in contact with others. The mechanized voice of the system came. Nanzhou wanted to scold the BD system, but at this moment he had no strength anymore. Just watch Nanzhou wriggle his body and start crawling towards the red button little by little. The last fingertip is on the button. Nanzhou exhausted his last bit of strength and pressed the button. The red light in the entire room dissipated instantly, replaced by soft natural light. As soon as the omega radiation was withdrawn, Nanzhou's pressure on his body was instantly reduced, and his pain was reduced by more than half, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He leaned against the wall of the room, panting heavily. This should be the most painful experience he has ever experienced in his life. After resting in this room for another half an hour, Nanzhou had the strength to stand up. It's just that he opened the 3 reinforced locks and left the room. As the door of the room opened, a cool breeze came, blowing Nanzhou cold all over. A sense of comfort came in an instant. Nanzhou found the quilt and wrapped it around her body, then turned around, and returned to her home. He collapsed on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. When Nanzhou opened his eyes again, the sky was already dark, and there was still a faint light outside his room. After getting dressed, Nanzhou walked out of the room and found that the 3 little guys were watching TV in the living room, and there was a plate on the dining table. "Brother Joe." Seeing Nanzhou walk out of the room, Wanda immediately jumped off the sofa and quickly came to Nanzhou's face, looking at Nanzhou with his big eyes flickering. "We came home and found that Brother Joe was sleeping soundly, so we didn't disturb Brother Joe. This is the dinner we made for you. Hurry up." At the moment Lorna and Pietro also came to Nanzhou's side. See, Lorna opened the lid. "Then dinner, the dish is a fairly simple sandwich. This omelette, but I do." Lorna raised her face and looked at Nanzhou proudly. Nanzhou rubbed Lorna's hair with a smile. "Our little Lorna can also make fried eggs, so smart." Nanzhou said this and smiled, ignoring the darkness visible to the naked eye on the fried egg. Pietro didn't know what to say at this time, because this sandwich didn't have any credit of his own. The omelette is made by Lorna, and Wanda is responsible for assembling and cutting the sandwiches. Only she is responsible for eating. Watching Nanzhou praise Wanda and Lorna, Pietro was also a little jealous. But at this time, Nanzhou also patted Pietro on the shoulder. He naturally saw Pietro's thoughts. "It seems that the two of us are the same, we just know how to eat." Nanzhou put himself in the same position as Pietro. This kind of self-deprecation also made Outlaw smile and feel better. Nanzhou at the moment also picked up the sandwich and took a bite. For him, there is no difference between a delicious and unpalatable sandwich. At least for so many years, he has not eaten it. And his eyes are on the 3 little guys. Wanda and Lorna now seem to be little beauties, and Pietro is also a handsome boy. Thinking of this, Nanzhou couldn't help but shook his head. If this grows up, how many boys and girls will have to attract? Chapter 13, Trap. Now the entire business community is thinking about a question, that is, who is the mysterious man who went up against the wind and bought a large share of Stark Industries? Whether it is Obadi or other business leaders, they are all tracking down this mysterious man named Xing Zhou. But no matter what method they use, this sailing boat will always be covered with a veil that is out of reach, making it impossible for them to take off and see clearly. More and more people are beginning to suspect that this boat is Stark himself, and his various actions are just to let himself throw away the shackles of Obadi and take full control of the Stark industry. But Obadi himself knows very well that this is not possible. At the moment Obadi has also received Stark's Mark I prototype. His Iron Overlord plan has already begun to be implemented. At the moment, Nanjo is enjoying a short period of leisure, staying in the room with high concentration of Omega radiation every day to complete the daily tasks given to him by the system. 7 days have passed, and this has allowed Nanjo to adapt to the pain in this room. The 4 hours in it have also been a lot easier. Just like a few days ago, Nanjo was walking out of his room, wiping the sweat off his body with a towel, and getting ready to change clothes and go upstairs. At this moment, Nanjo's phone rang. Nanjo picked up the phone and found that it was Nick. "You have taken such a long break, are you thinking about coming to work?" As soon as the phone was connected, Nick's voice came from the other end of the phone. When Nanjo heard this, he also let out a long sigh. This should always come. However, since the rescue of Stark, the holiday of nearly 20 days has not been easy for him. "Although I yearn for freedom and want to leave S.H.I.E.L.D, but now I am still an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, so I still have to attend the class." "What task? Let's talk about it." This time Nanjo seemed unusually direct, and it made Nick a little at a loss. "Phil Coulson's side will be in contact with Stark's side soon. I want to arrange a helper for him." "So this helper is me?" After hearing Nick's words, Nanjo naturally understood what Nick's mission was. "You just need to assist him. Such a task is not particularly difficult, and may also witness the battle between Iron Man and Iron Overlord." "I know, I will leave now." And many more. Just when Nanjo was about to hang up, Nick quickly stopped him. "How?" Nanjo was a little confused and didn't understand what Nick meant. "Don't worry now. In a few days' time, Phil Coulson has to prepare. I just told you in advance to get you ready." Nick hung up the phone after speaking, and Nanjo also shrugged, left the garage and walked upstairs. When Nanjo turned on the TV, he found that Colonel Rod was on the news. At the moment, he was explaining the US fighter jet that crashed today. The timeline is only here. Nanjo watched TV, but it was also a little surprised. "I didn't expect that it was more than 20 days, almost a month, that it was the appearance of Mark III. It was the moon and the black wind and the high night." Nanjo once again put on his mask and walked in the darkness. He took a black market order. But this time the employer, "I'm afraid it is relatively disadvantageous to Nanjo. The main reason is the problem of the gold merger. After the last incident, the gold player offered a reward for his head on the black market, and the price was ridiculously high. This made all the people in the black market want to get a piece of the pie. Therefore, there are certainly many people who want to rely on Nanjo to take orders on the black market to get Nanjo the bait. But Nanjo is still willing to make this hook. After all, Jinbin's actions like this would be regarded as breaking his own financial way, so Nanjo naturally had to think of another way to make money. The way to make money is naturally to defeat both groups of people, and finally take away all their valuable things. This is Nanjo's new routine. Nanjo tracked down his goal this time, and he was in an abandoned factory. "Typically want to plot my place." Nanjo didn't do any hiding, and walked into the factory swaggeringly. Looking at the dark and empty factory, Nanjo stretched out his hands. "I know you are all here, no need to hide, come out." Not long after Nanjo's voice fell, nearly 200 people walked out from around Nanjo and surrounded him. "I said, your pomp is big enough, so many people." Nanjo looked at the scene in front of him without feeling any surprise. A person who can make money and offer such a high reward naturally has an advantage. In order to make this money very safe, it is naturally better to have more people. You have 50 million US dollars. My brother has a point, and that's not a small amount of money. The headed man said with a face full of flesh. 47, I advise you to catch it obediently. If you are right with Jin, there will be no good end. The man continued talking. I think you should show your value in front of Jin He. In this way, if people are happy, you won't have to suffer that flesh and blood. After waiting for nearly 10 days, the leader who wanted to quickly solve the battle and take the money away, but now a little less rushed, he started to plot a way out for Nanzhou. Thank you for your kindness, but since I'm here today, it means that Jin is not in my eyes, not farts. Nanzhou's words caused other people to burst into laughter. Well, you have a kind, don't blame us. The man finally stopped talking nonsense, and reached out to let this group of people go together. But at this moment, Nanzhou's figure suddenly disappeared from where he was just now, and he was already by the man's side when he appeared again. As soon as Nanzhou stretched out his hand, he hit the attendant beside the man with a punch. This punch Nanzhou didn't use too much force, but just knocked him out into a dying breath, but didn't take his life. Others were quite surprised when they saw it, but the surprise was quickly replaced. Now there are 50 million walking in front of them. Who cares about those surprises? Looking at these people with golden light in their eyes, Nanzhou also sighed helplessly. Originally, they were all normal people, but now, I'm afraid they won't be dead man. Immediately after that, I heard various screams from the crowd, countless people were punched into the wall by Nanzhou from the ground, and some were even hung on the beam. As long as you are close to Nanzhou, without exception, it is the end of being beaten up. This rude solution also made Nanzhou feel a little boring. After all, these people are too weak to hold a punch. In front of these people, all of Nanzhou's fighting skills could not even be used. Chapter 14, Jin Bin's Wrath. The screams came and went one after another, and the nearly 200 people in front of Nanzhou were like a rag doll that flew just like a rag doll that could not bear Nanzhou's punch. Even if he had a gun in his hand, the bullet attack couldn't hurt Nanzhou at all. Such horror made these people extremely frightened. In their cognition, Nanzhou had become a monster, an out-and-out monster. At the moment, among these 200 people, there is still actionability, and only the man headed by the person who just spoke. The man at the moment has also slumped on the ground, his eyes full of fear. You are not human. Jin is not harming us. Seeing Nanzhou approaching in front of him, the man's body was shaking. This looks like Jin He is offering a reward for Nanzhou, but in fact, it is Jin He borrowing Nanzhou's hand to get rid of the hostile forces in New York. This is the conspiracy of Kim Nam. It's Jin Bing's strategy that doesn't stick to his hands. At the moment, in this man's heart, the real fact is like this. I left you last because you just gave me some very good opinions. Although I don't know if it is your sincere opinion, to me, I don't particularly hate you. Nanzhou squatted down at the moment, reaching out and pulling off the necklace around the man's neck. But your ultimate goal is to kill me, which is very sorry. In the end, you still have a dead end. With that, Nanzhou put the gun on the man's forehead, preparing to fire the last shot. But at this time, the man smiled. The desperate man who should have felt the coming of death showed a smile, and that smile was still a little crazy, which made Nanzhou a little surprised. Do you think you can end it by killing me? Just now, I have posted your location on the black market, and now all the people on the black market know your location. The entire New York gangs will come to you, and the Golden Union who can't cramp you. You are dead. The man said, laughing wildly. But with a gunshot, the laughter stopped abruptly. It's really noisy. Nanzhou buttoned his ears. It was a little surprised that the man was so dead and the net broke. But the problem is, now that the fish is dead, but he can't break the net, even if all the gangs in New York come, Nanzhou is still nothing to say. Playing them is like playing. I advise you to leave now, or it won't end well. At this moment, a voice came from the shadow in the corner, and out of the shadow, Murdoch was officially the brave man. In fact, Nanjo had discovered the existence of Murdoch a long time ago, but he didn't break it. He didn't expect this person to come out by himself. You always like to hide in dark corners and observe secretly, and don't say to help me or anything. Seeing the brave man walk out on his own, Nanjo also said a few words with a slight complaint. It was not surprising to see Nanjo, this was also in Murdoch's expectation. He came to Nanjo's side. You shouldn't have killed them all. Facing Murdoch, Nanjo just shook his head. They wanted to kill me first. Murdoch looked at Nanjo at the moment, and did not continue the topic, but instead focused on the body of the leading man. You heard what he said. It won't be long before the whole New York gangs will come here. I know your strength is very strong. Maybe those gangs can't do anything to you, but I'd better advise you to leave quickly. Those gangsters are heinous bastards. If they find that you can't be punished, they will even use weapons of mass destruction, then the whole block will be completely ruined. Murdoch's words are very reasonable. Those gangs really don't have any bottom line to do things, especially the Jin Bin group. If this thing makes a big deal and causes innocent people to surf the internet, it's really not worth the gain. After listening, Nanjo nodded, but instead of walking in the direction of his mouth, he came to the side of the many corpses. This move made Murdoch very puzzled. He did not understand what Nanjo was going to do. But Nanjo at the moment turned his head and smiled. Although what you said is reasonable, I decided to stay. I have a sense of measure. Just a few minutes after the two had finished speaking, the entire factory was surrounded by an unlimited number of cars, and countless people with guns got out of the car. Some of their eyes are full of desire, while others are full of bloodthirsty. In this scene, even the New York police station can only watch from a distance, and the people around are also watching the scene in front of them with fear, for fear that these people will fight them and make them suffer. At this time, an extended Lincoln came to the entrance of the factory, and the person who came in from the car was Jin Bin. Most of the people who surrounded this factory were Jin Bin. The rest of the people who saw Jin Bin's battle naturally did not have the courage to fight for it. Is it here? Jinping looked at the closed factory door and asked. The man on the side nodded. It's here. The person who sent the message is that person's employer, so the message is likely to be true. This is the credibility of the news that Jin He's men can determine with the fastest speed, but fortunately, the news is indeed credible. Jin He nodded, came to the gate, and hit the big iron gate of the factory with a punch. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the iron gate, and there was even rust falling from it. The second punch and the third punch follow immediately after the punch. The iron gate was dented at a speed visible to the naked eye, and after the ninth punch, the iron gate was completely smashed. Walking into the factory, a pungent bloody smell came, and Jin Bin's men immediately illuminated it with a flashlight. The scene greeted Jin Bin was also quite surprised. Nearly 200 corpses were lying on the ground, and on the side wall, there were words written in blood. Welcome to Johnson Fisk. Seeing these large characters, Jin Bin's forehead suddenly burst into blue veins. What is this? This is a mockery of his Jin Bin. This goddamn BD. Jin Biao punched the wall on the side, and the anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. And the poor wall was also smashed into a crack by Jin. No one in the audience dared to speak. Facing such an angry Jin Bin, it was really careless, and he might be sacrificed on the spot. The street, which was very noisy just now, suddenly became extremely silent. This king of the underground in New York, for the first time in so many years, has expressed immense anger in front of so many people. At the moment, based on the factory's measurement, there are two pairs of eyes looking directly at the state of Jin and at the moment. Seeing him so angry, so gaff. Chapter 15, Crazy Taunt. Do you know the consequences of doing this? Nanzhou and Murdoch squatted in the shadow of the beam at the moment, looking at Jinbin, who had already violent veins, which made Murdoch a little worried. As a person who has dealt with Jinhee a lot, Murdoch is well aware of the horror of Jinhee. It is difficult for him to imagine how this situation should end today. Consequence? Don't worry, Jin won't take ordinary people at all, because in his heart, I'm already in a hole just like him. Murdoch was also taken aback by Nanzhou's words, and then couldn't help but smile. This sentence is very reasonable. After all, there should be no positive person who can write with blood on a corpse. In a sense, the code name 47 is also a ruthless person. Well, it's my turn to appear next. Looking at the furious Jinbin, Nanzhou suddenly jumped down, which shocked Murdoch on the side. What is this going to do? Is the sheep into the mouth of a tiger? It's just that Nanzhou fell unbiased in front of Jinbin. The sudden appearance of Nanzhou shocked everyone, and even Jinhee was quite surprised. Jinping looked at Nanzhou in front of him. This person was not observed by himself? Generally speaking, the various exercises and cultivation that Jin has gone through can make him feel the people hiding in the dark corners and behind him. Definitely, except for that nasty brave man. And the stranger wearing the mask in front of him didn't feel it either. What do you think of the welcome ceremony I prepared for you? Nanzhou looked at Jinbin and said something with a smile. Upon hearing this, Jin did not immediately realize that the person in front of him was the code name 47. You killed my right-hand man. Jinbin's tone was already full of anger. I'm just collecting money to do things. I can only say that your subordinate is rather unlucky. Before Nanzhou's words fell, he saw Jinbin punch him, and the strong wind made everyone around him shudder. If this punch is hit on the body, it will definitely die. But Nanzhou had a relaxed face, letting this fist hit him, without any intention to dodge. This kid is dead. Seeing that Nanzhou didn't have any thoughts to dodge, the group of people behind Jinbin had the same thoughts. Don't dodge, face Jin with a physical body and punch? How could anyone do this? The tragic situation of Nanzhou's death had already surfaced in their minds. And Jinbin's punch also directly hit Nanzhou's mask. Hearing a loud noise, plus a layer of huge waves, Jinbin's punch is quite terrifying. If he were an ordinary person, his head would be directly beaten into paste. But it is a pity that Jinhee is facing Nanzhou, who has the Death Knell template and the Darkseid template. With the current strength of Nanzhou's body, this punch on the body can only be said to be painless or itchy. And the mask on Nanzhou's face didn't have any cracks, it was still intact. This kind of situation is something that no one thought of. And Jindong also shook his hand. Obviously, the power he returned to him after the punch was very sufficient, even he himself couldn't bear it. Why, was it unexpected? Looking at Jinbin, who was extremely surprised at the moment, Nanzhou couldn't help but sneered twice. Your fist hit me, like cotton candy hit me, limp. Nanzhou's remarks once again angered Jinhee. So he looked at Jin and once again stretched out his fist, once again faced Nanzhou's mask, and smashed it down. After receiving it, it is still conceivable that Nanzhou's mask is still undamaged. As an item given by the system, its hardness is quite terrifying. Nanzhou has also been interviewed under a press. This mask, even if it was a press, could not crush the mask. The final result was a short-circuit failure of the press. Well, neither fist can hurt me a bit, and I probably know your strength. Looking at Jinbin with a more surprised expression on his face, Nanzhou continued. You really disappointed me. I thought we two would have a good confrontation, but you are really too weak. Nanzhou said, just punching out. The speed of this fist was faster than Jinbin's speed, even Jin did not react, the fist was already in front of his belly. Jinbin didn't do any protection on his abdomen, and he faced Nanzhou with a punch. This punch hit Jinhee's body, almost causing Jinhee to squirt out a mouthful of blood. Nanzhou didn't use his full strength, because under his full strength, Jin Bin's fate was the same as the fate of other people who died in Nanzhou's hands. Without exception, it was death. But even if the punch was not full, it made Jin He fly upside down and fell heavily to the ground. This is impossible. Jin Wei struggled to stand up from the ground. There was really no emotion in his eyes other than shock. This masked man not only received 2 punches with his face, but also knocked himself over with 1 punch. This kind of thing hasn't happened for so many years. Murdoch, who was hiding on the beam and observing everything, was also shocked. He didn't expect Nanzhou to face Jin Wei so easily. That's Jin Bin, that's the king of the underground in New York, that's the leader of the gang empire, and this guy is actually a punch. You released such a high amount of reward, I want to capture myself alive to you. With that said, Nanzhou came to Jin Bin in a flash. Why don't I go with you, and then you give me 50 million? Nanzhou's ridicule from Lian Shan caused Jin Bin to tremble all over. When did he receive such ridicule? In my early days, I encountered some ridicules, but in the end, those people were beaten into meat sauce by Jin and one by one. But now it's different. Facing this crazy mocker in front of him, Jin Bin doesn't have any confidence in his heart. The strength of this person is unfathomable, and he may not have any chance of winning. Seeing that Jin He was about to evolve to the stage of incompetence and rage, Nanzhou didn't bother to continue playing with him, stretched out his hand and patted his face lightly. You still don't offer me a reward. You don't have the strength and qualifications, so you should exercise and find me again. Want to beat me? You are still 20,000 years early. As soon as Nanzhou's voice fell, the whole person disappeared in a flash and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. His disappearance made the scalp numb of the people who followed Jin Bin, and they watched their surroundings for fear that the person would rush over from somewhere. However, Nanzhou was not in the mood to pester them, and they had left the factory long ago. But Jin Bin had a gloomy face at this moment, and Nanzhou's mocking words were like a heavy hammer, hitting his heart with one hammer after another. Let's go. Jin did not continue to say anything. Just a short sentence. But in this sentence, there is a murderous aura that scares the soul. Chapter 16, Rescue Again. Code 47 and Jin Bin's first head-to-head confrontation, Jin Bin was defeated. This was the hottest topic on the black market the next day. Outside the factory at that time, not only Jin He and his subordinates, but also other gangs, and this result they were all in their eyes. This is the best opportunity to fight against Jin Bin. Some gangsters who want to overthrow Jin Bin will naturally not miss this opportunity. On the black market, the news codenamed 47 positively humiliating Jin Bin was hyped, but the Jin Bin forces did not make any response. Since Jin Ping left the factory and returned to his own site, he has not been behind closed doors. Apart from the provision of 3 meals a day, he does not allow anyone to approach his room. No one knows what Jin He is doing, but those who have been following Jin He all the way know that when Jin He returns to the public view this time, he will be completely reborn. As the other protagonist of this incident, codenamed 47 Nanzhou, he still continues his life. He didn't kill Jin because he didn't want to have less fun. The lack of contact this time made Nanzhou feel that Jin was a rather interesting person. It was a pity to kill like that. He is naturally looking forward to the second encounter with Jin Bin. He wants to see how much Jin Bin can grow after suffering such humiliation. Definitely, Nanzhou's expectations won't be too high. After all, no matter how hard he tries, Jinwu will eventually be immortal. To Nanzhou now, mortals are like ants in front of him. 5 days have passed since the confrontation with Jin Ping. Today Nanzhou boarded a plane to California, and he was going to Stark Industries to help Phil Coulson. This time he didn't call Sharon, but let the 3 little guys take care of the house for themselves. This was also what the 3 little guys meant, and Nanzhou acquiesced in that way. California Airport. As soon as Nanzhou walked out of the terminal, he saw Phil Coulson standing not far away. It's great to have your help this time. When Phil Coulson saw Nanjo, he also walked up immediately. It seems that someone is going to be against Stark now. Phil Coulson's words made Nanjo stunned for a moment, but he still remembered something immediately. Isn't it the other directors of their Stark Industries? Nanjo said this, but did not say the name of Obadi. Phil Coulson nodded. Stark Industrial Weapons were sold to the hands of the group of people in the Middle East. They were made by their directors, and this person is Obadiah. Although Nanjo did not name Obadi, Phil Coulson had already told him all the information he had. Since Stark returned from the Middle East, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been investigating the cause of Stark's disappearance, and the weapons trafficked to the Middle East have also attracted their attention. According to the investigation, these actions were not done by Stark at all, and they were all sold by Obadi. As a person whose industrial rights in Stark are limited to Stark, only he has such strength, and he is also very likely to be disadvantageous to Stark, so now we also need manpower to protect Stark's safety. Nanjo was also a little speechless when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would become Stark's bodyguard now. This bodyguard is from SHIELD. The S.H.I.E.L.D. bodyguard used by Stark hasn't even spent any money. How can this be? Phil Coulson and Nanjo got into the car and drove in the direction of Stark Industries. And Stark Industries of at the moment, in the office of Obadi. Pepper is cracking the security system of the Obadi computer. At the moment Pepper was extremely nervous, because Obadi might return here at any time. Oh my god! With the cracking of the computer security system of Obadi, countless materials began to slowly appear. Looking through these files, Peepa's face was full of shock. She saw the drawings of Iron Overlord. But at this moment, the door of the office opened, and Obadi walked in from outside. Seeing Peepa sitting at the table, Obadi was still a little surprised, but after the surprise, he put on his smiling face and walked towards Peepa with a smile. And soon after, Nanjo and Phil Coulson and others also came to Stark Industry. According to Phil Coulson, he and Peepa met here. Phil Coulson and Nanjo at the moment are sitting on a stool beside them, and Peepa at the moment is coming downstairs. Hey, Miss Potts, we made an appointment. Have you forgotten our date? Peepa's face was obviously full of tension. She looked at Phil Coulson, and then held a smile. Definitely not forgotten, come with me, I promise to make you unforgettable for a lifetime. Peepa's nervousness also caught the attention of Phil Coulson and Nanjo, and their eyes began to move to the place where Peepa had just come down. At this time, the two noticed Obadi. Phil Coulson and Nanjo looked at each other at the moment. You go find Stark. Phil Coulson immediately said to Nanjo. Nanjo also nodded, got up and left Stark Industries. At the moment it was getting late, Nanjo was walking slowly on the avenue, looking at the fading sky, and sighed helplessly. This city is about to suffer a big battle tonight. Nanjo checked the time, it was almost time, and then he casually called Roar a taxi, opened the door and got into the car. Soon after, Nanjo had arrived in Stark's mansion, put on a mask, entered the mansion with a familiar technique, and went straight to the basement. Walking into the basement, he found that Stark was leaning hard under the table. Roar sucked quickly and looked pale. It's very simple. Not long ago, Obadi also came and snatched the reactor from Stark's chest. The current Stark, if there is no operation of the reactor, he will die instantly. At this time, Nanjo came to Stark's side. Seeing this mask, Stark wanted to say something, but he couldn't say a word, only panting. However, Nanjo was not idle. He took down the first-generation reactor from the manipulator beside Stark, smashed the glass on it, shook it in his hand, and smiled. Do you really want it? Stark still didn't speak, but the desire in his eyes had grown stronger. If I put this on your body, will it also save your life? Nanjo continued to smile, ignoring Stark who was about to reach the end of his life. So, I saved you this time, you owe me a favor, you know. After all, Nanjo pressed the first-generation reactor directly on Stark's chest. Chapter 17, My Name is Dark Lord Darkseid. Damn it! Stark was like walking through a ghost gate, and even Roar's voice was trembling. Ethan! Ethan! Stark's gaze was placed outside the basement. After Obadi arrived just now, Ethan wanted to organize Obadi, but he was knocked over by a punch and passed out directly. Nanjo realized that in this universe, there was an Ethan besides Stark. Thinking about it, Nanjo got up and came to the ground, and soon found Ethan behind the sofa and sent him to the basement. Seeing that Ethan was only in a coma, Stark also let out a sigh of relief. Pepper. Suddenly, Stark thought of his secretary Pepper, and grabbed Nanjo by the sleeve. Where is she and how is she? There are 5 or 6 bodyguards around. Nanjo at the moment responded. That's not enough. The face of Obadi appeared in Stark's mind, and it was obvious that Obadi was also studying witch armor. Only relying on those 5 or 6 agents was completely useless, he had to stand up to protect Pepper. But now his body is extremely weak, just like a puddle of mud. How can such a body protect Peppa? No, I have to save Peppa. Obadi is quite dangerous. Several agents are useless at all. Stark said. He was about to stand up, but his weak body still made him unable to support him and sat down. Otherwise, I'm going to save Pepper now, and you owe me 2 favors, how about it? Nanjo looked at the distraught Stark at the moment, and proposed. Stark looked at Nanjo unexpectedly. But then, he gritted his teeth. If you really can protect Pepper well, 2 favors are 2 favors. For the so-called Stark, who has been a playboy since childhood, he doesn't really like to owe favors to others. But the person in front of him not only saved himself in the Middle East, but also just saved himself. A man who has saved his own lives twice now is going to save his secretary Pepper. Although I don't want to owe others favors, what if I owe them now? That's good, remember, 2 favors. Nanjo smiled slightly and walked out. Oh, by the way, Colonel Rod may come in a while. After reminding Stark, Nanjo turned and left Stark's house. And not long after, Colonel Rod really came to Stark's home. Tony! Tony! Colonel Rod yelled nervously in Tony's mansion, and when he came to the basement, he found Tony. Stark, who had just been relieved at the moment. Hey Tony, are you okay? Colonel Rod came to Stark's side and saw that Stark was alive intact, but his complexion was a little bad, which made him breathe. Do you dare to imagine? I almost died in my own home. Not the damn Middle East. Stark supported the armrest and stood up, his eyes full of anger. While talking, he walked to the place where Mark III was worn, and then turned his head to look at Colonel Rhodes. Rod, Ethan will take care of you. With that, Stark put on the steel armor and flew directly out of his house. This thing is really cool. Rod looked enviously at the Mark III flying into the sky, and then he noticed Ethan who was unconscious on a stool. Damn Obadi! Nanjo headed to Stark Industry at his fastest speed. To make Stark owe him 2 favors, this kind of thing Nanjo is naturally very positive, and he hopes to quickly punch Obadiah's Iron Overlord into scrap. At the moment Stark Industry, Pepper, and Phil Coulson have just walked into Obadi's laboratory. There is nothing here. An agent couldn't help but say. After all, after they entered here, they didn't find any mecha facilities, only countless wires. And when Pepper came to the front of a bunch of wires, she couldn't help but let out a scream. When Nanjo rushed to Stark Industry, the Iron Overlord had already wreaked havoc. Pepper was frightened, it was a crazy escape, and Phil Coulson and others were fighting back. But how could a mere bullet hurt Iron Overlord? Just watch Obadi lift up his robotic arm, just wanting Phil Coulson to hit it. But the unexpected sound of people being crushed into meat sauce was instead a crisp sound, which made Obadi's robotic arms vibrate. What happened? This made Obadi very puzzled. He raised his arm and found that the masked Nanjo appeared in front of Phil Coulson and blocked the attack. The mask on Nanjo's face is no longer a death knell. Wearing the death knell mask to let Phil Coulson recognize him, it would be troublesome to be recognized. Not only this time, in all the previous black market operations, the mask Nanjo wore was not a death knell. "Who are you?" Obadiah looked at the sudden appearance of Nanjo with a look of doubt. "Me." Nanjo touched his chin, then smiled slightly. He is also thinking about how to respond to Obadi. "Why don't you wait? I think about what name I am going to tell you. What do you think?" Nanjo's words made Obadi very angry. This stinky boy, it seems that he really didn't put himself in his eyes. "That being the case, then I will let you know the horror of my mech." Thinking about it, Obadi hit Nanjo with another heavy punch. "But like before, I thought that this person would be smashed into meatloaf, but the robotic arm fell halfway and couldn't fall. Why are you so impatient? I asked you to wait. Why can't you wait?" At the moment, Nanjo grabbed Obadi's mechanical arm with one hand, and with a little force, the mechanical arm made a cracking sound. This made Obadi panicked instantly. This is made of metal, and the degree of hardness can be imagined, but in this guy's hand, it will be cracked by bare hands. Although Obadi was very surprised, for Nanjo, it was quite easy. After all, Nanjo didn't even use his strength. Obadiah gritted his teeth when he saw this, and countless firearms drilled out of his arm, and he shot Nanjo with a burst of fire. This makes Phil Coulson look silly. He can't dodge in the face of bullets. The fact was that everyone was extremely shocked, and the bullet still couldn't cause damage to Nanjo's body. "Oh, let's do it, it's better to use this name." Nanjo didn't seem to have any feeling of being hit by a bullet. With a strong pull, Iron Overlord came to Nanjo's face with his mecha. The distance between the two is quite close. "Remember my name is Dark Lord Darkseid." Chapter 18, Identity in Doubt. The Dark Lord Darkseid. Both Phil Coulson and Obadi were taken aback by this name. They had never heard of such a name. No matter how dark or dark you are, the monarch, dare to stop me, it is a dead end. Obadiah is now burning with anger, and the armor he has created through various means can't even be defeated by an unarmed person. Even if this person is a Superman type, but his own body, but the weapon that can change the world, he naturally does not accept such a result. Countless weapons stretched out from his armor, and Nanjo was bombarded again. But the result is still the same. Nanjo is still standing there intact. But his shirt at the moment has been blown apart, and his pants have changed from trousers to shorts. But fortunately, his cell phone is still there. "It seems that I will have to prepare a more durable dress, so let's ask Stark to make one at that time." At the moment, Nanjo directly tore off his shirt that had turned into a strip of cloth, revealing the toned muscles and the shocking scars. After obtaining the Death Knell template, it took Nanjo 4 years to practice to achieve great success, but before again, Nanjo would still encounter danger at any time when performing the task. And those scars were left at that time. At the moment Phil Coulson had already hid behind the fallen stone pillar aside and saw the wound on Nanjo's back. This scar. The sharp-eyed Phil Coulson naturally noticed a burnt scar on the top of the belt of the Nanjo pants. This scar seems to have been seen somewhere. But Phil Coulson never remembered who it was. And many more. Phil Coulson immediately noticed Nanjo's undamaged shoes. Phil Coulson saw this pair of shoes just now. It was worn on Nanjo's feet, and Phil Coulson caught a glimpse of it when he greeted Nanjo. "That's Nanjo's shoes. The color of the pants is the same as Nanjo's just now. Is it possible?" Phil Coulson's face changed. Could it be that this person is Nanjo? After this thought came to mind, Phil Coulson looked at the burnt scar and remembered it completely. That was left after Nanjo was accidentally injured by a hot iron during a mission shortly after joining SHIELD. Therefore, the person in front of you is most likely Nanjo. But since he joined S.H.I.E.L.D, Nanzo has been solidified. He is sure that Nanzo has absolutely no such terrifying ability. Phil Coulson thought, then reached out and took out his phone. Enough fried. At this time, Nanjo was still holding that Iron Overlord's mechanical arm. Nanjo had expected that his body could resist bullets and even explosions. But when he really experienced these bombings himself, he was still quite surprised. A hole. Obidi used another mechanical arm to hit Nanjo's forehead and hit it. However, neither the mask nor Nanzo suffered any harm. On the contrary, the ground under Nanjo's feet began to sink downwards because of the violent impact. Nanjo looked relaxed, but the feeling of being treated as a nail was still a bit uncomfortable. Just remembering to fight back with my hand, my trouser pocket with my mobile phone shook as a result. This made Nanjo a little surprised. Could it be that Phil Coulson behind him called? Calling at this time is killing my own life, do I pick it up or not? If he answers, his identity will be exposed. If he doesn't answer, Stark will be a little unclear when he arrives. But at this moment, Nanjo suddenly realized that he just came here with a mask and didn't change the clothes he wore when meeting with Phil Coulson just now. This is troublesome. Could it be possible that this call was made by Phil Coulson to tell if the person in front of him is himself? Although Nanzo's death knell template is 100%, the corresponding brain development level is no different from the death knell. However, Nanjo sometimes has a big nerve and will commit some inconspicuous small problems, and nothing has changed. If this is discovered by Phil Coulson, it will be troublesome. Nanjo finally decided that it was better not to take it. Thinking about it, Nanjo grabbed Obidi's robotic arm with another force, and directly threw Obidi's whole person out. Just now when he was still thinking, this Obidi beat himself a lot, causing his half of his body to be beaten into the ground. Do you really use me as a nail? Nanjo had already ignored the vibrating cell phone in his trouser pocket. With the next step, he was in front of Obidi, reaching out with a punch. Obidi can only stretch out his robotic arm to defend. However, Nanjo's powerful force directly penetrated that arm, exposing countless circuits, which also shocked Obidi into a cold sweat. Fortunately, his mecha is relatively huge. If his arm was in this position just now, then it would be his arm that was destroyed. Can't let this person get close. Obidi realized that if the person in front of him is brought close, then he will suffer in the end. Thinking about it, he grabbed Nanjo and threw him out with his maximum power. Since there is no way to defeat this person, let this person be as far away as possible. Although Nanjo is powerful and his defense is quite terrifying, he still has no way to deal with this kind of attack. He can only let him throw himself out. But as soon as Obidi took a breath, he noticed a light from the horizon approaching him extremely fast. And this light is getting bigger and bigger, and the outline is getting clearer and clearer. This shape is like a red armor. Before he could react, the red battle armor hit him directly, and the mechanical battle armor rubbed against the ground. Tony. Obidi realized that the owner of this battle armor was Tony Stark, and it was also a little surprised. Are you not dead yet? If you don't die, how can I die with peace of mind? Stark's voice came from the armor, and then he raised his head and hit Obidi's helmet with a shot. However, Obidi's armor is also quite hard, and this gun has not penetrated his helmet. Sir, Miss Pepper is safe. J.A.R.V.I.S. scanned this piece and naturally found Pepper's location. At the moment, she was observing the situation in front of her in a corner. Hearing the news of Pepper's safety, Stark also took a sigh of relief, and then directly adjusted the power, pulling the Iron Overlord from the ground and throwing it in another direction. UBD. Our account should be settled. Chapter 19, Revelations from Phil Coulson. Afterwards, Obadiah stood up from the ground and sneered. Tony, have you seen it? My masterpiece, this armor is stronger. The defense is stronger and the firepower is more abundant. You should thank me. I improved your armor to be so powerful. Look at your armor, so small, maybe I can easily fold it, and you are in half. Faced with Obadiah's sarcasm, Stark was speechless. He really didn't understand why Obadiah thought his cumbersome big guy would be an excellent improvement, and he was still touting his stupidity here. Stark was ashamed of him. Tony, forgive me. Obadiah said suddenly at this time. I hope you don't blame my previous behavior. I also have to do it for my ambition. Obadiah's words made Stark very disgusting. I have to do it. Ambition? What is your ambition? Dominate the Stark industry. Stark's words made Obadiah burst into laughter. Tony, you are still young, you have such a terrifying weapon, and such a terrible energy of the reactor, you will only be limited to a small Stark industry? You are too one-sided. With that said, just watch Obadiah stretch out his hands. My ambition is the whole world. As long as this armor starts mass production, then the whole world is mine. Obadiah's words made Nanjo on the side a little helpless. Maybe because this person is also older, he has cerebral palsy and likes to fantasize about things. Even if this kind of battle armor is mass-produced, it is impossible to rule the world with Obadiah's heavy armor. Stark naturally had the same idea. Obviously, Obadiah was completely crazy now. Tony, I need your help with such ambitions. Obadiah said, her tone changed suddenly, with a murderous intent in her tone. The help you can give is to die. As soon as the voice fell, Obadiah rushed forward. But this cumbersome armor can't hurt Stark, just watch Stark fly directly into the air, and hit Obadiah with a punch. However, Obadiah caught Stark in the same way as Nanjo, and then threw it out. Unlike Nanzo's treatment, this time Obadiah aimed at Stark and it was a bombardment. That's how the two fought together. Nanjo on the side didn't bother to intervene. Now that Stark had arrived, then the next thing was left to Stark. And Obadiah's arm was also punched through by himself, so Stark certainly won't have to be so difficult. This battle must be over in a while. At the moment, Nanjo jumped to Pepper's side. At the moment, Pepper was watching nervously at the two fight armors. Nanjo's sudden appearance also shocked him. Don't be nervous, I'm here to protect you. Stark hoped that Nanjo would save Pepper, and Nanjo could be regarded as a good person to the end, so as not to accidentally hurt her. Are you Tony's partner? Pepper looked at Nanzo at the moment, and the scene of him being shot and even shelled just now is still vivid. Partners are not counted either, I can only say that we are now familiar with a relationship that owes favor. Nanjo's words made Peepa a little puzzled. I saved Stark, and promised him to save you, so I owe me two favors from the inside and outside. You understand? With that said, Nanjo told Pepper what Obadiah had done to Stark and Ethan. Pepper understood this, but he was also quite surprised. I didn't expect Obadiah to be such a BD, and I was surprised that this person saved Stark. Thank you so much for saving Tony. Knowing that this was Stark's savior, Pepper hurriedly expressed his thanks. Nanjo just waved his hand. You owe me two favors, and you don't need to be grateful. And while the two were still communicating, Phil Coulson came to Nanzo and Pepper, his eyes were always fixed on Nanzo's body. This gave Nanjo a headache. This Phil Coulson may already know his identity. Thank you for saving me. My name is Phil Coulson. I am an agent of the National Land Strategic Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Phil Coulson looked at Nanjo and nodded slightly, but did not ask Nanjo's identity. Nanjo also only nodded slightly in response. Since Phil Coulson didn't ask, then he wouldn't reveal his identity. The question now is whether Phil Coulson will tell Nick or Peggy about this. If either Nick or Peggy knew his identity, it would be a big harm to him. At this time, Phil Coulson slowly walked to Nanjo's side, and was very close to him. You are Nanzo, right? Phil Coulson's words also made Nanjo stunned. He thought he would not ask, but he couldn't escape. You don't need to speak, you won't tell Nick about this, and I won't tell Peggy, as long as you and I know about this matter. Phil Coulson's words surprised Nanjo a little. He turned his head to look at Phil Coulson. As one of the few people Nick trusted, he would hide such important things from Nick. I just thank you for your life-saving grace, you don't have to think about it. Phil Coulson saw this behavior of Nanjo, and he was even more sure that he was Nanjo. Numerous circumstances have shown that this person is Nanjo. Whether it is shoes, pants, scars, or even the timing of appearance, it all proves that he is Nanjo. Since Nanjo didn't want to reveal his ability in his true colors, he naturally had his own reasons. But what is the specific reason, Phil Coulson still doesn't know, and he is not eager to know. Anyway, he already knows that this person is Nanjo. Are you still worried about the reason? Nanjo is a little depressed. Although his brain capacity has been developed to 90% like the death knell, there are still some small details that have been overlooked. And this omission of small details caused his identity to be exposed. Now he still doesn't know whether Phil Coulson knows his identity is good or bad. But before Nanjo could think about it, Stark was thrown over by Obadi and smashed in their direction. Nanjo stepped forward and grabbed Stark with one hand, without letting him continue to hit Pepper and the others. What's wrong with you? Nanjo noticed that the left leg of the Stark Mark III mech was obviously damaged. To be careless, he destroyed the flight system of the left leg with a force. This answer made Nanjo quite helpless. It seems that my intervention has changed the direction of things. Chapter 20, Turn the Tide of War. Why is your leg pinched like this? Seeing that the legs of Stark's battle armor were greatly damaged, and sparks were still sputtering, Nanjo asked. I was careless just now. He grabbed my leg. I wanted to fly to the sky, but he directly destroyed the flight system. As Stark said, he couldn't help but cursed. But at this moment, the Iron Overlord of Obadi rushed in their direction. Stark stood up abruptly, and rushed towards Obadiah with his armor that only had one leg, and flew him to the top. You only have one leg left in this armor. Do you think you can defeat me? Faced with Obadiah's mockery, Stark didn't think much, and flew directly into the sky. Obadiah sneered twice when he saw this, and also let his Iron Overlord fly up and head straight to Stark. Looking at the two people chasing in the sky at the moment, Nanjo did not take care of it, and it was obvious that the incident had progressed to a normal course again. But Pepper stared at the two in mid-air, and the worry in his eyes became more and more. Tony is slowly slowing down, that Obadi is about to catch up. Because the flight system of one leg of the battle armor was damaged, the power of Stark flight was insufficient, and Obadi gradually caught up with the gap. If it can't maintain a certain height and freeze Obadi's armor, then Stark may lose. And the development of the matter is also proceeding in that direction. Nanjo frowned slightly, because his participation caused the incident to not develop in the normal direction. It seems that I have to sell it myself. Thinking about it, Nanjo stepped forward, gathering strength all over. He does not have flight ability yet, so if he wants to reach the height where the two are now, he can only rely on his own jumping power. Nanjo's move also made Phil Coulson and Pepper a little confused. Neither of them knew what Nanjo wanted to do. Just watch Nanjo slowly squat down at the moment, and the power of the whole body began to concentrate on the legs. Immediately afterwards, it was possible that Nanjo's calves swelled up in an instant, flooded with power. Even the surrounding ground was slumped by this force. Such a scene made Phil Coulson and Pepper understand that Nanjo wanted to jump on it. Almost. Nanjo already felt that his calf was very swollen, and it was time to release these forces. He jumped directly, and the entire ground made a loud noise. Nanjo directly ejected and started, carrying rubble and smoke straight to Obadiah. His speed is very fast, even surpassing Obadi and Stark who are flying in the sky. At this moment, Obadi did not realize the approach of Nanzo. There was only Stark in his eyes. As long as he caught the Stark who was close at hand, his life would be taken by himself. But at this moment, his armor suddenly made a noise. Obadiah turned around and was instantly silly. Because Nanjo was clutching his mechanical armor arm at the moment, and his arm was swollen to a terrifying swell. How did he do it? Although the horror of Nanzo made Obadi very jealous, he did not expect this person to appear in front of him without resorting to any method. This is high above the sky, even reaching the height of 2 World Trade Towers. And he just came up like this? But before he could think about it, Nanjo's powerful arm was a high throw, throwing him directly into the sky. Since you can't fly up by yourself, then I will help you. This force even surpassed the impetus of the Obadiah warframe. He is like a baseball thrown into the sky, gradually getting smaller. Stark was also taken aback when he saw this, but he also let out a sigh when he saw Obadi flying to a higher altitude. At least his plan is still complete. He just wanted to turn his head and talk to Nanjo, but found that Nanjo was falling at an extremely fast speed. Damn! This kid jumped up. As soon as this thought came to Stark's mind, it made Stark's scalp numb. Although you can see the city at the current height, you can't even see the traffic. He jumped up. What a terrible thing it must be. Nanjo fell very fast, which also made Nanjo lose his center of gravity. But fortunately, as an agent, he also trained in skydiving, so he adjusted his body shape immediately. With the strength of her own body, she naturally didn't worry that her body would die because of falling from this height. What he is worried about now is not to have that short-eyed person appear under him and be crushed to death by himself. The high-speed fall of Nanzo was also seen in Stark's eyes. He wanted to speed up to grab Nanjo, in case he continued to fall. But his broken armor needs to be very careful in the process of falling. If one is not careful, then he will fall at the same high speed as Nanjo. This guy can't even shoot through bullets, there should be no problem. In Stark's mind, Nanjo was as terrible as the god of war in the Middle East, and he didn't worry about it immediately. And Nanjo didn't expect Stark to come to save himself. With a loud noise, Nanjo crashed to the ground, and the huge amounts of impact made everyone around him tremble. Cracks appeared on the ground one after another, and the sand and stones flew up due to the shock. It looks okay. Nanjo shook his head. The fall from high altitude did not cause any discomfort to Nanjo's body. The moment I landed, my head was a little dizzy. Afterwards, Stark landed tremblingly, and Pepper rushed up when he saw it. Tony. Pepper came to Stark's side and was about to care about his situation, only to find that his eyes were locked in the air. Not only Stark, but also Nanjo and Phil Coulson, their gazes were fixed on the dark sky. Because Obadi hasn't fallen yet. It stands to reason that the material of iron bawang will freeze when it reaches a certain height. Freezing will cause the armor to crash, so he should have fallen from a high altitude. But now, the three of them have not seen the figure of Iron Overlord. I threw it too hard? Did I throw the earth out? An extremely possible idea emerged in Nanjo's mind. But then, sharp-eyed, he saw a larger and larger stone. Oh no, it's not a stone, it's Obadiah's armor. The armor was getting closer and closer to the ground, which also made Stark breathe. It seems that my idea is right. Hearing there was another loud noise, Obadiah's Iron Overlord fell to the ground. Unlike Nanzo, he smashed a hole directly on the ground. Everyone stepped forward. Stark and Phil Coulson were both very cautious, only Nanjo took off Obadiah's helmet indifferently. But then, everyone was dumbfounded. He got burned. Chapter 21, I Am Iron Man. Under the Iron Overlord's helmet was the face of Obadiah's flesh and blood template, and his entire left half of his face was already dysfunctional. Professionals like Nanzo and Phil Coulson can tell at a glance that this is a burn. Where did you throw him? Phil Coulson came to Nanjo and asked. I don't know, I just throw it away. Nanzhou also didn't know where his strength could throw him. But now it seems that Nanzhou may have thrown him above the atmosphere. There are also traces of burning on his armor. Did you throw him directly into the atmosphere? In general, this kind of situation only burns after the battle armor violently rubs against the atmosphere. It seems that the Iron Overlord was really thrown into the atmosphere by Nanzhou. Nanzhou at the moment stepped forward and probed the breath of Obadiah. He's dead, maybe he fell to death. With that, Nanzhou dragged Obadiah out of the battle armor. It was found that his body was severely burned, not only on the left side of his face, but also on his arms, body, and legs. Coupled with the fall from the height of the atmosphere, it can guarantee that a whole corpse is really good. Pepper at the moment was so scared that he hid behind Stark, and when he heard Nanzhou say this, his whole body trembled. Stark at the moment walked in front of Obadiah, looked at the corpse that was already a little shameless, and couldn't help but sighed. In any case, Obadiah also assisted himself along the way. Although he wanted to kill himself, seeing his death still made Stark feel uncomfortable. But when I thought about it, this BD didn't just want to kill himself, he also sold his weapons to other battlefields, turning his weapons into a tool for slaughtering refugees. Thinking of this, Stark felt that this man was more than guilty. Leave it to you to handle this matter. Nanzhou looked at Phil Coulson at the moment. Phil Coulson also understood Nanzhou's meaning, and then nodded. Now that the matter is complete, Nanzhou has no need to stay here. He was naked now, his lower body was still in tattered shorts, and his shoes broke during the jump just now. With the mask on his face, he is like a big gangster with a special hobby. So it's better to come quickly. Thinking, Nanzhou is about to leave here. But at the moment, Stark suddenly spoke and stopped Nanzhou. I am very grateful for this. Thank you for saving me, saving Ethan, and saving Pepper. Nanzhou was taken aback for a moment. This kind of gratitude was quite serious, which was different from the Stark he knew. However, since he strengthened Stark, Stark's image has been somewhat different from what he knew. I can give you some shares of Stark Industries, which is my personal gratitude. Facing Nanzhou, Stark even said this. Your shares in Stark Industries. Nanzhou turned around and came to Stark's side, and whispered near his ear. I have shares in your company, and there are still a lot of them. When Nanzhou said this, Stark was stunned. But immediately, he reflected, with a surprised expression on his face. Are you that Xing Zhou? Nanzhou just let out a sneer, and then left here. Phil Coulson looked at the back of Nanzhou leaving, took out his mobile phone, and sent a message. Definitely, this news was sent to Nanzhou. Well, it's time to work. Phil Coulson turned off the interface with Nanzhou, and then dialed a call. Now we need to clean up the messy scene in front of us, and we have to prepare all kinds of rhetoric. This is not a simple task. But as far as Phil Coulson is concerned, he is very familiar with all of this, and he does not do this kind of thing less. The impact of this incident in California was quite large. After all, the battle between Stark and Iron Overlord also caused a lot of property losses. Although Stark tried to stop it. At the moment, Nanzhou was sitting in his home. After that incident, he returned to his home overnight. And now, he is watching TV. On TV, it was a press conference about what happened last night. Countless reporters are waiting for Stark's appearance. Colonel Rod on the at the moment stage, no one wants to watch him speak on it. And Wanda, Pietro, and Lorna are sitting next to Nanzhou, watching the press conference. When they learned that Tony Stark would be attending, the eyes of the three of them showed anger and hatred. After all, their hometown was destroyed by the weapons of Stark Industries. Definitely, this incident cannot be entirely blamed on Stark. After all, the act of selling weapons to other battlefields was done by Obadiah. Nanzhou also told the three of this fact, but obviously they couldn't listen to it. The shadow of Stark Industries' logo on their hearts is too deep. How easy is it to forgive Stark? It seems that I have to conceal the fact that I became a shareholder of Stark Industries. Nanjo gave a bitter smile twice. If the three of them knew that they were shareholders of Stark Industries, what would the three children think of themselves? So Nanjo chose to conceal it. On the TV of at the moment, Stark appeared. Humph! Pietro snorted coldly, and Wanda and Lorna turned away. If it weren't for Nanjo, they couldn't blacken Stark's face on TV. They don't understand why such a murderer is sought after by so many people here. But now Stark on the stage is facing the press of the female reporter who has had a night of ups and downs with him, and it is not very pleasant to watch the valley. And he also took out the note that Phil Coulson prepared for himself in advance. On the note, there was a statement prepared for him, allowing him to draw a line between the words of the person called Iron Man by the people. Definitely, Stark wouldn't do that. He put down the note in his hand and looked around at the reporters and cameras around him, his eyes gradually becoming firm. I am Iron Man. Following this sentence, the whole venue was shocked roar. Countless reporters stood up and headed straight for Stark with microphones. You know, this is breaking news, and the headlines on the front page will be all this for a while. Only the female reporter who asked the question earlier seemed to have expected everything to be the same, sitting there calmly, without any action. Ding! The host achieves the I Am Iron Man event, rewards 3% template inheritance, and Darkseid template inheritance reaches 6%. Ding! The host Darkseid template inheritance rate reaches 5%, gain skills, and mind control. Chapter 22, Conversation with Phil Coulson. Mind manipulation. Nanjo was slightly taken aback when he heard the system prompt. What surprised him a little, was that he needed 30 days of suffering to increase the Darkseid template by 1%, and he could increase by 3% even if he reached certain events. It seems that as long as more and more major events are achieved, sooner or later, the template of his own Darkseid will reach 100%. Definitely, what makes Nanjo care about, and that thought manipulation. At the moment he got up, walked into the bathroom, looked at his toothbrush, and concentrated his mind. Immediately afterwards, the toothbrush shook miraculously, and then slowly floated in front of Nanjo. As long as you concentrate, you can complete mind control. The control was so simple this year, which surprised Nanjo. However, the step of manipulating the toothbrush by himself is still a bit rusty. If you want to manipulate some objects with huge weight, you still need to practice more by yourself. But fortunately, after this incident, what I have is more than just a super strong body. This skill can make yourself as elegant and powerful as a magician. Nanjo thought of this, very excited, and walked out of the bathroom with a smile. When the three Wandas saw each other, they all looked at each other. It was obvious that Nanjo's expression made them a little confused. Time came the next afternoon. Nanjo was in a coffee shop downstairs, and opposite him, was Phil Coulson sitting. When Nanjo left Stark, Phil Coulson used his mobile phone to send a message to Nanjo. The content of the message is naturally to ask him out to meet. I really didn't expect that you, who have known me for so many years, would have such an ability. Phil Coulson looked at Nanjo and gave a bitter smile. When he determined that Nanjo was the person with exaggerated power and physical strength, he was also somewhat unacceptable in his heart. After all, he was considered a person who knew Nanjo well, and he had never felt that Nanjo had such terrifying strength. There are so many things you don't understand. Looking at Phil Coulson's face, Nanjo said with a smile. Then about the Avengers plan. Phil Coulson looked at Nanjo and asked tentatively. Will you join the Avengers project? Nanjo just shook his head. The Avengers plan, he never considered participating. Phil Coulson had anticipated this result a long time ago, because Nanjo has always liked being unfettered and unrestrained. In S.H.I.E.L.D, there were 7 unsatisfied and 8 unsatisfied when he was an agent. It would be tantamount to letting him join the Avengers project. But even if Phil Coulson had anticipated this result, when Nanjo really expressed his rejection, he was still a bit lost. After all, with a powerful presence like Nanzo as a boost, Avengers will be even stronger. Nick has gone to Stark personally for the Avengers project. It seems that Stark's position in the Avengers project is about to change. Phil Coulson took a sip of coffee and continued. I have Stark, and Natasha Romanoff and Barton. There are enough candidates for the Avengers, so you don't have to worry about me. Looking at the heat floating on the coffee, Nanjo answered a little absent-mindedly. He is now full of minds about how to master this mind control. And naturally he has no mood to answer the words of Phil Coulson. I have one more thing I want to ask you. Phil Coulson speaks again. How did you exercise such a terrifying body? And what is that dark monarch Darkseid? Is it in any comic? Hearing this, Nanjo raised his head and could see that Phil Coulson's eyes were full of curiosity. How to exercise? I don't know how to answer you this question, because I don't only have the ability of the physical body. As for the name Dark Lord Darkseid, Nanjo said, grinning. This is not in any comic book, because this person is me. Anyway, this is the Marvel Universe, and there is no DC Comics, so the name of Darkseid was naturally requisitioned by Nanjo. Looking at Nanjo's smile, Phil Coulson's scalp numb. This is obviously Nanjo's normal smile, but in Phil Coulson's view, it is like the same Mephisto standing in front of him smiling like himself. Is it because Nanjo's displayed strength scared Phil Coulson? He naturally didn't believe it. The Dark Lord, this name should only be used by villains, you. Phil Coulson recalled the name, and stopped talking for a while. Don't worry, I don't have the idea of ruling the world or destroying the world. I just want Wu Yu's carefree, unfettered life, it's that simple. Nanjo could see Phil Coulson's worries. After all, with the strength that Nanjo showed, he could still do it to paralyze a city. And this is only the less powerful ability demonstrated by Nanjo. Seeing Nanjo said this, Phil Coulson was relieved. The reason why he came to Nanjo was because he wanted to explore Nanjo's attitude. He also knows Nanjo's attitude now, although he will not join the Avengers, but at least he will not be an enemy with him. That's enough. At the same time, Nick is sitting at his desk at S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters. The Dark Lord Darkseid. Nick touched his bald head and looked at the picture on the screen, his eyes condensed slightly. And on the screen, the official Nanzo and Iron Overlord battle scene, and the chow. Phil Coulson only promised that Nanjo would not say his name, but there was no guarantee that he would not say anything about it. After all, several of his subordinates also saw this person with terrifying power. Able to play with Iron Overlord in the palm of one's hands, and possess the physical strength, and jumping power that are not human-like. The battle pictures on the screen are playing over and over again, and you don't want to miss any detail. Such a person must not be a human being, even a human being is a Superman. The only effective information he got from the picture now is that this person has superpower and physical strength, but he can't fly. And this person definitely did not show his full strength, he should have a lot of ability not used. Nick speculates that if this person uses his full strength, at least the entire city will suffer a lot of damage. But now it seems that this person should not stand on the opposite side of them. But such a name had to make him beware. But even so, Nick has to talk to such a person. The Avengers need such a person. The terrifying power of the picture is not amazing in Nick's eyes. After all, the woman who is far away in space is much stronger than the power shown in this person's picture. Chapter 23, Stark Industries' second largest shareholder. Unexpectedly, that Joe turned out to be you. In Stark's villa, Nanzo, Stark, and Ethan are sitting in the basement of the villa. Nanjo still wears his mask, Stark still doesn't know the true face of this person. Since the last time Stark announced that he was Iron Man, the stock of Stark Industries has risen in a straight line. The stock of Stark Industries is now higher than before. And Nanzhou's 150 million shares have risen to an astronomical figure. In addition, Stark promised to give some shares to Nanzhou, and now the entire Stark industry, Nanzhou has become the second largest shareholder. And Nanzhou's arrival today is for this share issue. Just now, he became the second largest shareholder. Are you planning to enter the clean energy industry now? Looking at the various drawings on Stark's desk, Nanzhou asked. It's not an intention, but it has already entered. Stark picked up a drawing. The things in the Middle East and the affairs of Steiny made me understand a lot of things, so this is also the reason why I closed the Weapons Research and Development Department. Speaking, Stark knocked the arc reactor on his chest. Although this thing can save my life, it is also consuming my vitality. Palladium will kill me, and I won't live for a few years. I want to do something good for the world in the remaining few years. The events in the Middle East and the Iron Overlord incident really changed Stark a lot, from a playboy who dreamed of life to a playboy who helped justice. With that, Stark picked up the cup on the side. The cup was filled with green liquid. Drink? It tastes refreshing. Stark reached out and handed it to Nanzhou, but Nanzhou waved his hand and refused. This thing Nanzhou still knows that it can neutralize the chlorophyll poisoned by palladium, and the taste is really flattering. Seeing Nanzhou's refusal, Stark opened the bottle and took a sip. The indescribable taste made Stark's expression extremely rich. Drinking this stuff every day, I really suffer too much. Stark is just starting to drink chlorophyll, which is naturally unacceptable. After taking a sip, Stark closed the lid and set the thing aside. He shook his head, the smell made his mind a little unacceptable. The director of S.H.I.E.L.D. named Nick Fury invited me to join What Avengers project. As a result, I was still a reserve member. Is it possible that I still have an inspection period? Stark complained about Nick Fury's private entry into the house some time ago. Ethan and Nanzhou in front of them can be regarded as the people Stark trusts most besides Pepper and Harpy. Although Nanzhou still wears a mask, Stark doesn't know what he looks like, but the intuition in his heart is still high speed. This person is trustworthy. I think you are more suitable than me to join this Avengers project, you are much better than me. Stark said, looking at Nanzhou's body. Obviously, in comparison, Nanzhou is naturally stronger, even one dimension higher. Nanzhou shook his head. I like freedom and unrestrainedness. Joining this kind of organization has to be governed by others, so I don't bother to enter. Not to mention the Avengers plan, even with this S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, Nanzhou is still thinking about how to get rid of it. When will Nanzhou get rid of the identity of the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Will Nanzhou be truly free? At this moment, Nanzhou's phone rang suddenly. He took out the phone and found that Hill was calling. The exchanges between Hill and Nanzhou have not been too much recently, and Hill is very busy because of some internal affairs of SHIELD. Seeing that the call was from Hill, Nanzhou was also a little surprised, got up and left the basement, and got the call. How do you know you called me? I'm busy with things. Facing Nanzhou's joke, Hill snorted twice. I know that I'm talking coldly there, I've been quite busy recently. How busy is it? You don't even talk about anything in a hurry. Hearing Nanzhou say this, Hill sighed even more, looking rather helpless. Have you come to Washington recently? Let's get together, then we will talk in detail. Time came to the next night. In Washington, Nanzhou and Hill are eating in a restaurant where they often come. In other words, are you investigating the matter of the killer codenamed 47 and Jin Bin? Nanzhou took a sip of water and said calmly. Hill nodded. I was in New York some time ago, but I was too busy to get away. This is when I return to headquarters and finish the work before I have time. Hill said so, but what she didn't know was that the Nanzhou sitting across from her was the 3-in-1 in the underground world, and even Jinhee suffered a big loss with the code name 47. This is a big trouble in New York, you don't even know it. Faced with such a thing, Nanjo naturally lied and said that he didn't know it. This definitely caused Hill's suspicion. I have been playing games at home during this time. Who cares about that, has nothing to do with me. Nanjo naturally wanted to build himself into a non-stick pot. If Hill saw his problem, it would be troublesome. Oh, now the entire underground world of New York is messed up. In fact, it can be seen from the face that Hill's face is very bad, which is caused by being busy with this matter. Originally, the existence of the Golden Union could restrain the development of other forces, but because of the previous events, the majesty of the Golden Union can no longer convince the public. Therefore, more and more gangs have begun to form. Now New York is really quite dangerous. Furthermore, after such an in-depth investigation, it was discovered that Jin may also be related to Hydra. This matter has become troublesome. Originally, Hill's task was to investigate this matter and find out who the code number 47 was. As a result, she couldn't find out who it was, but found out about Jin and Hydra, which made her feel big. Just watch Hill hold her cheeks and stir the water in her cup with a spoon, although there is nothing in this cup for her to stir. Now that the task is handed over, Hill does not have so many things, it should have been a happy thing. But she was a little unwilling. She wanted to find out the truth of the matter, but the result was that the matter was handed over to someone else. This made Hill extremely depressed, and even the mood to eat was gone. So upset. Hill frowned slightly, even though Nanjo enlightened her, it eased a lot. But this thing is getting more and more angry. But at this moment, she put down the spoon in her hand, got up and looked at Nanjo. Let's go, I want to get distracted, and accompany me to the movie later. Chapter 24, Hill, Dating. Nanjo was inexplicably pulled by Hill to watch a movie. You can count the number of times Nanjo has gone to the movie theater over the years. Even if I went to the cinema before, I went with Hill. When he was young, Hill often liked to drive Nanzo to go to the cinema to watch movies, but Nanzo had no character. Looking at the film schedule on the movie theater, I found that there are no outstanding movies in this recent schedule. The two simply found a family comedy, bought tickets, and went into the theater. There are not many people in the theater, and there are fewer than 30 people in Nanzo, but this theater is a theater that can hold 200 people. And this movie is just as horrible as his attendance rate. It was a family comedy, but it was so boring for Nanjo to watch it, so that Hill beside him had fallen asleep on his shoulders. What kind of brain-dead movie did I watch? This should be counted as Nanzo, and all the other people in this theater have a unified idea. Because this movie is really boring, and it even affects the three views. You can even see countless traces of plagiarism, and the actors used have no acting skills. If it weren't for Nanjo's mental state is not bad, otherwise he might fall asleep like Hill. The end result was that the two slept in the theater, cuddling each other. And time did not go by slowly. Nanjo said that it was the first time that he had experienced such a long 90 minutes. When the list of film producers began to appear on the screen, Nanjo gently woke up Hill. Hill opened his eyes and looked around in a daze, only to notice that the movie was over. Ah! I actually fell asleep. Hill was also quite surprised, she didn't expect that she would fall asleep. Although I thought this movie was a bit boring when I watched the beginning, I don't think I will fall asleep. This movie is boring. It's a good thing that you fall asleep. I have experienced the extreme torture of 90 minutes. Nanjo stood up and stretched his waist. This extreme torture finally ended. Hill also stood up, but a little embarrassed. Not only did he fall asleep, but also fell directly on Nanjo's shoulder after falling asleep. However, although this sleep was uncomfortable, it was still surprisingly fragrant. Her whole mental state has improved a lot. The two left the cinema just like that. Washington's nightlife is also quite prosperous, and almost all bars are open 24 hours a day. Since today is to accompany Hill to relax and vent, then Nanzo will naturally agree to some of Hill's requirements. Here, it includes the bar. Looking at the inside of the feasting bar and the boys and girls who wriggle with the music inside, Nanzo and Hill both smiled at each other. This is the first time that Nanzo has come to the bar as a customer. Before, it was only a mission that came here. The two came to a corner, far away from the center of the dance floor, where it was relatively clean. You said, will we find some illegal activities here? Hill shouted to Nanzo with his throat. Even if they are far away from the center of the dance floor, the two of them need to speak with their voices in order for the other to hear. I don't know, but there is a high probability. Even in Washington, there is no bar without these. This kind of chaos in a noisy bar is more terrifying. And people who are playing high will become very unrestrained, which also leads to the breeding of many crimes. It's definitely, Hill and Nanzo didn't come here to arrest people. Even if they really encountered such a situation, they would just open one eye and close one eye. But at this moment, a few men who were dressed just like they were walking in the direction of the two. Hill and Nanzo looked at each other, and then they both spread their hands. This is really bad luck. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Oh, beautiful lady, you look at me. The boys directly ignored Nanzo, and the target was Hill. At first glance, these people have been in this bar all year round. The beauties who come here often remember that they are very skilled, while the beautiful Hill is a raw face. They will naturally come and strike up a conversation. Looking at your face, is it the first time to come? Would you like to ask some brothers to introduce you? Although nothing can be seen in the words, the tone and expression of these people have already betrayed them. Hill's face was gloomy and very unhappy. He didn't expect that he would finally come out and be happy and would meet such a person. It's bad luck. Hill was about to get up, but Nanzo grabbed her and stood up by himself. Sorry, she doesn't want to be with you, so please come back. The appearance of Nanzo made a few people very upset. They looked up and down Nanzo. What are you doing? There is nothing for you here, so stay cool. Obviously they didn't put Nanzo in their eyes, even though Nanzo looked much stronger than them. But at first glance, the two of them are newcomers. To people like them, bullying is bullying the newcomers. Facing such words, Nanzo was not angry, and a smile appeared on his face. I am her boyfriend, so please don't harass her. These words made those people even more impatient. Her boyfriend? Then you are not from now on. Get out of me. With that said, one of the men stretched out his hand to push Nanzo. But before his hand touched Nanzo, he directly grabbed his arm, and when he broke and fell, the man fell to the ground, accompanied by the screams of men. Because the man's fingers have all been broken. This is the result of Nanzo's effort. When the other people saw this, they realized that they had a hard stubble, and they rushed towards Nanzo. But without exception, Nanzo was put on one by one, and something would be bad for everyone. For example, the previous person has broken his finger, and this person has broken his leg, that person has broken his arm, and the person on the other side has broken his rib. In less than 5 seconds, those little gangsters were all in the end, wailing in unison. Nanzo at the moment shook his hand coolly, turned his head and looked at Hill. Let's go. Hill at the moment was in a state of stunned shock, and only reacted when Nanzo said so, and immediately followed Nanzo to the outside. Naturally, no one would dare to stop the people in the bar, and even the security guards didn't want to step forward. Because those people still have some reputation in the bar, they still fight vigorously. However, facing Nanzo, these 5 people didn't hold on for 5 seconds, and the others naturally didn't dare to come forward and seek death. With so many people in the entire bar, no one dared to stop Nanzo. Let them leave the bar so coolly. Hill at the moment's gaze was still on Nanzo. Although it is not a problem to solve these few people, but I don't know why, when Nanjo took the initiative to stand up. In her eyes, she was really handsome. Chapter 25, The Little Guys Lose. In the entire bar, no one dared to stop Nanzo and Hill. Because the aura exuding from Nanjo's body is really terrifying, and those who want to make a move don't have the guts. Even when the security guards saw Nanjo approaching, they took the initiative to move away and watched the two leave. Hill followed Nanjo, his eyes fixed on him. The two were walking on the street like this, and no one spoke. After a long while, Hill spoke slowly. "Joe, that, just now." Nanjo heard Hill's voice and looked back at her. 4 eyes facing each other. The two looked at each other like this, and what Hill wanted to say was abruptly held back. Nanjo looked at Hill and noticed that Hill was squeezing at the moment, and his face was even slightly red. "What happened to you?" Nanjo stopped and asked. But unexpectedly Hill gave him a blank look. "What's wrong with me? I'm not to blame you," saying that. As soon as Hill said this, Nanjo understood it instantly. What this girl cares about is the words "I am her boyfriend" that she just said to the group of punks. "So you care about this?" Nanjo smiled and came to Hill's side. "Didn't I find a suitable reason? It's similar to an excuse for war. If you don't like me saying that, then I won't say it in the future." When Hill heard this, he was taken aback, then gave Nanjo a blank look, and walked forward on his own. Hill's attitude made Nanjo somewhat inexplicable. He scratched the back of his head, and then followed. Sending Hill back to his residence, Nanjo also walked to the prepared hotel. Back at the residence, Hill plunged into his own quilt, hugged his quilt tightly, and buried his face in the quilt. This would. The next day, Nanjo left Washington by plane and returned to New York. It happened in the afternoon when I got home. Normally, the 3 little guys should have gone to school. But just after opening the door, Nanjo was stunned by the scene in front of him. The 3 children who were supposed to be in school are still staying at home, and their faces are actually hurt. This made Nanjo's company gloomy in an instant. He walked forward quickly, and before the 3 of them could say anything, he dragged the 3 of them in front of him. The injuries on the faces of the 3 people are different. The most serious is Pietro. Pietro's face can be called a real black and swollen face. The entire right eye was swollen, the left half of his face was also very severely bruised, and his lips were cracked. In fact, Nanjo was ready for the friction between them at school, but he did not expect that Pietro would suffer such a serious injury. What annoys Nanjo most is that even Wanda and Lorna have scars on their faces. If it was just friction between boys, Nanjo would not be so angry, but this involved Wanda and Lorna, which made Nanjo a little bit intolerable. Who made this? Nanjo looked at the 3 with a serious tone. Pietro at the moment lowered his head and said nothing. "Tell me." Seeing that Pietro didn't answer, Nanjo raised his voice instantly, frightening the 3 children. "Yes. It's a person named Oken, 1 year older than us." Lorna at the moment spoke slowly. "Lorna." Pietro tugged Lorna dissatisfiedly from the side. "I will solve it myself." "Solve the fart yourself." Nanjo glared at Pietro. "It doesn't matter if you have been labeled as such a virtue, and you have also injured Lorna and Wanda, do you have to solve this by yourself?" Faced with Nanjo's fingerprints, Pietro lowered his head, unwilling. Lorna at the moment continued to speak. "That Oken is the eldest in the class. He is very strong. He has always bullied his classmates. He didn't have a good face for the 3 of us newcomers. He often harassed my sister and Wanda. Pietro has always been protecting us, but recently this Oken seems to have become more rampant. He beat Pietro at noon yesterday. We wanted to help, and he was pushed directly to the ground." After listening to Lorna's words, Nanjo nodded, and he probably understood the whole thing. In other words, this incident was caused by the mixed Oken at that school. Is that Oken so arrogant at school? Don't your teachers care about it? When Nanjo said this, Wanda on the side shook her head. Oken's father seems to be the leader of that gang. It is said that something seems to have made his father more arrogant recently, and he has become even more arrogant. The teachers didn't dare to discipline Oken very harshly. Some teachers that Oken didn't like did not come to work the next day. Either their legs or hands were broken, and one teacher disappeared from then on. After listening to Wanda's words, Nanjo understood what was going on. In the final analysis, this incident was caused by Jinhee's loss when confronting himself. That Oken's father should have the coercion of the Golden Union, so he didn't dare to make a mistake. Now that Jin has suffered, he is no longer so afraid, so his ambition to become bigger and stronger has slowly emerged. His dad is beginning to be defiant, and Oken will become the same as his dad. Okay, I probably know what happened. You don't need to think about this matter. I will solve it. I will buy you some medicine and go to school tomorrow. Nanjo's words made Lorna and Wanda very happy. They were worried that they would end up with other teachers. Now that Nanjo, they don't worry anymore. But Pietro wasn't very happy, muttering something in his mouth. I will solve this matter, and I will have a showdown with that Oken. Nanjo naturally heard Pietro's words and rubbed his hair with a smile. That's your private affair with that BD. I won't stop you. What I want to do is not to teach Oken, but to make him so arrogant. Pietro raised his head and looked at Nanjo, a trace of firmness appeared in his eyes. Brother Joe, I want to learn fighting skills with you. Nanjo was the one who rescued them from that place. Although he had never seen Nanjo's strength with his own eyes, he was sure that Nanjo was absolutely super strong in fighting. Nanjo was taken aback by these words, and then he smiled again. Learn from me? I'm very strict, can you bear it? Pietro didn't have any hesitation, and nodded. Good. Nanjo patted Pietro on the shoulder, then turned his eyes to Lorna and Wanda. How about you? Are you interested in learning with me? Chapter 26, Retribution. It was late at night, the three children had fallen asleep, and Nanjo left the house at the moment. New York's nightlife is very rich, even many times richer than Washington. Countless drunk boys and girls are releasing their pressure on the street. It looks beautiful and exciting under the feasting, but in fact, it is extremely dangerous, because I don't know how many pairs of eyes are staring at those unsuspecting people in the dark corner. Nanzo had only one goal, a bar 3 kilometers away from the Wanda 3-person school. This bar was opened by the father of the BD named Oken, and now his father spends in this bar. Nanzo's home is not far from the 3 children's school, so it's not far from this bar. After arriving at the bar on foot, Nanjo walked directly in. With the help of the crowd here, he put on a mask. Squeezing through the crowd in the bar, Nanjo walked to the private room on the 5th floor upstairs. When you come to the designated floor, the atmosphere will change immediately. The entire corridor is extremely quiet. The soundproofing of every door here is quite good. It can be seen that it is expensive. You, who? As soon as Nanjo walked on the 5th floor, he was stopped by a man. The 5th floor is not open today, please go back. The man in a black suit and sunglasses, he looked like Oken's father's horse. Is Mr. Leo here? Nanjo looked at the gate in the depths, where there were 2 guards. The man was slightly taken aback when he heard this. Is there anything you need? Just watch. Nanjo smiled, grabbing the man's shoulders, and throwing him to the ground with a shoulder crossing. At the same time, the man's back also made a crisp sound, and his spine was broken. My business is very simple, kill him. The man's fall to the ground alarmed the 2 guards guarding the deepest gate. Seeing that Nanjo came to be unkind, the 2 men drew their guns and aimed at Nanjo. Regardless of whether Nanjo had a gun or not, one dashed straight to the 2 and attacked. When the 2 saw this, they shot immediately, but it was still the old tradition, and the bullet could not harm Nanjo. Then the 2 were directly put down by Nanjo, and one of them smashed through the gate and fell into the house. There was deafening music thinking in the guarded room, and a sturdy-looking man was holding a few enchanting women in revealing clothes. The sudden smashing of the door made them startled. Nanjo at the moment walked in from the door and saw the man who had pulled out the gun very cautiously. "You are Mr. Leo, are you?" The man looked gloomy and pointed his gun at Nanjo, while the other people surrounded Nanjo with their guns at him. "Who are you?" This man naturally realized that Nanjo's arrival was absolutely unkind. "It doesn't matter who I am, but I don't like someone pointing a gun at me." Just seeing Nanjo's thoughts moved, all these muzzles aimed at him were deformed, and they were directly twisted into a knot. This development stunned everyone, and no one had seen this battle before. Before these people could react, Nanjo waved his hand again, and the horses surrounding him slowly lifted up as if they were caught by their throats. "So many people are so annoying, I just want to have a chat with you alone." As Nanjo said, he shook his hand again. These people were directly hit on the wall. Some people were hit directly into the wall, and some people fell to the ground. But they are all silent and don't know life or death. And Nanjo drove the trembling girls out of the room, and moved a chair to sit in front of Leo. At the moment, Leo's muzzle was also twisted into a knot. Although his body could move freely, he still didn't dare to move rashly with this person sitting in front of him. After all, the masked person in front of him used the ability that was not something humans could use. "This brother, there is no need to make this situation." Leo smiled awkwardly to cover up a trace of fear in his heart. "No need? No, very necessary," Nanjo said with a smile, but people couldn't laugh after hearing it. "You provoke me." These words made Leo confused. He was madly reminiscing. He really couldn't think of how Kai could provoke such a power. Seeing the doubt on this guy's face, Nanjo added again. "Actually, it cannot be said that you provoke me. It was your BDS son who beat up my brother and sister at school, so I found you." Hearing this, Leo couldn't help but cursed. He didn't expect his own son to cause him such a big trouble. "That's because my godson can't help but we can compensate." Although Leo has become very rampant now, he has not forgotten his ability to confess. He knew that the person in front of him couldn't afford to provoke him, so he confessed quickly so as not to cause murder. When Nanjo heard this, he touched his chin. "How to make up for me? How about let your son apologize for himself?" Hearing this, Leo's face was a little gloomy. "This is not appropriate, he is still a child." "Then you can die for your son." Nanjo continued, "You were supposed to be damned for selling drugs, human beings, organs, so, why don't you just watch it hard?" Nanjo's who completely angered Leo, but he was afraid of Nanjo's power and did not dare to express his anger. This Leo, Nanjo had already investigated almost before he came. Anyway, it was not a good cake. The crime he committed was shot 7 or 8 times shouldn't be too much. "I know you are strong, but don't think I'm a bully." Leo's face was already very difficult to see, whether he was tolerable or unbearable. Although the skills he recognized had not forgotten, he was no longer what he used to be. With that said, Lois took out his dagger and stabbed Nanjo. But Nanjo didn't even raise his hand. Just a thought, Lois's arm suffered a big fracture of 90 degrees. The intense pain made Leo let out a scream. But then, Nanjo just pressed his head. "You are too noisy. After you go to hell, remember to thank your son. If it weren't for your son, I wouldn't be able to find you. Goodbye." When the voice fell, Leo's head was directly rotated 360 degrees, and he died instantly. Looking at Leo's corpse, who had collapsed on the sofa, Nanjo took off some of the gold objects on his body. At least he could make some money. Collecting valuable things, Nanjo used Leo's blood to leave behind his Code 47 name, and then left happily. If these gangs don't provoke Nanzo, unless Nanzo accepts their reward, they will all be alive. But if Nanzhou is provoked, then the end is beyond their control. Chapter 27, New Events. After a period of silence, the code name 47 has re-emerged. The boss of a gang who had just raised his head was killed by the code name 47. But this time, Jin Bin's forces did not say anything. After all, the people who were killed were not the people of the Jin Union, so the Jin Union forces were unwilling to mix up this matter. When Petro came to the school the next day, Oken became quite persuaded, and even some other bastards in the school dared to speak harshly to him. Although Nanzhou didn't tell the trio of the specific situation, he just told the trio that everything was resolved. But now it seems that the backer behind Oken should have been killed by Nanzhou. Seeing Oken, who was pressed to the ground, singularly angry and afraid to have any resistance, the three had no sympathy. Countless classmates and teachers have been hurt by this BD, and the parents of those innocent students have no way to report, and they can only bear the humiliation silently. Now, for the crimes he committed, use the rest of his life to pay for it. Are you coming back? At the moment, in a house in New York, Murdoch leaned against his bed. Code 47, which had been quiet for a long time, once again attacked the gang members. Murdoch originally thought he would stop for a while, but now it seems that he thinks too much. It is absolutely impossible for such a person to return to peace on his own. When can I see him again? Murdoch murmured. This mysterious person interested him very much, and most importantly, he knew his identity. Murdoch is very concerned about this matter. He wants to know how this person knows his identity. After solving a small gang, Nanzhou once again had the opportunity to complete the daily tasks. Entering the room full of high concentration omega radiation, although it is still very painful to be exposed to radiation, this pain actually makes Nanzhou a little nostalgic. Could it be that I have Stockholm Syndrome? Nanzhou endured the pain, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. But it is impossible to think about it. He believes that he will not become that way. 5 hours of radiation exposure experience is still very fast. Although he had experienced nearly 10 radiation exposures, every time Nanzhou left this room, Nanzhou was sweating profusely and was accompanied by severe soreness. Back upstairs, Nanzhou entered the bathroom and turned on the shower head to relieve his discomfort. But at this moment, his phone rang suddenly. The name on the caller ID is Phil Carlson. What's wrong? Nanzhou answered the phone. There is a big thing that needs your help. I think you will be interested. Nanzhou talked on the phone and set it to hands-free, and asked while taking a shower. What do you think interests me? Phil Carlson heard this and couldn't help laughing twice. Remember the missing Bruce? Dr. Banner? No, that guy who received gamma rays and then mutated, isn't it? Nanzhou naturally asked what he said, but it was Bruce Banner, the famous Hulk. Nanzhou naturally knew it. But what surprised Nanzhou was that he didn't expect the Hulk's timeline to come so quickly. This Iron Man timeline has just been completed. But this is also a good thing for Nanzhou. As long as the Hulk incident is completed, then he can continue to gain inheritance. 5% will gain mind control. And Nanzhou is now looking forward to what skills 10% will gain. It's that Dr. Banner. An old man drank a drink, and then gamma poisoning occurred. After DNA testing, the military found that the drink contained Dr. Banner's blood. The drink was produced in Brazil, and the military is about to start operations. Phil Carlson conducted a series of popular science on Nanzhou that Nanzhou has already understood. The military's General Ross is very ambitious, so we don't plan to stand by. Nick sent me to investigate. I hope you can help me. Phil Carlson's words caused Nanzhou to fall into a short silence. Phil Carlson also did not speak, waiting for Nanzhou's answer. I will help you, so what can you give me in return? After a long while, Nanzhou asked. Although the matter of mixing with the Hulk will give him some inheritance, Nanzhou still wants to profit from Phil Carlson. This question made Phil Carlson a little embarrassed, and he didn't know how to respond to Nanzo for a while. This. Phil Coulson is a little bit troubled, because he really doesn't know what Nanjo likes, and he doesn't know what he can do. Why don't you consider Captain America's figure? When Phil Coulson said this, Nanzo couldn't help but want to laugh. The entire S.H.I.E.L.D. should know that Phil Coulson is a super fan of Captain America, and there are various Captain America figures and surroundings at home. Every figure of Phil Coulson is regarded as a treasure. If you can take this thing out as a return, you can see that Phil Coulson is also paying for it. Okay, it's a deal, then your Captain America will pick me up, right? As soon as this words came out, Phil Coulson obviously paused, then he gritted his teeth and accepted Nanjo's condition. Washington, S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After Nanjo settled down the three little guys, he came to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. And Phil Coulson at the moment is waiting for him outside the gate of S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. It's not too late, let's go. Phil Coulson tilted his head when he saw Nanjo and signaled Nanjo to get on the bus. But at this moment, Hill walked out of the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Nanjo noticed her, and she also noticed Nanjo. The two looked at each other. Nanjo originally wanted to go forward and beckon Hill to roar, but unexpectedly, after Hill's four eyes were facing each other, he didn't even look at Nanjo with his straight eyes, and turned away. This expansion made Phil Coulson a little puzzled while watching the play. He turned his head and looked at Nanjo. What happened to you two? Just look at Nanjo's helpless hand, saying that he is not clear. However, Nanjo still knows that Hill's appearance is likely to be related to the previous date. That night, Hill's attitude towards himself changed inexplicably. But as for why, even Nanjo, who has developed 90% of his head, can't understand it. Talk to him when you come back. Phil Coulson patted Nanjo on the shoulder and got into the car first. Nanjo also looked at Hill's back, shook his head, and got into the car. After Phil Coulson drove away, Hill slowly turned his head, his eyes disappeared from the car's tail lights. Although Hill's attitude towards Nanzo is not good, Hill still cares a little bit. As for what she cares about, she herself can't tell. Chapter 28, Dreamland. Nanjo and Phil Coulson boarded the plane to Brazil. If we go as a passenger plane, will it be slower than the military? Looking at the scenery outside the window, Nanjo asked. Phil Coulson smiled faintly. Don't worry about this. The military hasn't started operations yet. They want to call in the most elite special forces. Nanjo sneered twice after hearing this. The most elite special forces? In front of the Hulk, these so-called elites are really not even farts, they are only for being beaten. But that General Rose has been tracking him. Although the super soldier plan has been stopped, General Rose has never given up looking for him. Phil Coulson continued to add. Since the disappearance of Captain America, the military and rulers have been carrying out a super soldier plan, wanting to recreate a Captain America similar to Steve Rogers. It's just that the final ending failed, creating a terrifying guy like Hulk. Although the special forces discharged by General Ross were only tentative, but even so, facing Hulk, they were sent to death. It's not a good cake either. Nanjo couldn't help but whispered, and Phil Coulson didn't hear this. The journey of this plane is close to 7,000 kilometers, and the time spent on the plane is quite long. However, Nanzo has always felt that S.H.I.E.L.D. is worth criticizing. It is like Phil Coulson and his own S.H.I.E.L.D. agent who can only be used in economy class when they are tasked. Is it that S.H.I.E.L.D. has no money to build that large spacecraft? At the moment Phil Coulson had put on his blindfold and fell asleep, and Nanjo was also drowsy and couldn't help closing his eyes. I don't know how long I have been in the dreamland, Nanjo can always hear some sounds echoing in his ears. Nanzo, Outsider. Nanzo, outsider. This voice lasted for a long time, making Nanjo upset, and when he opened his eyes, the whole person went silly. Because he was not on the plane, but in nothingness, he was also floating in the air. In front of him, there was a ball of light, and the sound radiated from that ball of light. Nanzo, outsider. Outsider. You should be expelled. Expelled. The voice gradually became louder, and the light of the light ball became more and more dazzling. Nanjo wanted to move, but found that he couldn't move at all, as if he was imprisoned here. Although he had used all his power, he still couldn't move. Even if I wanted to make a sound, my throat seemed to be strangled, unable to make any sound. This voice was also able to penetrate the soul. Every sound shocked Nanjo's mind, making him tremble with the sound. Is this a dream? Nanjo couldn't believe it, because how could the dream be so real? This is not the fuzzy scene in a dream. It is not only clear, but also quite real. Immediately after that, the light ball zoomed in instantly, the light enveloping the entire nothingness, and the dazzling light made Nanjo unable to open his eyes. Afterwards, Nanjo woke up. This time, on the plane. What happened to you? While Nanjo was still in a trance, Phil Coulson patted him on the shoulder. Nanjo just now was like a nightmare, trembling all over his body, and then aroused his spirit and opened his eyes. Have a nightmare. Facing Phil Coulson's concern, Nanjo waved his hand gently. He touched his face and found that his face was already covered with cold sweat. How long has it been? How long has Nanzo been in a cold sweat? He turned his head and looked around, and found that the sky outside was already dark. This shows that the plane is almost there. It's nearly 7,000 kilometers, and it takes 14 hours to fly. The plane in the morning will reach the ground at night. But what Nanjo cares about right now is not this, but that dream. Such a real dream made Nanjo's back chill. The body was controlled and couldn't move, and there was no way to make any sound, only let the sound hit his own mind. This is too painful, this is simply a double torture of the spirit and the body. Nanjo doesn't know if he can sustain it if this continues. Definitely, what Nanjo cares about is who the owner of the dream's voice is. Outsider? Expelled? Obviously, this existence knew that he was a traverser and that he did not belong to this universe. Then who is stronger than this existence and Darkseid? Who is more powerful than your own system? But obviously this existence has noticed itself, and he has not yet taken any measures to resist this existence. Because the current self is too weak. With all kinds of worries, Nanjo got off the plane and came to Brazil. In the car, Phil Coulson has been paying attention to Nanjo, and he can clearly feel Nanjo's concerns. Does nightmares affect you so much? Phil Coulson asked. Nanjo did not reply. Phil Coulson smiled bitterly when he saw it. It seemed that Nanjo was already in deep thought and had no time to take care of himself. But it's no way for him to keep going like this. There are still important tasks to be done in a while. So Phil Coulson yelled a few more times, which brought Nanjo back to reality. Nothing, this nightmare is a bit real, I have to take it easy. Then you have to quickly adjust your condition, I also got a Captain America figure to do it, don't you let me die. Phil Coulson's words made Nanjo couldn't help but smile, and also relaxed his spirit a lot. He decided not to think about this problem for the time being. The most important thing now is to improve his strength and increase the inheritance of Darkseid. One day, if you really need to head with this existence, you will still be worthwhile. Thinking about it, Nanjo looked at the sky that had been dark for a long time outside the window, then looked at his watch, and spoke slowly. Phil Coulson, we may be late. Phil Coulson was taken aback and looked at Nanjo. What's the meaning? It's almost 10 o'clock now. When we arrive at that factory, I'm afraid we can only clean up the tragedy. Phil Coulson looked at Nanjo's eyes, he could see that Nanjo was not lying. so he quickly patted the driver in front of him and asked him to speed up. The car speeds up, and it is getting closer and closer to Dr. Banner's factory. Time is short, Phil Coulson and Nanzo can already see Dr. Banner's factory within their sight. And then there was a loud noise coming from the factory, followed by intense gunfire. This situation caused Phil Coulson's brows to frown slightly, and it was obvious that Nanjo was right. Those special forces have already fought Dr. Banner. They are really late. Chapter 29, Nanjo vs Hulk. Inside the factory, Dr. Banner, who has turned into the Hulk, is destroying. And this elite special team dispatched by General Ross is dealing with this huge amounts of monster. What the general said is outrageous. He didn't tell us that we were arresting such a big guy. The speaker is the leader of the entire elite special team, Emil Bronsky. But Bronsky still doesn't know that he will become a monster stronger than Hulk in the future. Countless bullets poured out at Hulk, but they were unable to cause any harm to Hulk. At the moment Hulk seemed to have no intention of fighting. After destroying some factory facilities, knocking down a few team members, he turned around and broke through the wall and fled to the mountain outside the factory. And Bronsky also immediately stopped his men. He didn't intend to continue to catch up. If he continued to catch up, he would all have to smash in. This guy who looks very environmentally friendly is not so environmentally friendly. And all this was seen by Nanjo and Phil Coulson, who were hiding in a corner outside the factory. We will catch up. Nanjo looked at Phil Coulson and said, I'll go first, you will follow, I will meet that big guy. When Phil Coulson heard Nanjo's words, he was stunned. Seeing Nanjo was about to leave, he quickly grabbed him. Are you right? Are you planning to meet that guy? Nanjo nodded. You saw that guy just now, although you are strong, but you... Before Phil Coulson finished speaking, Nanjo reached out and interrupted him. If you continue to delay me like this, he will turn back into a human being. I want to try if I can beat this big guy. With that said, Nanjo jumped and went straight to the direction where Hulk had left. Phil Coulson sighed brainlessly when he saw this, but quickly stepped forward to follow. At the moment Hulk flew in the jungle, away from those people, Hulk's anger was also slowly shrinking, and it would be back to Dr. Banner in a short while. But at this moment, a stone suddenly hit Hulk, and the force was not small. This made Hulk's anger that had subsided once again. He roared and turned his head back, trying to find the person who threw him the stone. And he also noticed the masked Nanjo sitting on the trunk. Hey, big guy, how are you? Nanjo's tone was full of smiles, and he waved to Hulk slightly. In exchange, it was Hulk's roar. It seems that verbal communication is not yet possible at this time. Nanjo jumped to the ground, watching Hulk glaring at him at the moment, and picked up another stone. He couldn't help but threw it at Hulk as before. This time Hulk didn't hide, maybe in his opinion, just a stone, where can it be strong? Definitely Hulk still paid the price for his stupidity. The power of the stone was beyond his imagination. The stone hit Hulk's abdomen, directly causing Hulk to feel a sharp pain. He also took a lot of steps back. This stone contained 70% of Nanzo's current strength, and it was natural for Hulk to cause a heavy blow. This is also the first time Hulk has suffered such a strong blow, which makes him even more angry. Looking at Nanjo, he rushed straight to him without saying a word. The huge amounts of fist was also smashed. Nanjo did not evade in the face of this situation, with a smile on his face. He just wanted to fight against Hulk. Facing Hulk's giant fist, Nanjo stepped up head-on, also blasting out a punch. The two fists collided in the air, and a violent shock erupted. The surrounding trees were instantly flattened by the shock, and the two of them also retreated one after another. Interesting. The corners of Nanjo's mouth rose again, and he was very satisfied with Hulk's power. Definitely, Nanjo naturally did not use his full strength, he thinks Hulk does the same. you are much more interesting than that Iron Overlord and Jin. Looking at Hulk, Nanjo's desire to fight grew stronger. This was the first time he wanted to fight so much. The Hulk in front of him might really force him to appear the strongest in the stage. Seeing that Nanjo was unscathed, Hulk became even more angry. After all, he appeared before and faced all the objects and enemies that he usually smashed with a single blow. But the person in front of him was not only silent, but he was even shaken back many steps, which Hulk couldn't accept. Then Hulk erupted with a more terrifying roar, and his anger made his power stronger again. He rushed over again. Nanjo still didn't mean to dodge, he just wanted to head on with this big guy. Phil Coulson looked for the trace of the battle and found the place where Hulk and Nanjo fought, and everything in front of him made Phil Coulson stupid. The two were completely evenly matched, each punch caused the surrounding trees to collapse, and everything around them was razed to the ground. What kind of battle is this? Phil Coulson looked at Hulk and found this green thing. At the moment, he looked so angry that he couldn't tear Nanjo in front of him to pieces. Nanjo's eyes were full of madness, and every punch that Hulk shook was extremely excited. Be stronger! Stronger! Looking at Hulk, whose face was filled with anger, Nanjo let out a shout. The current self is not the strongest self at this stage, but if this continues, he will definitely use his strongest strength, so what Nanjo wants to do now is to make Hulk even more angry. With this thought, Nanjo's punching power became more terrifying every time, and the frequency of each punch was getting faster and faster. He hoped that through this method, Hulk became even more angry. Then the two fisted to each other again. Obviously, Nanjo's sudden increase in fist strength made Hulk unable to adapt for a while, and his arm was really trembling by Nanjo. And just in this gap, Nanjo threw a punch again, directly hitting Hulk's face. This punch directly stunned Hulk. Just as Hulk shook his head, he took a lot of steps backwards, and finally slumped on the ground. This punch can turn him around. Nanjo also stopped seeing this situation, and Hulk was still a little dazed at the moment. After Hulk shook his head, the whole body trembled, and then he let out a painful roar cry, and then the whole body turned and ran towards the depths of the forest. Nanjo was also quite surprised when he saw this. Isn't Hulk supposed to be more angry and continue to fight Nanjo? How did this go? Phil Coulson, who was not far away, was also taken aback. Nanjo beat this guy away. Chapter 30, Fighting Desire. Phil Coulson walked out from behind the tree, his face was full of shock. He didn't expect Nanjo to beat that big guy away. This makes Phil Coulson a little dazed. Don't be too surprised, besides, I haven't tried my best yet. Nanjo shook his hand and turned to look at Phil Coulson. You haven't used your full strength yet. When Phil Coulson heard this, he could only give another wry smile. He didn't expect to fight such a big guy, and he didn't let Nanjo use his full strength. How terrifying is this guy? Looking at Phil Coulson, who was filled with complex emotions at the moment, Nanjo stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. That big guy didn't use his full strength, at least for now, he is not in his strongest state. The current Hulk can only be said to be an initial form, at least compared with the Hulk of the Battle of New York, the strength is still a lot inferior. Such a Hulk can't defeat Nanjo, it is definitely. Naturally, Nanjo also wanted to compete with Hulk, who was fighting in New York. With that said, Nanjo turned and walked out of the forest. We should go now and go back overnight. Phil Coulson was taken aback for a moment, a little puzzled. Go back overnight? Why? Shouldn't we catch up? What if we are discovered by General Ross's men? When Nanjo heard this, he stopped and stood still. Don't worry, that guy will not be discovered by those people. He should be leaving Brazil overnight, and he is likely to go back to find his own information. Nanjo's words caused Phil Coulson to fall into contemplation, and he found that Nanjo's words also made sense. Dr. Banner will not always be Hulk, he will eventually become Dr. Banner because of the dissipated anger. Dr. Banner will definitely leave here by then, because he has been discovered. But as for why he had to go deep into the tiger's den to find his own information, Phil Coulson couldn't understand this. However, he was still willing to believe in Nanjo. I don't know why, when Nanjo said this, Phil Coulson naturally chose to believe it. In the end, he also followed Nanjo's pace, and the two left the forest. "General, are you sure this is a simple arrest?" Bronsky found General Ross with a sullen face, and the first thing to do was to question him. Before the action, General Rose did not tell them to face such a guy. A good capture mission, who knew it was such a green monster? If it wasn't for that guy just didn't want to kill, otherwise, even if there were 300 elite special forces, it would give the big guy a head. That was the most powerful creature Bronsky has ever faced. Bronsky is very angry now, definitely. This anger is not only for General Ross, but also for the big green guy. Facing Bronsky's questioning, General Ross just smiled faintly. "That guy is Dr. Banner." With that said, General Rose patted him on the shoulder. "I'll go back and tell you specific things. Now let your lads pack up, and we have to go back." The time came to the next day, and I no longer knew where it was in the forest. Hulk leaned on a rock wall, his body gradually getting smaller, and the green on his body gradually returned to the original human color. Hulk changed back to Dr. Banner. At the moment, Dr. Banner only has the super quality pants. Just as he shook his swollen head and slowly got up, the expression on his face was full of tension. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, Banner knew that Hulk didn't know where to take him. After leaving the forest, he stopped a car and realized that he had come to Guatemala. In just one night, could Hulk run so far? Fortunately, the driver is a kind person, and he took the Banner to the nearest town. In the car, Banner frowned. He knew that people from the military had found him, at least it was no longer suitable for him to stay here. The top priority now is to quickly get his own experimental data, and then send the experimental data to Mr. Lan, so that he can eliminate the Hulk in his body. So he has to go back to the place that once made him a Hulk. But Dr. Banner has one more thing that he cares about. It's the man who can fight Hulk. Although the memories of Banner and Hulk are incompatible and not shared, each time Hulk changes back to Banner, Banner will have some vague memories. This time, several pictures of Nanjo and Hulk Nanjo faintly appeared in his mind. Banner is very concerned about the person who can be evenly matched with Hulk. Although he hates Hulk very much, he still knows the strength of Hulk very well. Can you fight such monsters? Is it possible that that guy is also the product of military experiments? The existence of Nanzo made Dr. Banner a little jealous. In order to quickly solve this problem that had troubled him for many years, Banner decided to leave Brazil overnight. Go back to the place that made him Hulk, Calvo University in Virginia. 3 days later, outside Calvo University in Virginia, Banner was sitting under a tree, quietly observing the university. It was in the laboratory of this university that he became the terrifying Hulk. But now, there is a question before him. How should he enter the laboratory? The laboratory is on the 5th floor of one of the buildings, but this building is guarded by security, and he cannot enter this building without a proper reason. This worries Banner very much. At this moment, a person sat beside Banner. Banner was very surprised by the person's sudden appearance. He turned his head and looked around and found that the person was wearing a peaked cap and a mask, and he couldn't see his face at all. But at this time, the man took out a mask from his clothes and shook it lightly towards Banner. This person is not someone else, but Nanzo. Seeing this mask, Banner's memory began to emerge. That's right, this mask is the one worn by people who were evenly matched with Hulk before in Brazil. In other words, the person in front of you is the one who fought with Hulk before. What do you want to do? Banner watched Nanjo vigilantly, for fear that Hulk inside his body would suddenly run away. Don't worry, I don't intend to hurt you, nor do I intend to bring out the big guy in your body. I just want to have a good chat with you," Nanjo said, pointing to the coffee shop next to him. Banner looked around, then looked at Nanjo, and finally nodded slowly. I know, I'll go with you." With that said, Banner got up, and Nanjo came to a table in the coffee shop and sat down. "Then what do you want me to do?" Banner's heart is still very vigilant. But Nanjo chuckled softly, then pointed at Banner's chest. "I want to have a good fight with the big guy in you." Chapter 31, New Ideas. Fight. When Banner heard Nanjo's words, he was a little silly and looked at Nanjo with a puzzled expression. "Why are you doing this? Who are you?" Just heard Nanjo laughed twice again. "It doesn't matter who I am, but you can rest assured that I am not from the military and I will not arrest you." Then Nanjo continued. "Because so far, there is no one who can let me do my best. I think the big guy in you should be able to do it." "Are you crazy?" Banner frowned slightly. "How many casualties will you cause if you want to fight him?" "Don't worry, I won't be in a crowded place. I will find a place where there is no one for several kilometers to fight against the big guy in your body." "That's not okay either." Banner slapped the table and stood up. This action made everyone around him start to look in this direction. Banner also realized that he was a little gaffe, coughed dryly, and then continued. "I will never agree to this matter. The guy in my body will disappear soon. You don't have this chance." With that, Banner left the cafe directly, and the first conversation between the two ended so quickly. Looking at the back of Dr. Banner leaving, Nanjo smiled slightly. "Relax, you won't do what you want, Hulk will be with you for a long, long time." Banner left the cafe and left without looking back. In his eyes, Nanjo was also a person with bad intentions. Although the bad intentions were not as serious as the military, Banner did not want to communicate with him too much. This result was expected by Nanjo, and he also knew that Banner would probably not agree to this matter. But everything must be tried, although the possibility is relatively small, but Nanjo still has to try. However, Nanjo was not worried that there would be no chance to fight Hulk. On the contrary, the opportunity to fight Hulk will come soon. The time has come to the evening, and Dr. Banner has found a former friend, who is driving a pizzeria. When I saw Banner, my friend was even more excited, and the two reached a preliminary agreement. Banner dressed up as a pizza delivery man, and then went into the laboratory. However, Nanjo at night was not so easy. Lying on the hotel bed, the sound of dreams on the plane came again, and the words of outsiders and expulsion made Nanjo's head swell. Still that piece of emptiness, still that piece of nothingness, still that light ball, still that sound that stuns the soul. Nanjo was tossing and turning on the bed, and the noise made him feel uncomfortable. Immediately afterwards, he woke up suddenly. At the moment his body was already covered with sweat. "This is the second time I have had such a dream." Nanjo got out of bed and came to the window. "I wonder why the moon tonight is so round." At the moment, his head was swollen, and even a little weak. "It seems that I have to find Stark to study the convenient, retractable room, just like the capsule of the Dragon Ball Capsule Company, it will be transformed into a capsule with the push of a button." Nanjo was talking to himself. The two dreams even sounded the alarm for him, because he didn't know how many times such dreams would come. But at this moment, Nanjo's eyes suddenly brightened, and he thought of a person, Hank Pym, the first generation of Ant-Man. With the help of Hank Pym, using Pym particles to help Nanjo shrink and enlarge the room with Omega radiation. Then Nanjo can practice anytime, anywhere. At that time, the growth rate of his own Darkseids inheritance will become faster. The faster you become stronger, the dream may not bother you anymore. And he can even find the person who created this dream, and have a confrontation with him. Thinking of this, Nanjo's mood suddenly improved a lot. Dr. Pym is naturally not difficult to find. The more difficult thing is how to make Dr. Pym willing to help himself. However, this question has to wait until Nanjo really understands Dr. Pym before he can make a conclusion. As long as he has enough understanding of Dr. Pym, then he will naturally do what he likes. Therefore, Nanzo made his own decision. After solving Hulk's matter, go to find Dr. Pym. After making his own decision, Nanjo's mood improved a lot, at least the physical discomfort disappeared. Although his head was still a little dizzy and swollen, it was not a big deal for Nanjo. It may be because of a better mood that Nanzo, who once again fell asleep, was not troubled by the sound, and unexpectedly slept well. When I opened my eyes the next day, it was already cold. This is almost the time when Banner dressed up as a takeaway boy and entered the laboratory building. Nanjo is naturally not in a hurry, because it will take a while to wait for Banner to become Hulk again. At this time, the door of Nanzo's room was knocked. Nanjo Jian went to open the door and found that the person outside was Phil Carlson. "Did you chat with Dr. Banner?" Phil Carlson sat in a chair beside him and asked. Nanjo nodded. "Naturally we talked, but unfortunately, he refused my invitation to fight with Hulk." "Then you didn't ask if he would like to join the Avengers?" Seeing Nanjo said so, Phil Carlson immediately continued to ask. This is Phil Carlson's main task, pulling Dr. Banner into the Avengers before the military catches him. "That's your business, I just want to fight with that green guy." Nanjo's words made Phil Carlson a little speechless, but he also understood Nanjo's temper and didn't help himself to ask if it was a routine operation. "Then I will find him myself. Where is he now?" Phil Carlson said. He was about to get up and leave to look for Banner. "I advise you not to go," Nanjo at the moment said lightly. "Banner is quite annoying to the big guy in him. It's simply incompatible with fire and water. He will definitely reject you. One more thing is that the military already knows where he is. I am afraid Calvo University will become a battleground for the military in him." Phil Carlson heard this and stood up directly. "What? The military is going to arrest Dr. Banner in the university? What if the big guy comes out and hurts the innocent?" Nanjo just snorted. "It's not that you don't know the military's urinary s*x. How can they care about the life and death of ordinary people? Then General Ross just wanted to arrest Banner. The dead college students were just sprinkling water in his eyes." Phil Carlson's face became a little gloomy. What Nanjo said is no problem, he still knows the military's virtues very well. Especially this General Rose did nothing to achieve his goal. He did this kind of thing. Thinking about it, Phil Carlson cast his gaze to Calvo University in the distance, his eyes full of worry. Chapter 32, Encountering Pym. Dr. Banner continued his own task of finding experimental data. The definitely task failed because all the data about the Gamma experiment was deleted by the military. As a result, Banner found loneliness and could only leave the laboratory building disappointed. At the moment, Nanjo was hanging out with Phil Carlson in Calvo University. Knowing that the military was approaching Calvo University, Phil Carlson was quite anxious. If the military and Banner exchanged fire in the university and college students would suffer in the end. So he must stop this disaster. But Phil Carlson's idea was blocked by Nanjo. If the military were not to fight Hulk, then he would have one less chance to fight Hulk. He naturally wouldn't let Phil Carlson disrupt the situation. And the battle between the military and Hulk was in line with the process. With two dreams like that, Nanzo Kashgar became very careful. Strive not to change the course of history and let the Marvel Universe proceed in a normal order. After all, the current self should not be able to compete with the existence in that dream. Therefore, Nanjo must try his best to keep what happens in this world from being disturbed by his own existence. Definitely, this is not to be disturbed, just under the circumstance of doing your best, because the current self has changed the world a lot. Looking at the college students on campus, Nanjo was a little surprised for a while. Phil Coulson noticed Nan Zhou's changes and patted him on the shoulder. If it weren't for becoming an S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, then Nan Zhou's current age should go to school in such a university and lead an enviable university life. The same is 20 years old, but other people are living a good life and enjoying sweet love, and Nan Zhou has no idea how many times he has licked blood from the mouth of the knife, and even possesses such terrifying power. However, many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that need to be on the front line have no college experience, or even normal school experience. They received agent training from an early age, although they exercised their bodies and killing skills, but also obliterated their childhood. Definitely, these are just Phil Coulson's own thoughts. As for Nan Zhou, he didn't think so much. Although he lamented the beauty of college life, he was not disappointed in his experience after he came into this world. Whether it is to become an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., or to add to the system. Although the freedom that I have always longed for has not really come, but the experience of these 2 decades is not bad. But at this moment, Nan Zhou suddenly noticed a person, which made him stand up suddenly. Nan Zhou's actions caught Phil Coulson for a moment, and then he looked in the direction of Nan Zhou's gaze. But at this time, Nan Zhou has already stepped forward. Just as he came to an old man in a large suit with a smile on his face. "Is it Dr. Pym?" The old man was startled by Nan Zhou's sudden appearance, and then nodded in a daze. "Yes, I am Dr. Pym." Nan Zhou was extremely excited, because he didn't expect Yuan to be so wonderful. Unexpectedly, at Calvo University, I would meet Dr. Pym, who I was going to see after this matter was over. The reason why Dr. Pym came to Calvo University was a fake order, and that was academic exchanges. He was also invited to attend an academic seminar at Calvo University, which has just ended. When I walked out of the building, I ran into this Nan Zhou, who suddenly appeared. "I am a big fan of you." Nan Zhou once grasped Dr. Pym's hand, and then carried out Dr. Pym's various discoveries and doctrines, as if he knew it well. And Dr. Pym was also quite surprised. He didn't expect this child to know him so well. Phil Coulson on the side also looked at Nan Zhou in surprise. He really didn't expect Nan Zhou to chase stars too? "Are you still chasing scientists?" But when he saw that the man was Dr. Pym, he smiled helplessly, then turned around and hid himself. Then, Nan Zhou took out his cell phone and wanted to take a photo with Dr. Pym. Dr. Pym was also dizzy by Nan Zhou's flamboyant compliments, and he also accepted Nan Zhou's request for a group photo. "I was thinking of going to visit you in person, I really didn't expect to see you in person here." Nan Zhou put on a cry of excitement, and Dr. Pym should be at a loss for a while. Although he has some students who admire him very much, Nan Zhou's performance feels like meeting Michael Jackson. If you want to, or if you have any academic questions, you can come to my laboratory to find me at any time. After a series of fans' excitement about seeing the idol, Dr. Pym took out his business card and handed it to Nan Zhou. Nan Zhou turned this business card into a treasure, and carefully put it in his pocket. Seeing this scene, Dr. Pym smiled helplessly. "Child, you admire me and like me, I am very grateful for this, but I still remind you not to treat the objects of your worship as gods." After that, Dr. Pym left, leaving behind Nan Zhou, who was still excited. After his back had disappeared from Nan Zhou's sight, Nan Zhou returned to Phil Coulson's side. "Are you making a bad idea again?" Phil Coulson looked at Nan Zhou, who was no longer excited at the moment, and asked. "Some things need his help, right?" Nan Zhou took out the business card again and fiddled with it in his hand. "You should know that Dr. Hank Pym is a former S.H.I.E.L.D. agent." "I definitely know, so what?" "He was no longer in S.H.I.E.L.D. when I joined SHIELD. Since his wife disappeared in the mission and S.H.I.E.L.D. was still in the Pym particle formula of humus, Hank Pym quit S.H.I.E.L.D. and established Pym technology. In addition to PIM technology, Dr. Pym is still an excellent biologist and scientist. In addition to PIM particles, Pym still has a lot of well-known academic theories. After this exchange, at least in Pym's mind, Nan Zhou's image has already had enough impression. This first step is complete, so the next step is much easier. Seeing Nan Zhou's relaxed face, even humming a small song, Phil Coulson knew he was not at ease. You don't want to use his PIM particles. Phil Coulson suddenly thought of something bad and raised his head to look at Nan Zhou. However, Nan Zhou relied faintly, then raised his index finger and placed it in front of his lips. This matter, keep it secret. Chapter 33, The Battle of Calvo University. The appearance of Dr. Pym can only be regarded as an episode. Now for Nan Zhou, the most important thing is Hulk. Although Phil Coulson wanted to report this incident to Nick several times, Nan Zhou stopped all of it. He doesn't want to see S.H.I.E.L.D. take action to destroy his good deeds. Under Nan Zhou's tough attitude, Phil Coulson had no choice but to submit, and reluctantly accepted Nan Zhou's request. After all, he couldn't beat Nan Zhou. For this matter, he didn't need to use his knowledge of Nan Zhou's true identity as a threat, and he might even kill him. Since he knew Nan Zhou's identity, he would feel a little strange when he looked at Nan Zhou, especially in terms of character. He always felt that this person was no longer the Nan Zhou he had known before. This also made Phil Coulson become very careful when communicating with Nan Zhou. After all, there is no difference between crushing himself and ants for such a person. So I compromised, and the two waited quietly in the hotel. Nan Zhou was not in a hurry, because he knew that he would always come when it was time. On the third day, Phil Coulson was playing with the Rubik's Cube in the hotel room board in Nan Zhou's room, while Nan Zhou was leaning against the window, his eyes fixed on Calvo University. After a long while, Nan Zhou spoke slowly. They are here. Phil Coulson heard this and stood up abruptly, came to the window and looked out. Sure enough, as far as I could see, there were a few small spots approaching, and that was the military car. There are a lot of people here. Phil Coulson looked at his brows and frowned slightly, and it seemed that the military had lost the money this time. What are you going to do? Plug in. Phil Coulson at the moment turned to look at Nan Zhou and asked. But Nan Zhou shook his head. Definitely no, I don't want to expose myself to the military. If that group of people stares at someone, that person will be too uncomfortable. I don't want to make a fuss. With that, Nan Zhou turned and walked out. This time let you see how strong that big guy is. Phil Coulson looked at the approaching military vehicles, sighed helplessly, followed Nan Zhou's pace, and the two left the hotel and walked towards Calvo University. The appearance of military vehicles surprised passers-by. They didn't know what happened. Many people took out their mobile phones to take pictures. At the moment, Banner and his girlfriend Betty Ross are on the lawn of Calvo University. At the moment, they still don't know the danger is coming. But shortly afterwards, Banner felt a little bad. Because he noticed that two armed men were approaching him. He knew that he was discovered. Banner hurriedly separated Betty from himself, and he turned his head and ran away like a school building on the side. The end result is naturally that he was blocked in the transparent channel, and finally stimulated by tear gas, turning into that green Hulk. Don't you think it's handsome? Nan Zhou turned to look at Phil Coulson. The kind of wildness that belongs to the primitive, this is the charm that the wildness exudes. Phil Coulson smiled slightly, then nodded slowly. Although this color is a bit forgiving, but it has to become hot, this big guy is really full of wildness. Accompanied by Hulk's roar, the military's extreme strength began to fire. Looking at Hulk, who was hit by countless bullets and had to cover it with his hands, Phil Coulson gradually determined that Hulk was definitely inferior to Nan Zhou in physical terms. After all, Nan Zhou was a man who had no cover or discomfort in the face of Iron Overlord's indiscriminate bombing. This guy is really handsome, but his brain is a bit awkward. Seeing Hulk, who was angry at the moment being bombarded by various military weapons, Nanjo sighed helplessly. If the current Hulk has some IQ and doesn't need too much, only 1/5 of banners, then this guy will be the entire Earth, except for himself, an invincible existence. But it's a pity that this guy has no brains, and even a little silly. Definitely, this IQ is when his wildness still exists. Over time, Bronsky, who was injected with super serum, appeared on the battlefield, fighting with Hulk. With his size and flexibility, Bronsky avoided all Hulk attacks. This operation surprised Phil Coulson. The super serum he injected. Nanjo nodded. The injection must have been injected, but there should not be many injections. This serum should be the same batch as Captain America's. Looking at Bronsky, whose eyes at the moment revealed the desire to kill, Phil Coulson's brows furrowed. Such Bronsky made him feel a little bad. He became stronger, but there was some distortion in his heart. At this moment, Phil Coulson's phone rang suddenly. He took out the phone and found that it was Nick. "Hello, Nick." Phil Coulson connected the phone, but Nick's voice did not come in time. "Where are you? Why is it so noisy? Is that a gunshot?" After a while, Nick asked slowly. Phil Coulson heard this question, turned his head to look at Nanjo, and found that he was still watching the battle between the army and Hulk, as if he didn't care what he said. "I'm at Calvo University, and the military and Dr. Banner have already fought each other." Since Nanjo had no idea, Phil Coulson told the truth. "Did the military fight Dr. Banner? Still in the university?" Nick was surprised. Originally, this call was to ask Phil Coulson about Dr. Banner's situation. "Yes, there is no way I can stop it. They already played against each other when I came here." Phil Coulson lied without blushing, and his eyes looked in Nanjo's direction from time to time. Nanjo still didn't look at Phil Coulson, his eyes were still in the battle between the military and Hulk. At the moment the military has used sonic cannons to restrict Hulk. This is really because Hulk has laid a lot of money. Damn, how dare those military guys do this? What if it causes student casualties? Nick couldn't help but cursed. He is not as crazy as General Rose, and if he were he would definitely not be arrested in a crowded place. What about that big guy? Is it done? Nick continued to ask. "I'm afraid, no." Phil Coulson raised his head, looked at Hulk, who had already blocked the sonic cannon with an iron plate, and spoke slowly. "Even the sonic cannon can't restrain this guy, and the bullets are the same." After hearing what Phil Coulson said, Nick was silent for a while, then slowly spoke. "It's the same as that Darkseid, isn't it?" "Yes." Upon hearing Nick mention Darkseid, Phil Coulson looked at Nanjo. At the moment, Nick let out a long sigh. "ROS, this BD likes to do stupid things, I hope he has an emergency announcement." Chapter 34, The Second Showdown. With the bombing of gunship helicopters, the plaza of Calvo University has burned with raging fire. In the flames, a figure of huge amounts of still stood. On the side of General Ross, his face was full of worries. Because his daughter Betty Rose was by the big guy just now, and now it's unclear whether it's alive or dead in this fire. If something happened to Betty, he would never let him go. Gradually, the flames dissipated, and Hulk walked out of it, and in his arms, he was still holding Betty Rose, who was already in a coma. General Ross saw that Betty was okay, and he let out a sigh of relief. At this time, Hulk's eyes fell on General Rose, his eyes full of anger. Then he turned around and left the square of Calvo University, walked into the woods aside, and his figure drifted away. General Ross didn't let the soldiers catch up, because his daughter was still in that guy's hands, so he didn't dare to act rashly. And Nanjo, who had been watching the game for a long time, patted Phil Coulson on the side. "Let's go and follow." Phil Coulson nodded, followed Nanjo, and after bypassing the military, he also entered the woods. "Do you want to fight that guy in the woods?" Phil Coulson at the moment asked. "Definitely not, it's too conspicuous here, my fight with him will be discovered by others. What if this big guy is changed back to Banner?" Phil Coulson raised his doubts. "If that big guy turns into a Banner halfway down the road, then Nanjo's plan will soon fail?" But unexpectedly, Nanjo just smiled faintly, and then shook his head. "Don't worry, this kind of thing won't happen." Nanjo's tone was full of confidence, which also puzzled Phil Coulson. He didn't understand why Nanjo was so confident, and in his opinion, this confidence was not blind confidence. Nanjo ignored Phil Coulson's incomprehension and continued to move forward. Time has come to the evening, and the sky is raining heavily. Hulk took Betty to a forest, resting in a cave. Betty at the moment is calming Hulk, who is angry with thunder. When she first woke up, she was scared to death by this big guy, and now she is here to comfort the big guy who was frightened. After a period of contact, Betty discovered that although the big guy in front of her was terrifying, it was essentially like a child. Whether it is temperament or behavior, they are very similar to children. Perhaps this guy is not as terrifying and evil as his father said. Ahem. While Hulk and Betty were sitting in the cave enjoying their world, an untimely cough disturbed them. Hulk stood up abruptly from the stone, turned his head, and found that the masked Nanjo was waving to him. Hulk immediately remembered that when he was in Brazil before, the people who had fought back and forth with him were wearing this mask, and he suddenly snarled his teeth. Betty at the moment also stood up, stretched out her hand to stop Hulk, and the look in Nanjo's eyes was full of vigilance. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Facing Betty's question, Nanjo just smiled faintly. "You don't need to care who I am not from the military, and I am not here to catch him back." "Then what is your purpose?" Betty knows that it is definitely not easy to find people here easily. "My purpose?" Nanjo smiled again. "My purpose is very simple, I just want to find him a fight," Nanjo said, reaching out his hand and pointing at Hulk, who was glaring at him at the moment. And Hulk seemed to understand Nanjo's words, and immediately after losing, he let out a roar, as if asking Nanjo to fight him outside. "No." Betty refused directly. She would not allow Hulk to fight with anyone unless she had to. But at the moment Hulk had already come to the outside of the cave, turned his head and twisted his neck at Nanjo, and jumped down first. Nanjo at the moment shrugged and walked past Betty. "This is not my problem. He took the initiative to fight me. You can't stop it." With that said, Nanjo also came to the entrance of the cave and jumped down. Seeing the two who had fallen into the forest below, Betty was very nervous. The sudden appearance of the man gave her a bad premonition. But then, a roar came from the forest, the voice was Hulk. Along with the roar, there are various fighting sounds that shook the sky, and the collapse of trees. It is hard to imagine how terrifying this battle is. At the moment, Betty was standing at the entrance of the cave watching the battle scene below, but she couldn't see anything. At this moment, Phil Coulson didn't know where he came to Betty. His sudden appearance made Betty tremble all over, just like the man just now, unconsciously. Seeing Betty was frightened, Phil Coulson immediately took out his business card from his arms. "Don't be afraid, I am not an enemy, this is my business card." Betty scrutinized Phil Coulson warily, and finally accepted the business card in his hand. National Land Strategy Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Looking at the long string of characters on Phil Coulson's business card, Betty was a little puzzled. You can also be called SHIELD. S.H.I.E.L.D. There seemed to be some impression in Betty's mind. Her father, General Ross, seemed to refer to this organization often, but it seemed that his relationship with this organization was not very good. "Are you with that person?" Although knowing the identity of Phil Coulson, the vigilance in Betty's eyes did not disappear. "No, it is precisely because of knowing the identity of Phil Coulson that Betty is more vigilant. We are not in the same group, but I am indeed looking for Dr. Banner. I want to have a good talk with him. US.H.I.E.L.D. also want the big guy in him. Facing Betty's question, Phil Coulson shook his head. If we can recruit a big guy, we are naturally very happy, but we also hope to get help from his IQ. It's definitely. Both the big guy and the IQ can come, but it's better to come together. Hearing this, Betty's vigilance diminished slightly. It seemed that this S.H.I.E.L.D., like her father, only cared about the big guy in Banner, and even didn't care about Banner's life or death. Roar. At this time, there was a roar that was even more angry than before. Betty looked down and found that a large area of trees had fallen in the forest below. Phil Coulson smiled bitterly when he saw this scene. It had to be bombarded to be like this, but the two men came out with their fists. Sure enough, this is brute force. Chapter 35, A Satisfied Showdown. With Hulk's punch, it hit Nanjo's chest impartially, causing the latter to fly out directly, smashing countless trees at his waist. Hulk now is much better than Hulk in Brazil. It might be because Hulk didn't want to fight when he was in Brazil before, so he won so easily. But now, if you want to win, it won't be so easy. Nanjo patted the dust on his body and found that the clothes had been broken a lot, so he simply tore his jacket to pieces. The last time I went to Stark, I forgot to ask him for a hard garment that wouldn't break like this. It looks like this has to be written on the memo. Nanjo thought so, then raised his head to look at Hulk, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He was so satisfied. This Hulk was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. Although his fist was still unable to cause real damage to himself, his full punch still made Nanjo's internal organs overwhelmed for a while. This time Hulk, he was too satisfied. In the duel with him, Nanjo did not use mind control, all relying on his own physical power to fight against Hulk. The thrill of fisting to the flesh made Nanjo's blood boil all over. This is the pleasure that I have never experienced since I became an agent. Because even if he only had the death knell template, he didn't encounter any really tricky opponents or let him fight freely during the mission. As the saying goes, how lonely is invincible. But now, Nanjo will no longer be lonely. This big guy is the one he is most looking forward to fight against. Seeing that Nanjo was still unscathed, Hulk let out another roar, and then he attacked Nanjo with a kick. And Nanjo didn't dodge either, and hit Hulk with a punch. This punch is not only powerful, but also extremely fast. Hulk didn't have time to make any response, so he was punched in the face by Nanjo. Just like Nanjo just now, he was beaten out. It was also hitting a tree, but unlike Nanjo's smashing, Hulk had a much wider range than the smashing. Hulk also shook his head and stood up from the ground, then spit out the mud in his mouth and smiled at Nanjo. Although this guy looks silly and doesn't have enough IQ, at least in the process of fighting Nanjo, his mind is clear. He knew that Nanjo was not his enemy, because every punch of Nanjo had no intention of killing. It was different from the group of people who attacked him before. This person really simply wants to fight with himself. Hulk is also very surprised. Definitely, after all these years, he has been able to fight such anxious people with himself. The person in front of you is the first. What makes Hulk puzzled is why such a thin person has such a powerful force. Definitely, this thin body is just for Hulk. Hulk, I like it, you. Hulk pointed to the guide boat, and then said it in unfluent words. Nanjo was quite surprised when he said this. Wow! Nanjo grinned. Surprise, I didn't expect your words. Definitely, it's impossible for us. Hulk naturally didn't care about Nanjo's reply, and rushed up again. Upon seeing this, Nanjo waved his arm and threw it at Hulk. And Betty in the cave looked nervously at the situation below. She was very worried about what happened to Hulk. Although she thought Hulk would definitely win, she still didn't want Hulk to be injured. "Don't worry, nothing will happen. The big guy is so strong that even bullets can't hurt him, and the masked guy won't hit him. Trust me." "Why are you so sure?" Betty looked back at Phil Coulson and asked her own question. "Although I don't know him well, I still have some understanding. He really just wants to fight with that big guy, and won't kill him." Phil Coulson at the moment sat on the stone bench beside him, obviously a bit boring. "I knew I would not follow Nanzo. This icy weather, combined with the patter of rain, and the surrounding forest, made the air extremely humid. Phil Coulson doesn't like this kind of weather. He is not allowed to catch a cold at dawn tomorrow. There will be such a thing in the future. I am a dog with me." Phil Coulson could only curse Nanjo in his heart, and hoped that he would end it quickly. "Ugh." Betty also gave a long sigh, and rubbed her arms to keep warm. Even Phil Coulson can't stand the weather like this, let alone a girl like Betty. Just watch Phil Coulson take off his suit jacket directly, and then put it on Betty. Betty was taken aback by Phil Coulson's behavior, and then smiled slightly. "Thanks. It's nothing. If you catch a cold or have any physical discomfort, I'm afraid that the big guy will tear me up." Phil Coulson's humorous words made Betty couldn't help laughing. She now believes that this S.H.I.E.L.D. person does not seem to be so annoying, and there is a clear gap between those in the military. And at the moment, on the ground, the trees are no longer known how much they have collapsed, and even the grass on the ground has been blasted by the fist of the two vibe, leaving only a piece of soil. The fighting scene of the two is just like the meteorite hitting the ground after falling. Roar! 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 At the moment, Hulk was already breathing heavily. Obviously, the battle during this period of time made his body a little tired. But Nanjo, who was standing not far away, looked relaxed, as if he didn't spend much effort. At this time, another thunder struck the sky, and Hulk was very angry with the explosion of huge amounts of noise. He roared to the sky, and then continued to look at Nanjo. "You're all like this, are you sure you want to fight?" Looking at Hulk, who was panting, Nanjo said, "No matter how you look at it, I won." "Hulk, I won." Hulk continued to gasp, not giving in. Nanjo can only spread his hands. "Good, good, you won, you won." Turning this Nanzo is already cool, as for who loses and who wins, he doesn't care. After that, he jumped up and returned to the cave, and Hulk followed closely behind. "How is it? Not hurt, right?" Seeing the two came back, Betty immediately came to Hulk's side and looked worriedly. "Hulk, I won." Hulk seemed to show off to his mother as a child who had returned from victory, with a smile on his face. But seeing the comparison between the two of them, everyone can know what the outcome is. "I am very happy this time. I will look for you if I have the opportunity." Nanjo looked back at Hulk and said, "Hulk, wait for you." Nanjo and Hulk looked at each other and smiled, then Nanjo and Phil Coulson left the cave. Seeing the two leaving behind, Hulk spoke slowly. "Hulk, feel pain?" Betty was taken aback at the moment and raised her head to look at him. The bullets didn't make Hulk say this, but the man did. How terrible is that in the end? Chapter 36, Initial Contact. After a very satisfying duel, Nanzo left Virginia. And Phil Coulson is still observing Banner and Betty's movements in Virginia, ready to move at any time. Definitely, the military is monitoring them. Nanjo did not leave New York, but went straight to Dr. Pym's laboratory. Because there are still a few days before Hulk's final battle, Nanjo is going to get close to Dr. Pym. He didn't want to force Dr. Pym to help himself. He even hoped that Pym could help himself willingly. When the plane landed, Nanjo went straight to the address on the business card. Dr. Pym's laboratory is not big, and he has always been alone. Pym is no longer in Pym Technology. "My apprentice and my daughter voted for the company. This is really an ironic story. Leaving PIM technology is equivalent to not having PIM technology's laboratory and advanced equipment in the laboratory. Definitely, I don't have the identity of the director of PIM technology. The people who used to surround me have gradually disappeared. Only some universities will symbolically invite him to participate in some academic discussions. That's right, symbolic. However, there are still some people who are very passionate about science who will visit him, but no one chooses to join his laboratory. After all, this laboratory is really shabby. The equipment is not the most advanced. At the moment Dr. Pym was in a daze in his laboratory. He has just been kicked out by PIM technology, and now he still can't relieve the pain in his heart. The apprentice I had always been optimistic about and his own biological woman were thrown out of the company in total. What a joke! Thinking of this, Dr. Pym smiled bitterly, looked at the little ants on the side, and gently touched their heads. At this moment, the doorbell of the laboratory rang. Dr. Pym immediately got up and walked out. Opening the door, Nanjo was looking at him with a smile on his face. "It is you." Seeing Nanjo, Pym was still very surprised. He didn't expect that this child would actually come to him. "Come in." Pym waved his hand to signal Nanjo to enter his laboratory. Entering the laboratory, Nanjo looked around with a curious expression. He quickly noticed the ants that had not yet been evacuated. What's your name?" At the moment Pym poured a glass of water for Nanjo and handed it to him, but he suddenly remembered that he didn't even know the name of the child. "Dr. Pym, my name is Nanzo." Nanjo immediately began to accept himself. "Nanzo, good name." Pym smiled slightly. "I didn't expect you to actually come here. I thought you were going to take a group photo at best." Pym sat down again and spoke. "Doctor, you are underestimating me. I not only admire you, but also love science very much. It is really fortunate for me to be able to enter your laboratory." Pym was amused by Nanjo's remarks. "My laboratory doesn't have any high-end equipment, maybe even your Calvo University can't compare." When Pym said this, Nanjo had already arrived in front of a drawing. Pym didn't worry that Nanzo would turn over something that shouldn't be seen. After all, the Pym particle technology that I want to hide is not in this laboratory at all. This is... Looking at the content on the drawing, Nanjo fell into a slight thought, then raised his head. There is something wrong with this place. Nanjo took the drawing in front of Pym, then put his finger on one of the places, and began to guilty of self-speculation. But Pym went from doubt to surprise. He didn't expect this young man to find the problem on this drawing so quickly, and even gave a solution to the problem. "You know, it took 2 or 3 hours to solve this problem even by myself." Unexpectedly, the child took a look and solved the problem. This drawing is the latest research by Pym. The neuroexoskeleton machinery of the human body is somewhat similar to what Dr. Octopus is researching. Pym looked at Nanjo incredulously. Maybe this child might really inherit his mantle. Judging from what happened just now, this child is a genius. But he thought of his apprentice Darren Kloss, the man who missed him a lot, and has now embarked on a path of no return. Thinking of that person, Pym hesitation. But the young man in front of him seriously showed his ability. If possible, he seems to be able to take Pym particle technology further. Then you look at this drawing. Pym stood up and took another station of drawings and handed it to Nanjo. This drawing is an advanced version of the drawing just now. Definitely, it is also problematic. Nanjo picked up the drawing and looked at it for a while, and then pointed out the problem again. This time the problem was on the nervous system. Pym looked at Nanjo talking about his hurry-up plan, feeling a little trance, even a little unsteady on his feet. Because Nanjo was right again, and even went a step further in his own solution, which was better than his own. This kid is a genius. If Nanjo pointed out the problem for the first time and Pym felt hesitation, then this time, he was determined to pull Nanjo into his laboratory. While Nanjo was talking, he was also observing Pim's expression. Seeing Pim like this, Nanjo also secretly laughed. What he wanted was such a result, approaching Pim, then entering his laboratory, and finally contacting Pim Particle Technology. He can even recommend the future Ant-Man Kurt to Pim. It's perfect. In fact, the content on these drawings is not difficult for Nanzo at all. S.H.I.E.L.D will teach the agent's knowledge, plus the 90% brain development included in the Death Knell template. The current Nanzo can be said to have surpassed Stark and Pim in terms of IQ. Nanzo. Pim came to Nanjo at this time. I know that my small laboratory doesn't have any good equipment or manpower, but would you like to join my laboratory? Realizing that Nanjo is a genius, Pim began to worry about whether Nanjo would be willing to join his laboratory. After all, my own laboratory is really insignificant compared to a large laboratory. Although Nanjo said that he is his own fan, even so, Pim is still somewhat unconfident. Definitely willing. Nanjo didn't have any hesitation, and said, although there is no very good equipment here, I believe this laboratory will become the largest technology laboratory. Pim was very moved by Nanjo's words. With Pim alone, he couldn't see the hypocrisy on Nanjo's face. But Nanjo was really happy too. After all, his contact with Pim went so smoothly. The first step of the plan is completed, then the next plan is easy to implement. Chapter 37, The Nervous Father and Daughter. Nanjo logically joined Dr. Pim's laboratory and became a member of the laboratory. Definitely, this is naturally not a full-time job, and Nanjo does not need to come often, just occasionally hit the hand. And on the first day of joining, he stayed here. You mean, you are not a student at Calvo University? It was getting late, and Dr. Pim and Nanjo were chatting in the laboratory. Yes, I never went to college, these things are all self-taught. Nanzo did not portray himself as a Calvo University student, but rather as a self-taught genius. Self-taught, I didn't make a mistake, your future is limitless. Pim was even more surprised when he heard this. There were originally very few self-taught people. Even himself, even the Stark father and son, or Bruce Banner, who is still wanted, are not self-taught. These people are originally very smart, and only with the on-demand broadcast of a good school and a good teacher can they reach this point. And Nanjo in front of him really relied on self-taught to become a talent, which is really incredible. Seeing the shock written on Pim's face, Nanjo found that he seemed to be too perverted, and Pim saw that he had found a treasure. If Pim knew his true intentions, he didn't know how sad it would be. Definitely, Nanjo naturally doesn't care about these. If he even cares about these, he will never be an agent of SHIELD. After a night of conversation, Pim also probably learned about Nanzo's experience. A poor child who dropped out of high school due to family reasons and went to work and shop around. These experiences were naturally made up by Nanjo himself, coupled with his excellent speech skills, which made Pim believe in this made-up experience. With Pim's trust, the plan behind Nanzo was naturally much easier. After a night of experience and academic exchanges, when they looked out the window, the two found that it was already dawn. Nanjo got up and left Pim's laboratory. He was going back to New York. One is because he hasn't seen the three children for several days, and he wants to see how they are doing. The second is that soon there will be a big battle in New York, and he will have to witness this battle, and then get the succession of Darkseid. This is something that Nanzo must not miss. And just as Nanjo walked out of the door of the laboratory, he ran into a woman face to face. The woman got out of a luxury car, and she was shocked to see Nanjo walking out of the laboratory. Nanjo had some impressions of others. She was Pim's daughter, Hope, the person who joined hands with Klaus to vote Pim out of the company. Hope didn't pay attention to Nanzo, but looked up and down twice, and then walked into the laboratory. "What are you doing here?" Seeing Hope's arrival, Pim's mood suddenly became unwell. He knew that he was ashamed of his daughter, and the two of them had a big misunderstanding that has not been resolved. But his biological daughter used the final casting vote to vote for the company, and he was definitely not in a good mood. "I'll see how you are." There was no emotion in Hope's words, he just looked around. "Want to see if I am dead?" Pym sneered twice, then got up and walked to the side table, picked up the cup on the table, and got a cup of coffee. "Nothing is not going to the Three Treasures Palace, what is it?" Pym knew that her daughter would not be so kind to see how her father was doing well, she must have other things. Hope squinted at Pym, then slowly spoke. "Darren has a press conference tomorrow, and he hopes you will be there." Pym sneered twice when he heard this. Sure enough, he didn't think wrong, it was just such a thing. "It's not a long time since I was voted out of the company, but now I am going back? Am I the kind of person who will come and leave after roar? Let you leave the company for your own good, and your mental state can no longer allow you to run the company properly." Hope's tone remained calm. "Aren't you doing well in this small laboratory now? I'll ask Darren to install some good equipment for you in 2 days." Before Hope could say anything, Dr. Pym slammed the cup on the table. "Now, please, leave my laboratory." Seeing Pym suddenly so angry, Hope was also taken aback, but in the end he gave a cold snort, then turned and walked outside the laboratory. When she opened the door of the laboratory, she suddenly stopped and looked back at Pym. "Tomorrow's conference, I hope you will be there on time. You can be on the invitation list." After all, Hope left the laboratory. Pym was dressed coarsely and sat down on the side chair. He sighed helplessly as he heard the sound of the hopper's engine fade away. Then slowly closed his eyes. At the moment, Nanjo was behind the trees beside the laboratory. He had heard all the conversation between the father and daughter just now. Now Pym and Hope, the gap between the two is still very big. "We can't say who is wrong, we can only say that both sides are wrong." Thinking, he recovered, stopped a taxi and flew to the airport. It was 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon when I returned to New York. At this time, SAGE's children's school should also be over. Nanjo returned home, opened the door, and found 3 children sitting in front of the TV watching TV. The sudden appearance of Nanjo made the 3 children happy, and they came forward to him one after another. Nanjo often goes out, and as soon as he goes out, he is not at home for several days. The 3 children will naturally miss him. However, although the 3 of them all had happy expressions on their faces, Nanjo still saw the worry in the eyes of Wanda and Lorna at a glance. "What's wrong?" Nanjo looked at Wanda and Lorna and asked. Hearing Nanjo's question, the 2 looked at each other, and then looked at their school bags. Nanjo came to the 2 school bags with some confusion, picked up the school bag and opened it. "Oh! There is no heaven in this school bag. Both of them have large and small file-size envelopes in their school bags, and there are floral stickers on the envelopes. Dare to love, this is a love letter, there are so many more." Nanjo looked back at Wanda and Hope. They are now little beauties, and there are boys in school who like nature at that time. But they received a love letter from a school bag, which Nanjo did not expect. It may also be because there are too many love letters, which makes the 2 of them feel more pressured. Thinking of this, Nanjo smiled helplessly. He really doesn't understand such pressure, because he has never received a love letter in either the past world or the present world. Chapter 38, The Trouble of Love Letters. I have dreamed countless times that I could also receive a love letter. Nanjo put down his school bag and returned to Wanda and Lorna. "Now that I see you both upset about the love letter, I'm a little bit jealous and puzzled." Looking at Nanjo's smile, Wanda and Lorna also looked at each other and smiled. Although they were bothered by the love letter, after hearing Nanjo's words, they found that Nanjo was more pitiful than them. At this time, Nanjo set his sights on Pietro. "Why, you didn't receive the love letter?" Pietro's looks can no longer be described as handsome. Nanjo has heard Wanda and Lorna ridicule more than once to attract female classmates. But just look at Petro's relaxed face. I'm not like the two of them, because the love letter is still difficult. I will accept all the love letters sent to me. Then all walked into the grove in the backyard of the school. Lorna at the moment spoke, her words full of disdain. According to Petro's appearance, it is normal to receive a love letter. But Pietro and the two of them dealt in different ways. He just told these love letters and buried them. As the saying goes, not seeing is clear. Pietro uses this method. But at least I won't be bothered by this matter. Pietro tilted his neck back, his face full of pride, as if he was satisfied with his method. In fact, your method is to treat the symptoms rather than the root cause. At this time, Nanjo, who was watching the play, spoke again. Even Pietro burying the love letter is the same. The love letter will not disappear because you bury it. In the end, it will appear constantly. So, the most effective way to stop love letters is to find a lover. As soon as Nanjo said this, the three of them were taken aback, and then looked at each other. And Nanjo smiled at the moment. As long as you have a lover, and you make it public, then someone will naturally retire when they know the difficulties, and a large part of the love letter will be lost. And even if some people still don't give up, they will find your lover's trouble to a large extent, and you will be relieved a lot. When Nanjo said this, Pietro shrugged. Then you mean that lovers are our tool people? Nanjo nodded, expressing affirmation. So, if you have something you like, hurry up. Don't be too late. Pietro naturally felt that this view was unreliable, even worse than burying a love letter, so he didn't care. But Wanda and Lorna Silky were really lost in thought. The two lowered their heads, but their eyes looked in the direction of Nanzo from time to time. The sky has gradually dimmed. The four people were sitting around the dining table, eating the food cooked by Nanzo. This is Nanzo's first cooking after a few days, and it is also a feast for the three children. Because Nanzo's cooking skills are still quite good, the three children naturally like it very much. I'm not here for a few days, do you have a good training? While eating, Nanjo suddenly asked. Definitely, this so-called training is what the three people wanted to follow him to learn fighting skills in the previous Okan incident. Nanzo did teach them a lot of fighting skills, and also let them exercise their physical fitness. Although there will be no significant improvement in a short period of time, after a long time, they will naturally feel that they have become stronger. Hearing Nanjo's question, the three nodded. During this period of time, they did not slack off their training and completed the goals set by Nanjo. They also know that Nanjo is often not here, so they can only rely on their own consciousness to avoid being bullied. Nanjo looked at the three of them and nodded, then stretched out his hand and squeezed Petro's arm, and found that there had been obvious muscle growth, and then nodded in satisfaction. As long as you complete my task consciously according to my requirements, you will never be bullied by others. Seeing that the three children are very concerned about this matter, Nanjo is also quite satisfied. At this moment, Nanjo's phone rang suddenly. He picked up the phone and found that Phil Carlson was calling. Hey! Nanzo! Where are you now? As soon as the call was connected, Nanjo heard Phil Carlson's slightly anxious voice. I'm eating, what's wrong? Listening to the noisy voice on the other end of the phone, Nanjo also understood in his heart that he was inseparable. Banner fought with another monster that was about the same. It doesn't seem to be very good. Are you in New York? I'm in New York, I'll be by in a while, don't worry. Nanjo looked relaxed, and delivered a bite of food into his mouth. Okay, then you hurry up, here is more urgent now. Phil Carlson said, and hung up. Nanjo put the phone aside, and did not give up eating because of Phil Carlson's words. Are you in a hurry? Wanda at the moment looked at Nanjo and asked. She didn't want Nanjo to leave. After all, she didn't know how many days she would be able to return after she left. Don't worry, I'm in New York City, and I can go after dinner later." When Nanjo said this, Wanda also exhaled, definitely, and Lorna also exhaled. She and Wanda have the same idea. Nanjo knew the end of this matter, so he didn't intend to interfere in this matter, just witness it from a distance and get the inheritance degree in hand. That's why he was not in a hurry, eating dinner in no hurry. Anyway, Hulk and his enemies had to fight for a while, and it was never too late to go after the dinner. As for Phil Coulson, after hanging up the phone, he looked anxiously at the battle between Hulk and his enemy, the hatred that Bronski had become. Obviously Hulk has slowly entered a disadvantaged position. Without Nanjo's help, he would probably be killed by this hatred. This ugly-looking guy is much better than Hulk. Looking at Phil Coulson, whose shoulders were pierced by the sharp piercings on his back, he was extremely worried. He has already informed Nick that the people from S.H.I.E.L.D. are also on the way. But can ordinary humans participate in such battles? Only Nanzo has the ability to change the situation of the battle. So he was waiting for the arrival of Nanzo. But seeing that Hulk could no longer support it, Nanjo's figure had not yet appeared. This made Phil Coulson more and more anxious, so anxious that he was already stamping his feet on the spot. He didn't know what Nanjo was doing, or what caused time to be slowed down. Being late is not Nanjo's personal style. At the moment Phil Coulson raised his head and looked to the sky. "Nanzo, come on. If you don't come again, Dr. Banner is at risk of death." Chapter 39, It's Not Right. Phil Coulson was in a hurry, but Nanzo didn't hurriedly change his clothes after dinner before going out. After Nanjo left home, the three Wanda turned on the TV. The TV channel happened to be broadcasting the battle between Hulk and Abomination Live. After listening to the reporter's live report, the three children realized that this was what happened in their city at the moment. "Oh my God, the thing Brother Joe wants to solve, won't it be this thing?" The three children all looked at each other, their eyes full of incredible. "You know, neither of those two guys who are fighting seems to be annoying." The three children couldn't help but feel very worried when they thought that Nanjo was going to solve these two guys. And Nanjo didn't know the current situation of the battle, he just accelerated his pace slightly, and walked towards the battlefield of Hulk and Abomination. In short time, Nanjo saw the flames and the helicopter hovering in the sky not far away. There are also all kinds of noisy sounds. In order to get a better perspective, Nanjo came to the top floor of the building on the side and looked down. The battlefield below made Nanjo a little surprised. The original script should be that Hulk was injured, and then relied on his own strategy to defeat the hatred, and finally stepped on the hatred under his feet, declaring his victory. But the scene before him is not like this. It was not hatred that was stepped on, but Hulk. And Hulk's body is not only the more serious injury on the shoulder. Hulk's abdomen had been penetrated, leaving a shocking blood hole, and there was still green blood outside the blood hole. How is this going? Seeing this scene, Nanjo frowned. This is not a normal script, and the plot shouldn't be developed in this way. Although hatred is much stronger than Hulk, it is definitely not such a crushing battle. And now Hulk's injury is quite serious, it is very likely to be at risk of losing his life. Thinking of this, Nanjo gritted his teeth. "I thought that I could watch the resolution of the incident silently by myself, and finally passed on to the PRSTUT. But now it seems that it is impossible not to make a move by himself." At this time, Abomination had already raised his arm, intending to give Hulk the final blow with the spike on his arm. Suddenly, a sonic boom sounded, and a figure rushed towards Hatred. And Hatred also felt this powerful breath. He raised his head and saw a dark shadow approaching. He just wanted to react, but the figure arrived in front of him in an instant, with a punch in the face. He flew out directly to the Hatred, and fell heavily into the building on the side. Hulk at the moment raised his head with difficulty, looked at the figure, found that it was the familiar guy with a mask, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. That's right, this shadow is Nanjo who had to take action. Phil Coulson, who was not far away, saw the arrival of Nanjo, and he took a deep breath. Seeing Hulk lose a little bit and even get killed by him, Phil Coulson has already called him a lot of calls. But it was not Nanjo who answered the call, but a little girl, which made Phil Coulson suspect that he had dialed the wrong number. But now that Nanjo appeared, he was relieved. As long as there is Nanzo, things will turn for the better. Nanjo didn't pay attention to Hulk, but stared straight at the smoke and dust caused by being smashed through the building by hatred. He knew that there was no way to defeat hatred with this punch. Sure enough, with an angry roar, hatred rushed out of the smoke and went straight to Nanjo. Nanjo stared at the moment frantically disgusted, and suddenly discovered a strange situation. His hatred pupils were actually blood red. This is not within the scope of Nanzo's cognition. Because in Nanjo's impression, the pupils of hatred were definitely not red. Nanjo didn't remember the specific color, but it was definitely not such blood red. Is it possible that the current situation is caused by such blood red pupils? Nanjo was puzzled like this, and his hatred had already reached Nanjo. With a wave of Nanjo's big hand, countless stones floated in the air, heading straight for hatred, completely wrapping him into a ball. If you know how to explode the sky, I will give you one directly. Seeing the abhorrence of Yijin being completely surrounded by rocks, Nanjo had to sigh with emotion. If he could explode the stars in one move, the skin of this hatred would also explode. Unfortunately, I don't have such skills. So these stones can only limit the play of hatred. And only a few seconds later, the hatred broke free from the stone, and angrily continued to kill Nanjo. This time Nanjo did not use external force, but directly stretched out his hand, relying on his mind to control the hatred. After all, Nanjo's skill is called mind manipulation. Whether it is a living or non-living body in the world, Nanjo can control it with his own willpower. Therefore, hatred as a living body will naturally be controlled. Seeing his speed getting slower and slower, as if being restrained by an invisible force, the hatred became a little unbelievable. No, it's impossible. He knew that all this was the ghost of the masked man in front of him, but he still didn't believe it. Not only him, Hulk, Phil Coulson, like General Rose, couldn't believe the situation. Unexpectedly, this person still possesses such ability. It doesn't matter if he can manipulate dead things, even living things can be manipulated, which is a bit perverted. He hated to face such invisible power and wanted to resist, but Nanjo didn't give him any chance to resist at all. His willpower is quite terrifying. Just as Nanjo slowly clenched his fist, his disgusting body began to gradually twist. Then, there was a scream of hatred. Ah! He howled in pain, using the strength of his body to resist Nanjo, but it could only delay the spread of pain. Nanjo was also taken aback by the hateful resistance. I still underestimated this creature. I didn't expect his willpower to be so strong, which made myself feel tired. It was no way to go on like this, so Nanjo manipulated the steel bar with his other hand and pierced toward hatred. The steel bar was also sharpened by Nanjo in mid-air, and with the huge amounts of impulse, it plunged directly into the body of hatred. FKU. He cursed disgustingly, and then roared, breaking away from Nanjo's mind control. This made Nanjo very surprised. The power increase accompanied by that roar was quite terrifying. After the roar, disgust slowly raised his head, gritted his teeth and let out a low roar. And his eyes burst into red light. Chapter 40, Skill Treasure Chest. Looking at the red-eyed hatred, an unknown premonition slowly emerged in Nanjo's heart. All this is too abnormal. This abomination is simply the abomination under normal circumstances. This hatred is far more terrifying. No wonder Hulk was beaten that way. According to the aura of this hatred, it is possible that Hulk would be killed. You guy is a bit interesting, much more interesting than that big guy. Disgust at the moment speaks slowly, even the tone of the tone reveals madness. Then I'm really honored. Nanjo replied blankly. But before Nanjo's voice fell, he detested a kick and headed straight for Nanjo. But Nanjo waved his hand, and an earthen wall blocked him in front of him. It's just a mere dirt wall. It is still very difficult to block hatred. So this earth wall was easily smashed by hatred, and his fist went straight to Nanjo. Looking at Nanjo's deep arm at the moment, he took his hateful fist with one hand, but the ground under his feet collapsed because of this. This fist of hatred made Ijo feel incredible, because he felt the pain that it meant. That's right, it's throbbing, because of the slight pain caused by the intense ear throbbing. But even so, this made Nanjo feel incredible. Because in the battle with Hulk, no matter how Hulk's fist hit him, he didn't feel the shock, only a slight shock. At this time, Nanjo felt pain for the first time after obtaining the Darkseid template. So how terrifying is this hatred? Nanjo couldn't believe it. And Nanjo single-handedly received the Fist of Abomination, which surprised Abomination. Although this punch was not his full strength, it also had 80% strength. He did not expect that he would take it with one hand. This makes hatred somewhat unacceptable. Thinking about it, he threw a punch again. But this time Nanjo did not give him a chance. A squat around the Fist of Abomination, and then clenched his fist straight to the door of Abomination. The speed of the punch this time was quite fast, and the hatred still didn't have any time to react, and he could only let this punch hit his face. And immediately afterwards, the face of hatred had collapsed in a large area, and the ground behind him was lifted up by Nanjo's punch. Then, hatred flew out like a cannonball with a bang. Nanjo didn't stop to observe the situation this time, but jumped up and went straight to the place where he hated the last fall. He didn't intend to give hatred any respite. When Nanjo arrived, Debate and Gao stood up from the ruins he had smashed. But his face was miraculously recovering. There is such power in hatred. Seeing this scene, Nanjo felt even more incredible. When did he hate the ability to regenerate quickly? Nanjo's punch was a real blow to his hatred face. But now, in front of him, he miraculously recovered. This is my strength. Disgusted and looked at Nanjo with a frantic smile. No matter how powerful you are, you can't kill me. If you can't kill me, you can't stop me. The disgusting and frantic laughter made Nanjo frown. How could the laughter of this thing be so annoying? Then compare, see if I smashed it faster or if you repaired it faster. Nanjo sneered twice, and then stepped forward again. His fist fell on the body of hatred like raindrops. The intense pain made hatred too unbearable, and he let out a violent howl. This howl can be heard clearly by Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson's hands trembled a little, and he felt panic all over when he heard the scream. What a killer Nanjo has gotten. On Nanjo's side, countless fists fell, causing unpredictable damage to hatred. But these injuries were healed instantly. As Abomination said, no matter how powerful Nanjo is, there is no way to directly blast Abomination into dregs. He can repair it, regenerate, but he can't die. Where did your ability come from? Nanjo was sure that this ability was definitely not hating herself, it must have been given to hatred by others. Even if I interfered, I didn't interfere too much, so even if it changed, it wouldn't change so much. Hearing this, hatred once again let out a frantic laugh. Where did my ability come from? Do you want to know? Listening to the arrogant laughter, Nanjo couldn't help but punched him in the face again. But in an instant, the thin face that had been beaten into a pie recovered again. You can't possess or control this power. This is a gift from the gods of the world. I am a person that God looks after. Upon hearing the words of hatred, Nanjo understood in an instant. Because the words in the dream and the light ball have appeared in his mind. Sure enough, it is him. Nanjo's face was gloomy. It was just speculation just now, but now he is completely sure. The power of hatred comes from the person who created the dream for himself. And the reason that person hated such power was to destroy himself. This dog stuff. Thinking of this, Nanjo couldn't help cursing. The current self does not have ability to kill hatred at all. I have power in my own space, but I can't make hatred become grey. If there are omega rays from Darkseid, then this abomination will turn into grey in minutes. But now I don't have such skills at all. This made Nanjo more and more mad, and it was no way to go on like this. Ding! The host can draw a lottery, and the host has 3 lottery chances left unused. The long-lost system prompt sounded again, making Nanjo slightly stunned. What if there is a chance to draw a lottery? You can't draw out your skills. At the moment Nanjo said inwardly. This time, he got a reply from the system. Ding! The host can draw item skill treasure chests, and can open random skills. It's bluffing, this thing has a terrifying low hit rate, otherwise I won't always draw masks and panties. But since the system says so, it's better to try that. That, lottery. Ding! The system draws open, get items, Iron Man's Reactor 1:1 model. Pick more. This situation is what Nanzo loves to hear. Ding! The system draws open, get items, a set of black cat leather clothing. Pick more. Nanjo was speechless, but since he had smoked the first 2 times, it was not bad this time. Ding! The system will open the lottery, get the items and skill treasure chests, is it open? I really got it. Nanjo was surprised when he heard the system prompt, but he nodded immediately. Turn on. Ding! Open the skill treasure chest, obtain the Monster Universe Godzilla skill, Atomic Breath. Nanzo was a little surprised when he heard the system prompt. Atomic Breath? Godzilla's skill? This Godzilla of the Monster Universe is also a superhero. Chapter 41, Atomic Breath. The Atomic Breath of Godzilla was opened in this skill treasure chest, which really surprised Nanjo. Unexpectedly, this superhero system would even be included in the Monster Universe. But after the accident, there are more surprises. With this Atomic Breath, Nanjo has ability to blast the strengthened hatred in front of him into dregs. But now there is still a question, how should this Atomic Breath be used? Could it be possible that it squirted out of his mouth like Godzilla? Ding! The host can use any part of the body to release Atomic Breath, as long as the force is concentrated in one body part, the Atomic Breath can be emitted in that body part. The system felt Nanjo's doubts, so it gave an explanation. This explanation made Nanjo happy. In other words, the Atom's breath can also be released with his hands, not necessarily with his mouth. That's easier. Nanjo grinned, and then another punch fell, but the injuries he caused still made the hatred quickly healed. Immediately afterwards, with a wave of Nanjo's hand, countless steel bars floated in the air. Following the wave of Nanjo's palm, they directly pierced the body of Abomination. Countless steel bars pierced into the body of the Abomination, and bend, the purpose is to block the action of the Abomination. The pain made Hate roar again, and he wanted to use his power to force the steel bar out of his body. But there were countless steel bars flying in. Even the steel bars forced out by him floated again and pierced into his body. This kind of repetition really confined hatred and made it difficult for him to move. At this moment, Nanjo jumped up and came to the ruins, closing his eyes to condense his energy. Then, a monstrous energy filled Nanjo's right hand, and a blue light group also appeared in the palm of his hand. Nanjo could clearly feel the terrifying energy emanating from the light group. Is this the Atomic Breath? Seeing his hand trembling violently because of the energy of the light group, Nanjo's eyes were ecstatic. This skill is likely to really blast the hatred in front of you into scum. And the hatred confined by various steel bars also felt the energy of the blue light cluster. This energy also made him feel bad. He had a hunch that if he didn't avoid this skill, he would probably be blasted into dust. Thinking of this, hatred began to speed up his break free, and more steel bars were forced out of his body by him. Naturally, Nanjo didn't plan to give him this opportunity. He wanted to use this trick to put this guy to death. Thinking about it, Nanjo condensed the breath of atoms to the maximum energy, and even the surrounding air trembled because of this energy. You are dead. Looking at the hatred, the corner of Nanjo's mouth rose slightly. You are the most difficult opponent I have ever encountered, and you should be honored. With that, Nanjo's right hand in the depths aimed the blue light ball at hatred. Do not. Upon seeing this, the hatred was struggling frantically, but the gang Yu controlled by Nanjo did not stop, and the hatred was firmly controlled. It's useless, go to hell. Upon seeing this, Nanjo pressed his right hand, and the blue light ball instantly shot out and went straight to hatred. Do not. Abomination felt the horrible breath, and despair spread all over his body in an instant. Definitely. Accompanied by despair, and unwilling to hate. He is unwilling to die like this, he still wants to rule the world, he wants to use his ability to make himself the overlord. But all this, in front of this atomic breath, became a bubble. Atomic breath and will not hate desperate cry to stop their own pace. It hit the abomination of the body, huge amounts of energy moment overwhelmed him. And then, submerged hate body began to slowly dissipate. Gradually, the abomination of the body has disappeared, and even a trace of residue are not left. While he was imprisoned in place, it is the emergence of a huge amounts of pit. This is the damage caused by atomic breath. South is quite surprised to see the boat in front of all. He did not think that the destructive power of atomic breath is so amazing. It seems a little play big. This may have been done looking at the pit of the artificial lake. South boat smile or two. New York City is really troubled. This is the first time. The future of New York will not know how much suffering suffer. Thought of here, South of the boat had turned and walked toward the hulk. But South boat just turned around, a voice came from behind him. I remember you. This sounds boat suddenly go back to the south, he found abhorrent face appeared in his rear. Not dead. This boat was very surprised to the south, so what you just experienced a terrorist attack, even still be able to recover? I remember, South boat, outsiders, the future we will meet. I am looking forward to it. Hate again, he said. And after the voice down, hate head became dust, scattered to the ground. A gust of wind blowing, the wind dust left. South boat watching such a scene, frowning. Obviously, people are not talking just hate, but hate that given the power of people, that is the boat to the south. Do people do dream? That person knows who they are through, but also know his name, is an extremely dangerous mission. And this man, then, is probably declare war on their own again. But evidently, this is very difficult. Personally came to Earth, so the future may still rely on this way to the south boat difficult. Thought of here, South boat Pilyapijui, thinking this is a record of trouble. He then turned away again, go in the direction of the hulk. At the moment the hulk has not changed back to Dr. Banner, instead clutching his injured abdomen, riveted on the fighting front. After seeing the boat back to the south, people are also took a deep breath. I do not know who is this masked man in the end is, but at least he was against Brown Chomsky, at least proved that he was not the enemy. General Rose's eyes revealed a hint of frustration. They want to create a super soldier, this plan eventually fell through. Examples of Blonsky's failure on the plane, they're only not willing to give up. South Hulk came to the front of the boat, watching the grimace in pain. Hulk at the moment also because of the injury and pain, could not help but smile. Great guy, how? Action can do. Hulk just hung a cry, and who ignores South boat, but will look into the side of Betty body. Betty's eyes still full of feel bad that she could not imagine Hulk in the end suffered much pain. Hulk and Betty's just a little stroking the cheek, then jump leaps, ran to the outside cities. South boat watching the Hulk back, even for a time some distressed Banner and Betty love. Well, after all, it seems difficult family dependence. Chapter 42, Attention to all parties. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. Nick Fury is watching the battle scene between Nanzo and Abomination. Why is there another ability to manipulate objects and emit light this time? Nick looked at Nanjo in the picture and released the frightening atomic breath, and also took a breath. The horrible pit has proved the destructive power of this thing. How many things this guy hasn't used yet? Nick pressed his chin with both hands, thinking about the next countermeasure. Now his first thing is to find out who this guy who calls himself Darkseid is. What does it look like? If possible, Nick wants to recruit him into the Avengers plan. This kind of strength is stronger than Hulk, his current target, and Tony Stark, who has become a reserve player. Even much better than them. Nick even suspected that this guy didn't use his full strength in the face of hatred. Such people have joined the Avengers project, which is definitely a big help. Therefore, the only and most important problem now is to find out who this person is and where he is. But this is not a simple matter. In fact, after the Stark Iron Man incident, Nick had already sent an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. to investigate him. But the result is nothing like what I love to hear. The batch of agents he sent out found nothing, and neither literature nor information could find the name of this Darkseid. Thinking of this, Nick picked up the landline in his office and dialed a number. Notify Natasha Romanoff and ask her to come and see me right away. Less than 10 minutes after putting down the phone, the door of Nick's office was opened. Black Widow Natasha Romanoff walked into the office. What's the matter? Natasha Romanoff was not polite, and sat directly on the sofa aside. She looked a little tired now, after all, she had just finished a task. Natasha Romanoff, here is another task for you. Nick said, showing the scene of Nanjo fighting against Abomination to Natasha Romanoff. After seeing Nanjo possessing such power and the terrifying rays on the screen, Natasha Romanoff was also quite surprised. She naturally heard of this guy, but she didn't expect this guy to have such a powerful force. The deep pit is as if it was blown up by a high-level weapon. This guy claims to be the Dark Lord Darkseid. He has appeared once in the battle between Stark and Obadi, helping Stark defeat the enemy, and this time he has appeared again. I have taken some agents to investigate, but they failed, so this time I want to send you. Hearing Nick's words, Natasha Romanoff frowned slightly. If you let yourself investigate such a guy, even if you are yourself, you don't know what to do. Such a guy with terrifying power wants to hide himself, it is simply too simple. But she nodded. I see, I will do my best to investigate, and I will notify you as soon as I have any news. Nick also slightly nodded, and sent all the battle scenes between Nanzo and Obadi and the battle scenes with Abomination to Natasha Romanoff. And Natasha Romanoff at the moment also turned and left and walked out. Not long after he walked out of Nick's office, Hawkeye Barton walked towards him. Why? Looks unhappy. Seeing Natasha Romanoff feel depressed, Barton asked. But Natasha Romanoff let out a long sigh, then waved his hand. I want to investigate a difficult character. With that said, Natasha Romanoff told Barton about Nick's mission again. That guy. Barton also gave a wry smile. He also heard about Nanjo's exaggerated performance in the battle with hatred. In his opinion, this is not a human being. Come on, this is not an easy task. Barton patted Natasha Romanoff on the shoulder, which also comforted her. And Natasha Romanoff could only sigh and walk out of SHIELD. At the moment, Camartage. Ancient One Magician's face was a little dignified, she sat in the hall, a little restless. And Carl Mortar on the side naturally saw what was wrong with Ancient One, and walked forward slowly. Master, what's wrong with you? Since Ancient One returned from the holy place in New York, his mental state has been very poor. It's nothing, just let me be quiet. Ancient One Magician waved his hand, indicating that he was okay. Seeing Ancient One refused to speak, Morta did not continue to ask, but gently left the hall. At the moment, only Ancient One was left in the hall. She opened her eyes and let out a sigh of relief slowly. She witnessed the battle in New York. From the battle between Abomination and Hulk, to the battle between Abomination and Nanzo, I finally saw Nanzo release that energy to kill Abomination. That energy made Ancient One feel dangerous. It was an energy she had never felt before, and it didn't belong to the Earth, or even this universe. At least in Ancient One's magician career for many years, I have never felt that kind of energy, even the dark space I have entered. In other words, that man does not belong to this universe. Moreover, I have used Time Gem to spy on the future, and I haven't discovered the existence of such a person with ability. Therefore, it can be fully confirmed that the man appeared out of thin air, an outsider. This makes Ancient One a little worried. This is an outsider, she doesn't know how much damage this will cause to this world, how much damage it will cause humanity. There is another thing that Ancient One is very concerned about. That was the face that appeared behind the man after a quiet resolution. The breath exuding from that face was very weak, but it still made Ancient One feel it. At that time belonged to the breath of the gods. The Abomination has the breath of the god, and it is certain that the Abomination defeats Hulk, which is the energy endowed by the god. As for the purpose of the gods, it was to force Nanjo to show up. Although that breath was weak, it was enough to shock Ancient One's soul. And that breath is even higher level than Dormammu. In other words, that god is above Dormammu's level. That man had connections with other gods of this high level, which made Ancient One wonder whether it was good or bad. This also caused Ancient One's restlessness, so she came here to meditate and nourish her nature. After half of his heart had calmed down, Ancient One began to think about countermeasures. She needs to find this man, figure out this man's intentions, she wants to know this man's attitude towards the world. Is it destruction, protection, or non-interference? After all, Ancient One is to protect the balance of the earth. If that man wants to disrupt the balance of the earth, then she will use her own power to get rid of that man. Chapter 43, Breaking the Law. I said, when did you have such a skill? Then Guangbo directly exploded into a lake. In a Huxia restaurant downstairs at Nanzhou's house, Nanzhou and Phil Coulson are sitting opposite each other. Phil Coulson couldn't restrain his excitement, and quickly asked. I said, I still have a lot of abilities that I haven't used yet. Nanzhou only smiled faintly, but there was still a hint of bitterness in his smile. Because of the Hulk incident, Nanzhou did not get any inheritance. After inquiring about the system, the answer given was that because the last boss was not solved by Hulk, it was not considered an achievement event, and naturally it was not possible to give inheritance rewards. This made Nanzhou quite depressed. Although the Iron Man incident ended up throwing the Iron Overlord into the sky, Stark came up with the idea. That is naturally a problem solved by Stark. Therefore, the Iron Man event can be inherited. However, in this battle, he also obtained the very powerful ability of Atomic Breath, which can be said to be not a loss. But the lack of inheritance made him very unwilling. In the next few days, Nanzhou will have to practice hard and then improve his inheritance. He wants to make up for what he owes for the Hulk incident. Nanzhou himself was depressed here, while Phil Coulson was quite excited. That big guy, you don't even have any scum left after being bombarded by you. Phil Coulson is still very excited, to be able to witness such a battle, then there is really no regret in this life. That guy is a difficult batch, I have no choice but to use that trick. Nanzhou then spoke out his hatred of ability that can recover quickly. Phil Coulson was also quite shocked after hearing this. Being able to recover the physical body instantly after suffering huge damage, this kind of ability is not only General Ross, but even S.H.I.E.L.D. is also trying to study. After all, if the research is successful, they will have one more super soldier who is stronger than Captain America. But obviously, after the hatred, this kind of plan can only be stopped. Things that have no controllability are not needed by the military and SHIELD. By the way, I called you before. Who is the girl who answered the phone? Is your girlfriend? At this moment, Phil Coulson suddenly remembered that when Hulk was dying, he called Nanjo himself. The first few calls were not connected, but after a few more calls, the call was connected. But the voice on the other end of the phone was a female voice, and it seemed that she was still young. Ah, that. Nanjo smiled awkwardly. He left his cell phone at home when he left that day. And Phil Coulson's call was answered by Wanda. Because of this incident, Wanda was also reprimanded by Nanjo. If their identities are known, then Nanzo and Peggy will be in big trouble. Moreover, I heard more than one voice on the other end of the phone. It seems that there are still 3 voices. There are other people in your family. According to Phil Coulson, it is also the top agent of SHIELD. He can still grasp such subtle details immediately. Nanjo looked at Phil Coulson's curious eyes and sighed helplessly. Tell you, you have to keep a good secret for me, actually. Nanjo approached Phil Coulson, deliberately lowered his voice, and briefly described how the 3 of them met Wanda. After listening to the South Boat Den words, Phil Coulson subconsciously looked around, and then incredible to see him. You crazy ah! I will not speak. Furious Nick will not know. You are breaking the law, ah! Kirsten, these words he just south of the boat to get some confused. See, Phil Coulson went on to say. And there is also a boy, you will not have the kind of habit of it. South Boat instantly understood what Phil Coulson say, white at him fiercely. Ah, you say? You will not mind some healthy stuff. That's 3 children did not want to go to foster homes and nursing homes. I see 3 of them poor, so Baichuopiji helped me get my grandmothers, but they now have legal status. How you are now paced the mind. Boat South face questioning, Phil Coulson embarrassed smile. You may have recently read some books and a plethora of information about certain aspects, leading to their somewhat sensitive. But the so-called Boat South to see the 3 poor children, these words are purely nonsense. If not for the 3 children in the future will become a superhero, he will not come back yet with the 3 children. In S.H.I.E.L.D. so many years when the agent, the South would have to find out the truth. Boat maintain their own interests is the truth. 3 children had become a superhero, so natural as standing on their side. With these 3 guys guarding, then even if the countries are to the future against themselves, regardless of their act rashly. It's something you absolutely cannot let Nick know, okay? At the moment South Boat suddenly closed and stared straight Phil Coulson, his voice even revealing a trace of a threat. Phil Coulson naturally nods down. He must understand that if they say these things out, and then the end will be the same. Boat South Darkseids say this thing out in the end. Nothing more than a word, die. Phil Coulson is also a personal fine, he will know what to do, what not to do. The South Boat kept secret up, their future is of great help. Probably when they face life in danger, but also to save his boat Southern life. Yes, Nick is now to step up the investigation of your identity. Phil Coulson with the less skilled chopsticks dish, then began. The survey will investigate slightly, anyway, cannot find out my head. South Boat actually does not matter, continue eating his bowl of food. But this time, Nick delegation, is Natasha Romanoff. Nick let Natasha Romanoff solely responsible. Natasha Romanoff it. South Boat put down the chopsticks, touched his chin. Nick seems quite focused on this thing. Even Natasha Romanoff such S.H.I.E.L.D. intelligence experts were dispatched. But also it unfolded so powerful, he certainly needs to pay close attention to the investigation. However, even Natasha Romanoff investigation, she could not investigate what they were. Want to be found South Boat heads, they still early 2000 years to come. Looking South Boat look in different expression, Phil Coulson heart will have one about. At least in the South Boat heart, he thought Natasha Romanoff is absolutely unable to find their own. Since the South Boat have such confidence, that he is not worthwhile for him to worry about. He now do is a conservative Southern good boat secret to ensure their own time in danger of one day, the South Boat can be like God's descend to earth in general. To save his name. If the South Boat did, at least to prove that their investment is not wrong. Chapter 44, Peggy, Danger. Doctor, this place should be improved like this. In Dr. Pim's laboratory, Nanso and Dr. Pim are conducting a series of experimental operations. Pim heard Nanjo's words, stroked his chin, and then nodded. You are right, but this place can be improved like this. Ever since he strengthened Nanjo and recruited Nanjo into his laboratory, Pim once thought that he had found a confidant. Because many of Nanjo's ideas are surprisingly consistent with him, as if they were alone. This makes Pim both excited and worried. Because Darren Krause was the same before, let him see himself in general. But the ending is the way it is now, just because he looks so much like himself, that's why Pim is particularly worried. But fortunately, Nanjo is just some technical opinions in his own imagination, and they are not similar to the kind of self when he was young. Definitely, everything that Pim saw was made by Nanjo. Nanjo relied on this to give Pim a sense of security, let Pim think he was credible, and finally let Pim tell me about the Pim particle bit by bit. That's it. Nanso, or else, just move here, you just ran here at every turn. I think it's a waste of time and money. Pim interrupted suddenly at this moment. He also knew that Nanso lived in New York, and it would take a lot of time and money to come, so he hoped that Nanso would move here, and he knew that he could give Nanso a good salary. Sorry doctor, I still can't get away from New York. Nanjo smiled awkwardly. You also know that I also have a job in an orphanage. There is a shortage of manpower there. I can't leave them behind. In Nanjo's introduction to himself, he also provided himself with a part-time staff member of the orphanage. And he has built himself into a guy who takes on very important responsibilities in the orphanage. Nanjo did this naturally to have a very appropriate reason not to be persuaded by Dr. Pim to live here. After all, there are still 3 children in New York, and he can't leave them all alone in New York. Hearing Nanjo's words, Pim also sighed slightly disappointed. If Nanjo lives by his side, his research progress will be greatly improved. But he also understood Nanjo's difficulties, so he didn't force it. When the work in my orphanage decreases a bit, when there is no longer a need for me, I will definitely move back here. Nanjo also said some kind words. It is definitely impossible to move here, and Nanjo just gave Dr. Pim some illusory hope. Pim nodded, did not continue the topic, but looked at his own research. The research of human neuroexoskeleton has made great breakthroughs. He believes that within 5 years, his own research can once again shock the world. This is another masterpiece of my own after my own Pim particle. At this moment, Nanjo's phone rang suddenly. Nanjo took it out and found that it was Nick calling. Seeing that, he immediately walked out of the laboratory and got on the phone. Where are you now? New York. As soon as the call was connected, Nick's voice passed through the phone. I'm not in New York, what's the matter? Nick's tone was a little anxious, making Nanjo not clear what happened. Peggy. Peggy is in the hospital. Nanjo was stunned by Nick's words, but immediately understood what had happened. How is it? What is the reason? Always calm and steady South Boat, which is what some panic. He knew that Peggy had not for years, but he did not expect to happen so soon. Although he has not seen Peggy for months, but the last time I saw her, her mental state is very good. How suddenly? Because some things she needs to S.H.I.E.L.D process, but in time to leave S.H.I.E.L.D, there is no sign of a direct fainted. She is still unconscious in the hospital. Compared to the situation a crisis, you'd better get back. Hear this, from the South Boat frowned. Peggy can be no sudden illness. She will do a medical examination every year, everybody is particularly good, no problems, why does this suddenly fell to the ground? This makes South Boat was very confused. Well, I know, I'll go back. Even Heart doubts, but still have to go back to the boat South. Peggy is equivalent to the existence of their own grandmother in general, he is not so ruthless. Hang up the phone back to the lab, Pim immediately noticed the clouds boat South face. How? Pim asked. Our orphanage is now dean of sudden illness in hospital I need to hurry back. South Joe spoke, he was wearing clothes. Sorry doctor, emergency, I must immediately go back. Pim nodded. Go home quickly, there is the need you. See the boat South face of such a serious nature Pim nor any of stay. South bought the boat recently, the Washington non-stop ticket, without any hesitation, and go straight to the airport. The road, South boat are thinking, why Peggy suddenly fainted. This appears to be a sudden illness, but in the South boat opinion, this is not normal. He knew Peggy body bone can be tough to hate. Definitely not the kind of person sudden illness. But now the facts are. So the boat South doubt, Peggy becomes like this child is S.H.I.E.L.D. insider out of the ghost. Some key Peggy. This suspicion is reasonable. After all, the S.H.I.E.L.D., in fact, has long been infiltrated to Hydra. Numerous walking in front of S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, they are in fact secretly a member of Hydra. Do the authors of the Hydra need to act now? South Boat frowned on, if it is Hydra, then they are too timid, right? Peggy is also one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Her prestige in S.H.I.E.L.D. is unthinkable. While it is not long stage work, but if her what had happened, then it is undoubtedly provoke all S.H.I.E.L.D. members. While it has been infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra, but there are not a lot of original S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Hydra members of this body mass, it is unthinkable. Plus there Nanzo this 10 agent in the left and right. I will not speak of other S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, it is one that the South boat. Peggy undoubtedly heard in groundbreaking boat heads south. These people really so confident it can win over South boat? Chapter 45, The Secret. Inside a Washington hospital. Peggy Carter was lying in the ICU ward, and the voice on the next instrument looked desperate. Sharon was outside the ICU ward, looking at Peggy who was dying inside, she couldn't help but shed tears. On the side, Nick patted Sharon's shoulder to express comfort. Hill at the moment was also here, and looking at Peggy on the hospital bed, he felt very uncomfortable. At this time, Nanjo's figure appeared in Nick's line of sight, just as Nanjo speeded up his pace and came to the two of them. When he saw Peggy who was so weak, he was also stunned. This is the first time Nanzo has seen such a weak Peggy in 20 years. What the hell is going on? Is it clear what the symptoms are? Nanjo asked Nick with a gloomy face. Nick nodded. The disease is heart failure, pure heart failure. How can it be? Nanjo turned his head and looked at Nick with an incredible expression. Are you sure? Sure. Nick said, took out a diagnosis report from his arms and handed it to Nanjo. This is impossible. After Nanjo took a look at the report, he kept shaking his head. Grandma's heart hasn't had any problems for so many years. I keep every medical report. There is absolutely no problem with her heart. Nanzo is absolutely certain of this. Because Peggy has read every physical examination report, there is no problem, the heart failure written on this diagnosis report is absolutely impossible. On the side of Xuelun, her eyes were already red, and after hearing Nanjo's words, she couldn't help crying again. Nanjo grasped the diagnosis report tightly, and the diagnosis report was pinched and wrinkled by Nanjo. This is probably not an accident. After Nanzhou calmed down his inner mood, he spoke slowly. This is probably a pre-MO murder, and I want to take it over and present it before our eyes. Nanzhou's words made Nick frown. Nick had suspected this too. He also sent someone to investigate, but so far there has been no reply. He is also waiting for the results of S.H.I.E.L.D's investigation. Dare to murder the founder of SHIELD. It seems that only Hydra is the only one, and it also makes people fall at the gate of S.H.I.E.L.D's headquarters. Only Hydra can be so rampant. Not long after, a S.H.I.E.L.D agent came to Nick's side, whispered a few words in his ear, and then left. After the agent left, Nick couldn't help but let out a long sigh. They have checked all the surveillance videos of SHIELD. Since Peggy entered S.H.I.E.L.D, he has not touched anything or drank any water, so there is no poisoning, and the surveillance has not been destroyed. So if it is really premeditated, it is likely to use other methods, or to play outside SHIELD. After listening to Nick's words, Nanzhou's face became more gloomy. I want to investigate this matter. How about my sole responsibility for this matter? At the moment, Nanzhou asked. Nick was taken aback for a moment, and then nodded. Yes, pay attention to safety. Nanzhou nodded and turned around to leave. I also need to go. At this moment, Hill, who hadn't spoken aside, spoke. I want to investigate too. Nick looked at Hill, then looked at Nanzhou, and nodded again. Yes, you go too. 2 people can still have a caregiver. When Hill heard this, he quickly followed Nanzhou's pace, and followed Nanzhou away quickly. What do you think about this matter? Hill followed Nanzhou and walked side by side with him. There is no sneak attack for the time being, but there will be sooner or later. Nanzhou's tone was a little low. Nanzhou and Hill at this time were the first exchanges between Hill's temper. No confession, no explanation, everything seemed so ordinary. Then where are we going now? Hill asked again. Go to SHIELD. The two arrived at the S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters, and Nanzhou successfully entered the S.H.I.E.L.D monitoring room with his 10th level agent status. He brought Peggy into S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters and brought out all the monitoring during the time period, and then began the screening. Peggy's total time from entering S.H.I.E.L.D to leaving S.H.I.E.L.D and fainting was only 2 hours, so the two quickly watched all the surveillance videos. Unfortunately, there is no clue. Nanzhou frowned and sat in the surveillance room. The surveillance of S.H.I.E.L.D headquarters can be said to have no blind spots, so there is no such thing as a situation where there are no blind spots. And Peggy did not experience any discomfort inside S.H.I.E.L.D, nor any strange behavior. It just fell directly to the ground like shutting down outside the gate of SHIELD. There was no clue that made Nanzhou a little mad. This was the first time that he had no clue about something. Seeing Nanzhou at the moment a little irritable, Hill came to him. Trust me, there will always be something. Nanzhou nodded slightly, and continued his second surveillance observation. The result is naturally the same as the last time, without gain. A somewhat discouraged Nanzhou left SHIELD. It seems that things really did not happen in S.H.I.E.L.D, so there is only one possibility. It happened outside SHIELD. But it's like finding a needle in a haystack. It may happen on Peggy's way to S.H.I.E.L.D, or it may happen the day before, or 2 days before. This possibility is too high, and the monitoring is not as comprehensive as S.H.I.E.L.D without blind spots. It is possible that the perpetrator will perform poisoning or other operations in a place where there is a blind spot to monitor, and then directly Tao's IAO. For Nanzhou, even if he has developed 90% of his brain, investigating the culprit and perpetrator under such conditions is not an easy task. At the moment Nanzo and Hill have already left SHIELD. Since S.H.I.E.L.D. can't find any clues, they can stay on. Nanjo stood on the sidewalk, thinking about the next countermeasures. Suddenly, a person hit Nanjo's body. Nanjo didn't feel much at all, but the man fell directly to the ground. Ouch, it hurts me so much. The person who was hit was an old man, and his clothes were a little shabby. He looked like a homeless man. This hit Nanjo, most likely to touch the porcelain. But the old man stood up by himself, patted the dust on his body, and looked at Nanjo with a grin. "Young man, I think you have something on your mind. Did you have any trouble? I can solve it for you." The old man's words made Nanjo feel a little ridiculous. This is a problem that even Nanjo can't solve. Is it possible for this old man to solve it? Chapter 46, Heaven is Doomed. The old man naturally saw the disdain in Nanjo's eyes. But he was not angry either, he still put on that smiling face, and looked at Nanjo grinningly, as if he was crazy. Some things don't have to be man-made, they may be destined. The old man shook his head and said something in the mist, and finally walked in front of Nanjo. As he walked, he was talking about what heaven is doomed, and he looked like a god-jumping god. Hill on the side naturally didn't understand this. She felt that the old man was just a neurotic and was talking nonsense here. She turned her head to look at Nanjo, only to find that Nanjo's face was serious at the moment, and she was taken aback. It's hardly possible that Nanjo believed what the old man said. Hill may not understand the old man's words, but Nanjo understands it very well. Tianding was very concerned about this sentence, and Nanjo also looked at the sky. He thought of the dream and the hatred that suddenly became stronger. The person who made the hatred become stronger will naturally replenish the goods and let it go, and he will definitely continue to obstruct Nanzo. The old man said that the sky is destined. Is it possible that the man did it? In order to retaliate or destroy yourself, start from the people around you? Thinking of this, Nanjo suddenly looked in the direction of the old man just now, and the old man turned headlong into an intersection. Nanjo didn't think much about it, and immediately stepped forward to catch up. But when he came out of the intersection that he had just arrived at, the old man disappeared out of thin air, without any trace, as if he had never existed before. At this time, Hill also followed, and looked at Nanjo with some puzzlement. Looking at Nanjo's actions, it seemed that he really believed the words of the babbled old man. "Do you believe what the old man said?" Hill asked. "The old man is obviously talking nonsense, you don't need to." Before Hill finished speaking, Nanjo stretched out his hand to interrupt her. "You don't understand what he said, but I only need to understand it." Hill looked at Nanjo, who was quite serious at the moment, and was quite speechless, but she also noticed Nanjo's serious expression. She knew that Nanjo was not joking. At this moment, Nanjo turned his head to look at Hill, and slowly said, "I'll solve the next thing by myself, so don't interfere." "What?" Hill didn't believe what he heard, and looked at Nanjo incredulously. She didn't understand why Nanjo wanted to throw herself away. "The next thing is too dangerous, so don't participate." Nanjo spoke again. At this moment, Hill was very upset again. She didn't understand why Nanjo had to say this. She has participated in many dangerous missions, and every mission has the risk of losing her head, but she has survived. Although she may not be as strong as Nanjo, she has experienced a lot of hardships. Nanjo's words made her feel like she was being despised, and she was naturally unhappy in her heart. "I know you may be uncomfortable with this, but I really can only handle this matter." Nanjo also felt Hill's displeasure and quickly explained. These words made Hill couldn't help but give Nanjo a second glance. "Only you can do it, yes, only you can do it." Nanzhou's explanation made Hill even more unhappy. You are a 10th level agent of S.H.I.E.L.D, and I am only a small character, so you can do everything, but I can't do anything. Hill said, snorted, then turned and left. Looking at the back of Hill leaving, Nanzhou also sighed helplessly. Since he became a level 10 agent, there has been a gap between him and Hill. He knew Hill wanted recognition, especially his own. But this matter now really wasn't something Hill could participate in. After all, it had to fight against God. Originally, they had reconciled with Hill for the most part, but with this move, the two have gradually moved away. But this is not a big problem. There will be opportunities for explanation in the future, but the problem now is how to pull Peggy back from the Ghost Gate. Nanzhou needs a person who understands the gods better, and who has spoken to the gods, who is still on Earth. Now Nanzhou has never seen any real god. The person who talked to himself with a hateful face is not the real person. So he had to find someone who was in contact with the gods. Thinking of this, Nanzhou's eyes lit up and he thought of a candidate. Kamartaj's Ancient One. There seems to be some way for this powerful magician that has spoken to Dormammu in the dark space. Although Dormammu is not a good thing, it is still a god. Leave now to Kamartaj. After setting the goal, Nanzhou immediately left for Kamartaj. As for the way to go to Kamartaj, Nanzhou will not go by plane normally. Washington is not close to Kamartaj, and there is even no direct flight. It would take a lot of time to reach Kamartaj from Washington. And Nanzhou has his own way. 177A Blick Street, New York, outside Holy Place, New York. Wearing a hoodie and a mask, Nanzhou stood outside this holy place. He looked at this ordinary-looking building and smiled slightly. Why fly directly to Kamartaj? You can go to Kamartaj from the holy place in New York. Nanzhou admired the mysterious New York holy place, and pushed the door directly into the holy place. There was silence in the holy place. Nanzhou looked around, like a curious baby. After all, this was the first time he came to this place, so he was naturally quite curious. At this time, a black man walked out from the top of the stairs in front of Nanzhou. Who are you? The man looked at Nanzhou, who was looking around at the moment, and asked. Me, I'll take a look, take a look. Nanzhou didn't even look at the man, but continued to observe his surroundings. At this time, a glass cabinet attracted Nanzhou's attention, and inside it was an extremely delicate sword, which made Izhou very interested. Just watch him slowly walk towards the glass cabinet, reaching out his hand and want to touch it. Suddenly, the man appeared in front of Nanzhou and stretched out his hand to hold Nanzhou's arm, his eyes full of alertness. Sir, you can't touch this thing. There was a hint of murderous in his tone. Sir, no matter where you are from or what you do here, I hope you leave here now. Seeing the man's gloomy expression, Nanzhou let out a few laughs, then withdrew his hand. Why should I be so nervous? I have no malice. I really have something to come here. With that, Nanzhou's tone became a lot more serious. I want to see Ancient One Magician. Chapter 47, Ancient One. Nanzhou's words stunned the man, and then took 3 steps back. Who are you? Since this person can say this, it means that he already knows the existence of his own magicians. It doesn't matter who I am, I just want to meet Ancient One, it's that simple. Isn't this a New York holy place? You can go directly to Kamartaj, just send me to Kamartaj. Nanzhou's words would naturally not make a man just so careless, but rather make him more vigilant. Seeing that the man's hands have been clothed with a magic circle, in his opinion, Nanzhou is unkind. Why, do you plan to do it? Nanzhou looked at the orange, still sparking magic circle and smiled. One said, this magic circle is really handsome, or if you see Ancient One in a while, you can also learn this magic circle with her. Although the damage is not high for Nanzhou, as long as he is handsome, it is enough. Don't do it. At this moment, a woman's voice came from where the man stood just now. A bald head suddenly appeared. Nanjo knew without even guessing, this is Ancient One. When the man saw Ancient One, he immediately put away the magic circle and bowed slightly to Ancient One. Grandmaster. Just watch. Ancient One waved his hand and came to Nanjo's front. I heard that you want to see me, so how about we find a place to discuss it in detail? Talking about. Ancient One smiled slightly, and expressed kindness to Nanjo. Nanjo also nodded slightly, and followed Ancient One to a separate room in Holy Place. You know I'm coming, so you came directly from Kamartaj. After entering the room, Nanjo sat down on the stool, looking very at ease. Forget it, I noticed you when you were fighting with that big guy, and I was watching the battle by the side at the time. Ancient One sat down opposite Nanzo, with a very calm smile on his face. Let's talk about it. Is there anything you came to see me for? Ancient One didn't want to know why Nanzo knew of his existence, and even knew Kamartaj, and knew that New York Holy Place could go to Kamartaj. After all, such a person who had contact with such a high-level god would definitely know something unknown. I came to you to ask you for help. Nanjo took off the hood on his head, revealing his mask completely. You are also someone who has met a god, and I want to ask you a favor. Ancient One frowned slightly when he heard this. What does it mean that the person in front of me has seen a god? This made Ancient One's heart pay a little bit bad. She shook her head and said, What do you mean? I don't quite understand. Ancient One's words made Nanjo a bit funny. You don't have to pretend to be confused here. You draw energy from the dark space and I know all the things you met with Dormammu, so I came to you. Nanjo's words hit Ancient One's heart like a heavy hammer. I saw Ancient One abruptly stood up, his face no longer the same as before. It was replaced by disbelief and vigilance. She has entered the dark space as her deepest secret, no one knows, she keeps it very tightly. Why does this person in front of him know this? What is the origin of this person? Seeing such a big reaction from Ancient One, Nanjo waved his hand quickly. Don't be so nervous, I won't talk about this, and I don't have any idea about your power from dark space. I am looking for you only because you have experience of meeting with gods. But Nanjo's words still cannot eliminate Ancient One's vigilance. Who are you and why do you know this? Ancient One is still quite vigilant, his biggest secret was spoken lightly by him, and her heart was naturally difficult to calm down. I know so many things. This is just one of the unknown little things. I also know that Stephen Strange is still a surgeon. As soon as these words were spoken, Ancient One became even more calm. She occasionally uses time gem to see the future. She also noticed the surgeon and saw the future belonging to this surgeon. Obviously, what this person said about Strange was not casual. Not only did he know that he had entered the dark space, but he also knew that he was using time gem to observe the future. This person is so terrifying, it is hard that he is seeing himself. After talking with Nanjo, Ancient One felt that he was naked in front of him, without any secrets. So, I know a lot of things, you don't need to be so nervous, I have no malice towards you, I just want to ask you for help. Although Nanjo's company was not visible, the sincerity of Nanjo's tone made Ancient One sit back slowly. Although her vigilance has not disappeared, she is already willing to listen to Nanjo to explain what it is. Then you mean to talk about it, what is it that needs my help? Seeing Ancient One calmed down a lot, Nanjo was also happy. The matter is actually very simple. There is a person who is very important to me. He is healthy every year, but he suddenly fainted recently. He is still in the ICU of the hospital. Next, Nanjo explained Peggy's matter and his own inference. After listening to Ancient One, he fell into deep thought. For a while. You mean that your most important person has been cursed by the god who wants to put you to death, and is now at stake, and you found me because I met the god, so see if you can find a way. Ancient One summarized Nanzhou's story roughly, and Nanzhou nodded frantically. Ancient One touched his chin, and looked at Nanzhou from time to time. It was obvious that she was hesitation. Nanzhou's existence is a hidden danger to her. Because he knew his secrets, but looking at Nanzhou like this, he really didn't seem to do anything unfavorable to him. It's okay to help you, but I may not be able to help. I can go and see the situation. Then Ancient One spoke slowly. When Nanzhou heard this, he stood up. Really? Thank you so much. But I have one condition. Before Nanzhou's voice fell, Ancient One spoke again. I want to know what you look like, your name. If you can't do it, then don't talk about it. After saying this, Nanzhou was visibly stunned for a moment, and stopped where he didn't move for an instant. Then, if I tell you my true identity, can you help me keep it secret? There is no hesitation in Ancient One, so he nodded quickly. Definitely yes. She doesn't need other people to know the true identity of the person in front of her, it is enough for her to know. Hearing this, Nanzhou quickly took off his area, revealing his normal appearance. Then this matter will be easy. My name is Nanzhou, I am 20 years old, S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Seeing Nanzhou's self-reporting so readily, Ancient One was also taken aback. Such a young appearance also surprised Ancient One a bit. What surprised her even more was that Nanzhou was so refreshing. This is not a big deal for Nanzhou at all. He knows to whom he can reveal his original appearance, and to whom he cannot reveal his original appearance. Obviously Ancient One can reveal its original appearance. He believed that Ancient One could not reveal his true identity. And he also believes that if he tells Ancient One his true identity, the two will cooperate more smoothly in the future. This is why Nanzhou is so refreshing. Just now, it was just that Nanzhou was weighing his own pros and cons. Chapter 48, Crazy Ideas. Washington, outside Peggy's ICU ward. Ancient One and Nanzhou stood there, looking at Peggy who was dying. Ancient One was dressed in casual clothes, and he did not wear his magician clothes. After all, magician's clothes are still very out of place in this modern technological society. So in order to avoid unnecessary attention, she went outside the ward in casual clothes. Is this the person you are talking about? Peggy Carter? Ancient One asked. Nanzhou nodded. She is equivalent to my grandmother, and he is also one of the founders of SHIELD. Hearing Nanzhou's words, Ancient One was also slightly taken aback. Unexpectedly, the person in the ward in front of him was one of the founders of SHIELD. She has heard of the name of SHIELD. Whether it is World War II or other wars, the role of this organization is indispensable behind it. And they now have the space gem and infinite gems. They just don't know how to use it yet. You said she is equivalent to your grandma, so it seems that you were nurtured by her. Ancient One asked again. Nanzhou nodded slightly. More or less. Looking at Nanzhou's eyes, Ancient One could feel that Peggy on the hospital bed was indeed very important to Nanzhou. It shouldn't be too late, let's go in first. As he said, just watch Ancient One grab Nanzhou's hand and let him hold his arm, then his eyes closed, and the whole person fell into a coma. Immediately afterwards, as if a hole had been broken in the space, Ancient One's head came out of the hole. It was so strange that two large living people entered the ICU ward where non-medical personnel were not allowed to enter, so I went in a spiritual way. Don't worry, other people can't see me, only you can see me, and you just feel wronged and stay outside. Nanzhou smiled helplessly, and then placed Ancient One's body on the chair behind him. Put on a sleeping posture, and then returned to the place where he was standing. He had long thought Ancient One would do this. After all, there is dense monitoring here, and there are many people coming and going. In order to avoid suspicion and avoid unnecessary troubles, it is a pretty good way to let Ancient One enter it in spirit mode alone. At the moment Ancient One has come to Peggy's side, carefully observing Peggy's state. Just as Ancient One stretched out his hand and broke Peggy's eyelids, and seeing that Peggy's pupils turned green at the moment, Ancient One frowned slightly. "I'm afraid it's hard to handle," she whispered and lifted Peggy's quilt. Then he pressed her chest and even reached into Peggy's body. But all of a sudden, Ancient One felt pain for a while, and then stretched out his hand violently. She found that a hint of black smoke appeared on her hand, which was burning her spirit body. Ancient One was also shocked when he saw this situation, and then hurriedly used magic to force the black smoke out. Afterwards, Ancient One's face became more gloomy. The substance in Peggy's body that can corrode and sting his own spirit body is not simple. Then, Ancient One sat directly on the swivel chair aside, touching his chin against Peggy. Time passed by, and she was still like that, as if thinking about something. After another half an hour passed, Ancient One stood up and returned to his body. With the body's awakening, Nanjo looked in her direction. "How?" But Ancient One's face was very ugly. She came to Nanjo's side and whispered, "Let's go out and say, it's not convenient here." Seeing Ancient One's face, Nanjo's expression also became more solemn. It seems that this matter is not easy. Following Ancient One to the outside of the hospital, the two walked into a coffee shop. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, the two sat in a secret corner. "Peggy has a big problem, I may be powerless." Ancient One's face was quite gloomy, and it was the first time she encountered such an incompetent thing in so many years. "What do you mean? How about a little more detail?" Nanjo asked at the moment. "But just watch Ancient One sigh. Peggy's heart is entangled with some breath. If you want to save Peggy, you have to let the breath of her heart disappear." Upon hearing this, Nanjo thought of the black smoke that made Ancient One feel the sting. "That black smoke?" Nanjo asked again. Ancient One nodded this time. "That black aura is terrifying. If I forcefully break it open, not only will I erode and die than the black aura, but Peggy will also die completely because of the huge amounts of fluctuations. Now Peggy is still alive, just because black aura didn't really attack her heart, it just eroded little by little. Within 2 weeks, Peggy will definitely be eroded by black aura, and finally her heart will stop beating." Although very reluctant, Ancient One still tells this desperate fact. Ancient One thought Nanjo would be very disappointed and annoyed, but the situation was quite the opposite. Nanjo's face was full of calmness, and he did not shock him because of this desperate fact. He is now thinking about other countermeasures. The inability of Ancient One to be solved was unexpected by Nanjo. After all, no matter how powerful Ancient One is, the current Ancient One is not a god. So Ancient One may not be able to solve the problem. Obviously, this possibility has become a reality. But this does not mean that Ancient One is useless, she can help another. A bold idea appeared in Nanjo's mind. There is another way. Nanjo at the moment raised his head to look at Ancient One, and then slowly spoke. "We can go to the dark space to find Dormammu." Hearing this, Ancient One almost didn't stand up directly. "What are you talking about? Are you going to find Dormammu?" Looking at Nanjo with such firm eyes, Ancient One knew that he was not joking. "But this is crazy." "Yes, I'm looking for Dormammu. Let him use the magic of the dark space to fight the black aura, and use the magic of the dark space to renew Peggy's life." "Are you crazy?" Nanjo's remarks made Ancient One unbelievable. Dare to feel that he is so calm, and finally came up with such a way? Even if I don't support it, Ancient One is still very clear, and there really seems to be only one way now. But even if you use the power of the dark space, she can't live long. Dark magic will erode her body, but it's a bit slower than the black aura. As soon as Ancient One's voice fell, Nanjo waved his hand. "None of these problems are a problem. I know how much life Peggy still has. What I have to do is to let Peggy live to the end of his life and go to bed in the end." It doesn't matter if I rely on the power of dark magic. The firmness in Nanzhou's eyes made Ancient One unable to help but swallow. This kid is really ruthless. Then how can you possibly be a catastrophe in Peggy's fate? Ancient One asked his doubts. Nanzhou smiled faintly. You don't need to care about this, I have my own way to know her positive life. Seeing Nanzhou said so, Ancient One did not continue to ask. She knew that Nanzhou was a very amazing person, he seemed to know a lot of things, so she wouldn't find it strange to understand these things. But the dark space is very dangerous and terrifying, but we need to bring Peggy's spirit body into the dark space. If Peggy's astral body disappears in the dark space, then Peggy is really dead. Nanzhou nodded after hearing Ancient One's words. I know, so I still need time gem. What? Ancient One is completely stupid. This kid even caught the attention of time gem? As long as you have the time gem, and be fully prepared, then even if Dormammu is terrible, he can't help us. Even if he doesn't want to help us, he will compromise for his own stability. As he said, the corners of Nanzhou's mouth rose slightly. He had foreseen the scene of Dormammu being disgusted and mad when Nanzhou used time gem. Looking at the confident Nanzhou in front of him, Ancient One also sighed. I'm still careless, this kid's madness is beyond my imagination. Oh, since you think you can do it, then I will help you, just take it as compensation for not solving the problem just now. Ancient One finally compromised. Although Nanzhou's idea is extremely crazy, but it has certain feasibility. This also aroused the curiosity of Ancient One, so Ancient One chose to help Nanzhou, and even took out its own time gem. It's not too late, then let's start in the evening. Ancient One stood up at this time and walked outside the cafe. She will go back to Camartage to get the time gem, and then go to the hospital to take Peggy's spirit body. Nanzhou looked at the back of Ancient One leaving, and smiled again. Definitely this smile is on the poor Dormammu who doesn't know. Poor Dormammu, I'm afraid that I will feel the reincarnation of the time that drives him crazy in advance. Chapter 49, Dark Space. Are you ready? Ancient One and Nanzhou at the moment are in a secret corner of a park in New York. Ancient One also carries Peggy's spirit body on its back, and it also carries time gem on its chest. When Nanzhou heard Ancient One's words, he nodded immediately. Ready? Ancient One saw Nanzhou nodded, then stretched out his hand. Entering the dark space this time is very dangerous, you have to protect yourself. As he said, Ancient One waved his hand, and a large hole was directly cracked in the space in front of him, and a burst of energy swept through. Ancient One immediately took care of Peggy's spirit body behind him, took a look at Nanzhou, and walked in first. And Nanzhou followed closely behind and entered this dark space. Although I have seen the appearance of the dark space on the screen, Nanzhou was quite shocked by being on the scene this time. How to say? Nanzhou looked at these scenes that I didn't know how to describe, and felt that everything was. They are all performance art. Ancient One at the moment turned his head and looked at Nanzhou, who was like a curious baby, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Although Nanzhou has always shown the appearance of knowing everything, but fortunately, there are things that he doesn't know well, or even curious. It turns out that the dark space is like this. Nanzhou couldn't help but sighed. There is a big gap between what I have seen before. With that said, Nanzhou stepped forward to catch up with Ancient One's pace. About how long will we be able to see Dormammu? Nanzhou asked at this moment. Just a short walk. With that said, Ancient One had the ability of time gem attached to his arm, as well as to the arms of Peggy and Nanzhou. This is made according to the method you said. The ability with the time gem attached to the arm was also learned by Nanzhou Zayamahuahu, and Ancient One naturally understood the truth. But she is not sure that Dormammu will really fall into the cycle of time because of the power of time gem. However, seeing Nanzhou so confident, Ancient One also thought that this method was feasible. Don't worry, this method is guaranteed to be unforgettable for Dormammu in this lifetime. As soon as Nanzo's voice fell, the entire dark space began to tremble violently. Immediately afterwards, a face with huge amounts of money began in front of Nanjo and Ancient One. Who are you? Why are you here? Dormammu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Nanjo and Ancient One. When he saw Ancient One, he was also slightly taken aback. I didn't expect you to be here again. Dormammu spoke again. This was for Ancient One. There is a deal between Ancient One and Dormammu, otherwise Ancient One would not be able to live for such a long time. I came here this time because of other things, definitely, I'm looking for you. Ancient One is not very angry with this guy who has always threatened the earth, but still speaks. At this moment, Nanjo stood up and smiled at Dormammu. Hello, Dormammu, introduce myself, my name is Darkseid, and I want to make a deal with you. Nanzo's claim to be Darkseid makes Ancient One a little puzzled. She had never heard of the name, and naturally she didn't know the meaning of the name. Also confused is Dormammu. What he didn't understand was why this person dared to come to him so boldly. In his opinion, he would be wiped out with a single thought. Therefore, Dormammu did not respond to Nanjo's words, but with a thought, countless punctures grew on the ground in an instant, and he went straight to Nanjo. Ancient One saw that Dormammu actually took action without saying a word, and immediately set up a magic circle to prepare. He definitely isn't worried about Nanzo. After all, Nanjo still has the power of Time Gem on his body. Once he dies, he will die once. Anyway, he can be resurrected afterwards. But Dormammu's puncture couldn't break Nanjo's defense at all. After being stuck on Nanjo's body, it broke directly. This surprised Dormammu a bit. I didn't expect this person's body to be so powerful. Even Ancient One was equally surprised. Although she witnessed Nanjo's violent beatings and hatred, that powerful physical fitness and strength were unobstructed. But Ancient One didn't think he could take Dormammu's attack. Obviously, Ancient One's thinking is too simple. But also, a person who can know so many secrets will definitely have a lot of successors, and it is certainly not a fuel-efficient lamp. Oh! Nanjo shook his hand at the moment, and the clothes on his body were pierced again. Only then can I remember Stark. You say you, do it when you come up, I just want to talk to you about cooperation. Nanjo said, looking back at Ancient One. When you leave in a while, don't forget to remind me to ask Stark for clothes that will not break. Nanjo turned his head and looked at Dormammu again. You make me very dissatisfied, I am a little unhappy now. As soon as Nanjo stretched out his hand, the atomic breath was released with full power. The last time he hit Abomination, he didn't use the full power atom to breathe. After all, he had to rely on mind control to control the abhorrence. Now there is no such trouble. After all, Dormammu is so big that he is completely a living target for atomic breathing. The huge amounts of blue beam of light bloomed from Nanjo's palm and went straight to Dormammu. Dormammu's huge amounts of face was naturally hard to avoid, and he was hit by the atomic breath. After Dormammu was hit, he felt a pain and couldn't help but let out a scream. Ancient One stared at the situation in front of him with wide eyes. This is the second time she has seen Nanjo use this skill. She didn't expect this skill to possess such a powerful force. It can even hurt Dormammu. This time, you will be the first to take the initiative, and it will be a punishment for not talking about martial ethics. With that, Nanjo shook his hand. The most powerful atomic breath made his fingertips smoke. What kind of power are you? Dormammu let out an angry roar. This is not a force under the law of the universe, who are you? Dormammu's roar also awakened Ancient One. She always felt that Nanjo's power did not belong to this universe, but she couldn't tell what it was. With a word from Dormammu, Ancient One immediately realized. The energy contained in Nanjo's skill does not belong to this cosmic law. Whether it is Ancient One, or Dormammu, or other gods, or infinite gems. Their power is based on the laws of the universe. The law of the universe is the foundation of the universe, magic, super ability, and the blessing of Yuya universe law. And the power in Nanzhou didn't have the breath of Yuya Zhou law. In other words, Nanzhou does not belong to this universe, or even any multi-universe. And Nanzhou also listened to Dormammu's words, and he gradually understood a little bit. The power of the Marvel Universe is blessed by the cosmic law of the Marvel Universe. And what I use is the power of the Monster Universe, and there is no cosmic law of the Marvel Universe. So after undergoing his attack, you can instantly perceive a existence like Dormammu. So it seems that if Nanzhou encounters other gods in the future, his identity cannot be concealed at all. Chapter 50, Confession. Who are you? Dormammu's eyes were full of anger and incomprehension, and even a hint of alertness. Dormammu couldn't see through this man who used the power that was not blessed by Yuya Zhou's law. I can't see through, so I feel a trace of fear. Whether it is a god or a human being, they are always vigilant about the unknown. This is how Dormammu looks at Nanzhou. Why do you all ask like that? Nanzhou didn't know who he was being asked for the first time, and he was a little depressed for a while. This is a serious question. At this time, even Ancient One spoke. The tone is on Dormammu's side. The power in you comes from an unknown realm. Neither I nor Dormammu have felt such power. You are now an outsider to us. We really need to know your identity. Although the positions of Ancient One and Dormammu are usually opposite, they are enemies. But on this matter, the two people's views are surprisingly consistent. You know, even the top gods of the universe can only shuttle through the multi-universe. Even if it is a multi-universe, the power generation is based on the laws of the universe. And Nanzhou's power did not come from the laws of the universe, it was something that even the highest level gods in the universe could not do. That's why Dormammu and Ancient One want to know the origin of Nanzhou. Looking at the two people's very serious eyes, Nanzhou sighed helplessly, and stretched out his hand to express compromise. It seems that the essential difference still makes him unable to get through. Thinking about it, Nanzhou raised his head and looked at Dormammu. Well then, how about we make a deal? With that, Nanzhou pointed to Peggy who was carrying Ancient One on his back. I will tell you my history, and you will heal me. After hearing Nanzhou's words, Dormammu turned his attention to Peggy's spirit body. Looking at Peggy's spiritual body, Dormammu didn't speak for a while. After a while, he made a puzzled voice. This power is so strong. There was also a hint of disbelief in Dormammu's eyes. The power entangled in Peggy's heart was even he couldn't crack it. Obviously, the strength of the master of this force is above him. But how many can be superior to him in strength? He is the king of chaos, the lord of darkness, and he controls the powerful existence of the dark space. He can be regarded as a strong existence in the entire universe. But the power wrapped around Peggy's heart made him helpless. The things she provoked may have a lot to do with. Dormammu said. I can't relieve the power in this person, I can only use dark magic to maintain her alive. When Nanzhou heard this, he nodded. As long as it can sustain life is enough. That's it, and it doesn't take too long to maintain it. 2 or 3 years is enough. Nanzhou's words stunned Ancient One, and looked at Nanzhou in disbelief. This is the most important person in his mouth. Is it enough to continue his life for 2 or 3 years? Why not extend your life longer? Ancient One looked at Nanzhou and asked his doubts. But Nanzhou just smiled and did not answer. Dormammu didn't have Ancient One's doubts, opened his mouth, and a purple light ball floated out of his mouth, and then got into Peggy's spirit body. As soon as the ball of light blended into Peggy, he heard Peggy cough several times, and it seemed that it was really effective. Well, I helped you solve your problem. Then as a deal, tell me your identity. Dormammu's eyes became serious in an instant. Don't think about leaving here. I have many ways to trap you here, not to mention that the companions who came with you are also very concerned about this matter. What Dormammu said is of course Ancient One. Not only Dormammu, Ancient One also cares about Nanzhou's true identity and origins. Nanzhou looked around, and it seemed that if he didn't say it, it might not be easy to leave here. But it can be considered a long time to see. It is not easy for Ancient One to be in the same camp as Dormammu. Well, I still keep my promise. Nanzhou sat down. But you have to be patient, this is a long story. Along with Nanzhou's prelude, a story written by Nanzhou began to unfold in full. After a long time, Nanzhou finished the story with all his heart, and then looked at Dormammu and Ancient One. At the moment the eyes of the two are also surprisingly consistent, both full of incredible. In other words, your universe is very similar to ours, and you are a traverser, aren't you? Ancient One at the moment asked. Nanzhou nodded. You sum it up very simply. In the story of Nanzhou, he portrayed himself as the real Darkseid, the only Darkseid in the multi-universe, and made up a drama of defeat and crossing. That is why there is the title of Dark Lord Darkseid. And Nanzhou is his own name in this world, so he has two names, one is Nanzhou and the other is Darkseid. It's definitely, this is pure nonsense, every sentence is the truth. However, relying on Nanzhou's ability, Ancient One and Dormammu still believed his words. At least for now, the two really believe it. There really is such a thing. The well-informed Dormammu was also surprised. People at the apex of their cosmic power can hardly imagine that such a thing will really exist. Those gods that exist only in the multi-universe, they are still wondering whether they are still outside the universe. But now this kind of doubt can be eliminated, because Nanzhou is a living example. Outside the universe there is also Yuya universe. But I still hope you don't hype. Nanzhou spoke at this time, and it was Dormammu that he looked at. He didn't care about Ancient One, because he felt that Ancient One would not be the kind of person who said things out. But this Dormammu is not necessarily. As the king of the dark space, as a big villain, Nanzhou can't guarantee that Dormammu will not talk about this matter. Seeing Nanzhou's distrust, Dormammu couldn't help laughing twice. Ha ha ha, do you know? If your existence is known by other gods, then the universe will be in chaos. And what I want to see is a great chaos in the universe, that's when I will play. If you want me to keep a good secret, that's another transaction, and I don't want to make this transaction. As soon as Dormammu's voice fell, the scene around Nanzhou and Ancient One began to change instantly. After just 3 seconds, the two appeared in the place where they had just entered the dark space. Dormammu drove the two out of the dark space.